Yeah, I don't really have an excuse for this one. This guy's always about his dates.
And the winner is Otis.
Spring historically is the time every year that I talk about Nickelodeon, and then I drop it for the rest of the year. And then I drop it for the rest of the year. Some months supersede others. I obviously have to talk about import shows in August. It's the law. Except maybe not this year. 2 years ago, as a part of the hit award-winning video, The Forgotten Shows of Nickelodeon, I talked about a number of shows I grew up watching in the 2000s that more or less sort of fell under the radar. That script went through a lot of revisions until I eventually narrowed it down to 6 series I wanted to cover. All of which I covered because of their presence in fast food toys. Except for Making Fiends, I just really wanted to talk about that one. This left out 2 major shows from the late 2000s that I really wanted to talk about, but there was simply no time. The Mighty Bee, which is one of them, which was soon after actually covered in a video by friend of the channel, Nintendo, in a video better than anything I could ever say about the show. Sometimes you just drop projects and throw away scripts because someone else already beat you to it. Like my sworn enemy, Kean Carlisle. But it's not because I think, oh man, people are gonna believe I stole this, because by now you guys should know how long I work on these videos. This idea came from like last year, but it's because I don't want to step on anyone's toes or be derivative. If I talk about something that's already been talked about to death, I want to either do it in my own style or have a unique take on it. Saying I like The Mighty Bee and it is good is kind of common knowledge in these circles. Granted, so is saying Making Fiends is good and it kind of got shafted, but I wanted to make it gay. Last year's spring video, the regular Nickelodeon video, I talked about the beginning and first half of the lineage of the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, leading all the way up and then stopped short of 2009. For some reason. In the compilation video, I talked about shows that I believed didn't get enough love, or in my opinion, didn't really get a fair shake. I said I liked Mr. Meaty for what it is, for the most part. And I think anyone my age can probably attest to this, but being born in the 2000s means 2 things. Phase 1, as you were growing up when you were still very little, you would watch esoteric cartoons airing in the late 2000s. Then the next step, as you got a little older, you would go on the internet and watch a bunch of cartoon reviewers lambast and take down those same shows that you were just watching. I think I went from loving to hating Johnny Test in the span of a year. Again, watch Nintendo video. I'm in one of these actually. I'm not capping at all. I think Nintendo makes the best stuff in this community and is probably one of the best, one of my favorites. So I thought, if I can get away with defending a show like Mr. Meaty that people hated for a decade, and still do, granted I didn't change anyone's mind, what if I could do it again? Wait a minute, Andrew. What was that other show you wanted to talk about years ago? Oh, Entertainment. Founded by Steve Odekirk, was the production company behind such classic films as Thumb Wars, Bat Thumb, Franken-Thumb, Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius. All of these videos are connected. Every last one of them, even the bad ones. You see, you may know Jimmy Neutron as a 3D animated Nickelodeon episodic cartoon, or from its sequel series Planet Sheen, the Deltarune of Nickelodeon. Jimmy Neutron initially began as a movie that initially began as a different movie, which initially began under the title Johnny Quasar. Hi, I'm Johnny Quasar, and this is my best pal robot dog, Goddard. Don't clip that. Don't clip the bark. I shouldn't be wearing this. We've all thought it before. Maybe not if you only watch cartoons in the latter half of the 2000s, but this is a very derivative idea. We've seen it all before. Little Boy who's secretly a super genius, Dexter's Lab, Stewie Griffin, and most obviously, they definitely ripped off cartoon classics Susan and Mary Test. Henry Danger the cartoon. But actually, the original blueprint, let's call it, or beta, or pitch, for Johnny Quasar, Jimmy Neutron, dates all the way back to the 80s. Now, most of you are probably familiar with the show, Jimmy Neutron, and its theatrical film made before release. But you maybe naively believed, like I did before making this video, that this was always planned to just be a movie, and then they made a show about it after its popularity, like that of Lilo and Stitch, or Big Hero 6, or Tangled the series. Oh man, Disney does this a lot. Would you believe me if I told you I like the Stitch show way more than the movie? Same Same goes for Big Hero 6, and I didn't even watch that show. I just know it by default has to be better than the movie. And it makes sense. By this point, Nickelodeon had already had a presence in theaters, with Rugrats in Paris the previous year, the Rugrats movie 2 years before that, and Good Burger a year before that. This was a time-tested model, and they'd grown up enough good faith and goodwill to make this movie a hit. Marginally. Granted, all the other theatrical releases from Nickelodeon were adaptations from previous existing shows or IP that were already popular on the network. So Jimmy Neutron was a testing ground. It was always meant to be a show, but the movie certainly helped. And when it started to turn profits and heads, O Entertainment thought, what if we did that again? The year is 2006, and by this point, Nickelodeon Studios had released not only theatrical films set in their TV universes, like Hey Arnold and the incredibly successful but also original stories like Nacho Libre. Unless you count the fact that this was based on a true story. There is genuinely, this happened, a man of God out there that started wrestling to fund his church, and the story is real and harrowing and beautiful. What if we made Jack Black do an accent so fake that you believe he was from a different planet? August 4th, 2006, Nickelodeon would hit the silver screen for a second time in 1 year with its newest Steve Odekirk experiment, Barnyard. Or Barnyard: the original party animals. For months prior to the release of this film, several custom commercials and bumpers aired on Nickelodeon that attempted to introduce this fully new character, Otis. Really playing up his prankster nature, these commercials portray him as some kind of trickster imp, which does coincide with his characterization in the movie, but would be dropped almost immediately after it became a show. What really differentiates Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, and Barnyard, the original party animals, is that Jimmy Neutron, from the big screen to the small screen, managed to keep the majority of their voice cast the same, whereas Barnyard, because it wanted to be a hit, utilized stunt casting of Hollywood actors and to help get the funding over time-tested voice actors that they know they could lean on in the future. Like, the premise was always supposed to be a show, and they went into making the movie knowing it would have been a backdoor pilot for the upcoming show, but they still cast Kevin James as the main role of Otis, knowing damn well that they could not get him for the show. Maybe they expected the movie to do a lot better. And as I bring this up to you, you might be washed with memories of how much everyone at the time absolutely loved this movie.
Unimaginative and unfunny, this tale of barnyard mischief borders on utter creepiness and adds little to the summer's repertoire of animated films. With Barnyard, another quick and dirty all-star cast mess churned out by the digital startups hired to steal some of Pixar's cash. The year that computer-generated animation jumps the shark becomes official. Politically correct, anatomically incorrect, and ugly to look at. The only thing that saves Barnyard is writer and director Steve Odenkirk's gift for gags and almost edgy humor. If you want to punish your kids, send them to bed without dinner. If you want to disturb, frighten, and depress them while making sure they fail biology, take them to the animated feature Barnyard. One aspect is utterly mystifying. The two main characters, father and son bovine characters, have large, distracting udders.
Barnyard is a lot of things, but above all else, it is mediocre. Like, it's okay. I can't think of anything outwardly bad about it, at least not as bad as these reviews make it seem, but in a theme that is common for my life story, like how I played Portal 2 before discovering Portal 1, I don't actually think I watched this movie until after starting the show. And I suppose that's the worst thing you could say about this series. The inconsistency. It's inconsistent. If you like the show, then this movie is so different in humor and tone. And if you like the movie, and let's be real, the parts you probably like are the won't back down sequences. This made me cry as a kid. I hate to say it, guys. I think this movie might be a musical. Like, there are songs created, or at the very least tied into this film. There's way more than I remember. And Ben is the best character, and Otis strives to fill his shoes and thus become a proper father. And then you watch the show, and none of this carries over. Not Otis's arc, not the kid he ostensibly adopts, or the cow that gives birth to said kid, Otis's love interest. They just disappear. I only watched this movie again for this video, and I haven't even rewatched the show by writing this point, but I know none of this shit comes back because I would have remembered it. And Otis is the only major character from movie to show that changes voices between the two. Not just that, but he's almost entirely different as a character. His voice, his mannerisms, almost all of his characterization. What makes it stand out even more is that every other character from movie to show is basically as they should be. Like Pig, and Rob Paulson, and Stereotype, and Ferret Thing, and Wild Mike. This is the ideal character design. This and Tangela are all I knew how to draw back in the day. Again, it's fine, just not like theatrical quality. And as I'm filming this, like the other day, I just saw the Looney Tunes movie, The Day the Earth Blew Up, in theaters, and I was kind of taken aback by how cinematic it felt, because at first it kind of felt like an elongated TV episode. And in comparison, it really makes me like look back at Barnyard, the movie, the original party animals, and just sigh. Or that's what I would say if I were a critic in 2006. Where I'm at right now, we'd be lucky to get any animated films in theaters at all. I'm all on board. This is gonna sound insanely reductive, but I find really no other words to say about this. This is a movie where a lot of stuff happens that doesn't matter. Like, I don't think every single scene needs to push the character arcs and the plots forward in every film, but this movie is like roughly 90 minutes, and most of it is music montages and like 3 different parties. It's mostly just for laughs, which would be fine, but it's not particularly funny, whereas the show, nearly an exact year later, on August 2007, commercials began airing on Nickelodeon to usher in its newest series, a television adaptation of Barnyard. And I use the term adaptation very loosely, which again, like the movie adverts, focuses more on the human victims of these animals, ironically portraying the animals like actual beasts more than self-aware, intelligent beings who also love pulling pranks. September 29th, 2007, which is only like a month later, which truth be told doesn't seem like enough time to prepare an audience for an upcoming show. But granted, it wasn't alone on that night. I mean, it was a Saturday night. Following a new episode of Just Jordan and Zoe 101 and iCarly and Tack and the Power of Juju and 2 new SpongeBob segments equaling one 30-minute slot. Also, I could be wrong, this schedule might be wrong, but it says that all of these aired after the 2007 Worldwide Day of Play? I thought kids were supposed to be outside. I may be a very particular case who was just obsessed with TV as a kid, and also technically an adult, but if I knew all of these new episodes were airing this day, I would not risk it. I would not step outside. I don't care how much Saturday it was. Bro, there's a new Pokemon Diamond and Pearl airing during this. I am not going outside. I'm changing the fucking channel. But what else is new? Anyway, September 29th, 2007, Back at the Barnyard premiered with its first 2 episodes airing back to back, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, forget the fact that I'm still new to this whole video making thing. I didn't know that costumes were a requirement. I've been heavily utilizing the tapes in the archive up until this point to lead me in a proper direction, to make an outline for myself, to lead me down a path. You could argue that Back of the Barnyard is no different from Stoked, or My Babysitter's a Vampire, or the Santa Claus show, the Santa Clauses show. It's only got 2 seasons, which means the format of individual episode reviews is already set up for me. But in those videos, the purpose was to either talk about something I talked about previously, or go down memory lane and either acknowledge or poke fun at shows I really liked as a kid and remember very fondly, seeing if they hold up and seeing if they don't. But for this project, if it's meant to coincide with the previous 2 years ago Nickelodeon video where I talked about the late 2000s underappreciated shows, I should be defending this show, right? I should have an argument prepared. Because when we talked about Cat Scratch or El Tigre or Making Fiends, they were all covered at once. But I can't do that for this video. It's only one show. The video would be like 40 minutes. A laughably short amount of time for a YouTube video. If I want to say my piece about this show, shouldn't I have something prepared, or will that get in the way of my untainted, opinionated feelings? And beyond that, how do you review something you find funny without just saying, This is funny. The good, the bad, and the snotty, and the escape from the barnyard, that is a lot of ands. Both act as reintroductions to this world, as any good pilot should, but you could still spot several differences between this version of Barnyard and the feature film. For one, I much prefer this version of Otis, like even before starting the series. It's not just the performance by Chris Hardwick, although that does help. I feel like this version is more lively and less mean-spirited. For now. We also get a very unceremonious introduction to the only addition to the main cast in Abby the cow. She's, Sandy. Like from SpongeBob. She's here for a rip-snorting good time, but she doesn't add much to either of these episodes. Like, maybe it would have been better to have the pilot revolve around her introduction, but instead we just act as though she's been here the whole time. We've retconned this film. Do not worry. Basically, the entirety of that picture isn't canon, which is why I didn't really talk about it. Except for some leftover characters like the titular Snotty Boy, who is actually the neighbor couple's nephew. I have no clue if that was true in the movie or not, and I really do not want to watch it back to check, so I'm gonna say no. He's visiting for an indeterminate amount of time.
I mean, what are you gonna do anyway? Join circus so lame? I made a funny.
And he is annoying. Like, I hate to put on my fedora here and talk about atrocities, but it reigns true. Even if a character is supposed to be annoying in universe, they don't need to be unbearable to watch to the viewer. Basically, this entire episode is the Barnyard tricking the farmer into leaving town so they can throw a party in their very empty barn. That's really the main thing you notice after watching the movie. How isolating this all feels. What's the opposite of claustrophobia? Because that's what I'm feeling. It's like only our main characters exist in this world. So Snotty Kid is put in charge of the barnyard and tortures the animals, so they traumatize him forever. And Otis says it's showtime, like he's the mask. That's surprisingly a good description of his TV character. Man, all these animals seem to party a lot. Oh, that's why they're original party animals. Escape from the Barnyard is much more of what I remembered, I suppose. Except this aired the same day as the first, back to back, in one 30-minute block, and now they love the farmer. They're planning a farmer appreciation party. Didn't they just try and get rid of this guy? And now they're shocked and betrayed that it seems like he purchased a grill. He works on a farm. This episode is not only the first instance we get of Pip the Mouse interest in Bessie the Cow, but also the first time we see Freddy the Ferret's cannibalistic tendencies. Or, I guess it isn't cannibalistic if they aren't the same species. He's a carnivore, but they are his friends. What's a little chewing amongst good friends? The farmer seems to have begun preparing a calf for the slaughter. Whose kid is this? There's only 3 of you, and any of these 3 cows could have given birth. More on that later. So it seems the Barnyard team have to escape from the Barnyard in an episode titled Escape from the Barnyard.
So, no warp drive?
No.
Thrusters? Air brakes?
No.
Doors?
Negative.
Is there a floor?
Define floor.
Alright, well...
They end up in this golf course utopia with absolutely no edible food or water. But hey, we do get a montage. I don't want to have to keep bringing out this counter every time, but just know that I have it just in case. Because there's back-to-back montages and a Star Wars reference? Maybe there's a reason I like this show. Are we sure it's not Canadian? I genuinely remember watching these new episodes. I remember being in my mom's room when I was really little and watching them on the screen. I remember what the TV looks like. All of that to say, after watching these 2 episodes, these 4 episode segments, the only thing that rung a bell, cowbell, was that Star Wars bit. Nothing else stood out to my kid brain at all. If you want to hear me talking about Star Wars, you're gonna have to wait like 9 months. Like that of a pregnancy. Big announcement. In the end, it turns out the farmer was actually taking care of the farm. Or, sorry, the barnyard! And this was all a big misunderstanding. Great. Immediately following the release of the first pair of episodes, a commercial aired to let the viewers know that there would be another new episode next week, with nothing else airing around it. Not part of a block of premieres, just any other Saturday by itself. I guess they stacked the first night to get more eyes on the show, or it just happened to land on the worldwide day of play. Because this pair is much better, I feel. Cowman and Rat Boy are a staple of every mid-2000s animated kids show, where they become generic superheroes. I don't think the shows have any connection beyond Guy Moon's music, but that's honestly more of a connection to the Fairly Odd Parents. But the costumes and the writing and the characters and the blue suit, maybe just my kid brain melding these together because I watched them around the same time. Or maybe it's because I already referenced it twice earlier in this video and we're not even a little bit of the way through. But I could not stop thinking about Johnny Test. If you don't know, this was a very, let's not say popular trope, but a common one. Again, this aired a year before the MCU began with Iron Man. And don't say it, I know what you're thinking. Get that Hulk film out of my face. Nobody even carries over from that. And he's red now. And also Harrison Ford. What I'm saying is, this is a remnant of a pre-MCU world. Speaking of overdone tropes, I kinda hate seeing this married couple. Like, maybe I'm the friend who's too woke, but this dude is just gaslighting his wife like crazy. Cowman and Rat Boy genius save the day all around wherever they live. But the denizens of the barnyard are not pleased. Or in Rat Boy's case, cheesed.
Rat Boy, I resent that.
Your idea to fight evil around the barnyard by becoming a superhero is just plain dumb. D-U-M-N-7-L dumb. Dude, there's no L in dumb 7.
We've witnessed a lot of changes from the silver screen to your television set, new characters, new dynamics, new settings. But the most important thing to the lifeblood and longevity of the show is that they made the pizza delivery dude into two guys who are the same guy. Like, I know there's two of them in the movie, but now they have the same voice and it's just clones of the same guy. Also, more on that later. I'm not being facetious, I actually love this change. It's so strange and wonderful. After saving the Super Pizza Brothers, the vigilantes become known as heroes across the wherever they live, even getting in the local newspaper. Meaning that only, I don't remember her name. I'm gonna just start calling her Teenage Euthanasia on Adult Swim, realizes that they are barn animals, even though his superhero name is Cowman. He doesn't even have any cow-based power. All right, okay, enough. I get it, turn it off. Why not just stay Cowman forever then? You can go wherever you want on two legs and talk to people, and if you don't want to pay rent, you could just sneak back to the barnyard in cow mode. Why would you ever want to go back? A criminal renowned around the world, or renowned around wherever it is they live, teams up with Teenage Euthanasia and they attempt to kick ass Cowman. And if she thought his disguises were ridiculous and a smack to the face before, wait until she sees the cavalry. You see what I'm going for, right? Do I have to show my work on screen? These are just capes on barn animals standing upright. Clearly, you guys don't want to make marketable action figures. Cowman throws Rat Boy Genius to go over and say hi to the criminals. And then he says his classic catchphrase, "It's milking time." You know, considering his previous catchphrase was saying, "It's showtime" in the two previous episodes, like prior to this, I will say It's Milking Time is more memorable, for better or for worse. Speaking of Adventure Time, Cow's best friend revolves around Otis saving Duke the dog's life. Not as Cowman, mind you. And now Duke has a life debt to him. And that's all well and good, and it has some good bits, but all I really care about is...
Dogs are known as man's best friend, but hey, that's all about to end. Just this moment here and now, I pledge my allegiance to a cow. That is really catchy. Good stuff. Top notch. Great A. Too bad that had to be over so soon.
And after they cut him off, it's all downhill from here. They find his singing annoying, more annoying than the Snotty Kid's terrible droning. If I had a dog who sang, I'd feed it delicious treats. And let it travel with my baby on a train car, maybe. This episode is basically Otis, not as Cowman, trying to fake kill himself in front of Duke to fake change the trajectory of his fake life. What did I mean by that? I mean, surely his life is real, even if he is fictional. He's real to me, damn it! Bring out the singing and dancing dog! And this sitcom scenario gets resolved by, get this, proper communication. Wow, who would have thunk it? Nah, I lie, they all explode. A week later, on October 13th, 2007, a Saturday, a new pair of Back at the Barnyard segments equaling a full episode would air almost entirely alone again if it were not prefaced by a new episode of Tak and the Power of Juju. That's also a show that came out around this time, but I hold no reverence for it or its games whatsoever. Make someone else talk about it, man. I don't know him. Maybe this is the day I remember, because this was a rerun of the previous episode, the Cowman episode. And if it was in October and I was in my mom's room, which means I was definitely running and hiding from Goosebumps playing downstairs on Cartoon Network. And they rerun and re-air the Cowman and Rat Boy Genius Gift Shop episode after this one. It had to be late. Actually, do I remember anything about this show? Did it not imprint on a 6-year-old me? Chez Pig begins with even more talk of milking and also hating the farmer. Do we like this guy or not? You know what? I may genuinely remember this episode, at least more than others. The Super Pizza Brothers swing by and believe that the pies Pig made for the, well, you know, are actually a restaurant drive-thru ran by an invisible man. I sort of love these guys. Otis has a rare pupil mutation that literally and figuratively clouds his sight. The Barnyard wants to sell Pig's family pies to the humans, who they just invite into the Barnyard. Maybe this is more like Fairly Odd Parents than I thought. At least that show took 10 seasons to stop caring about keeping the secret. It's been 5 episodes. Oh my god. I remember all of this. It's beaming into my brain. I remember the eject button, the blind kitchen, the birthday song. It's your birthday, make a mess. It's your birthday, wear a dress. Okay, I was right. I have definitely seen this episode. I just don't know if it's the first one I saw or they aired it a lot.
3 weeks later.
GGB Flipper Hoot? I love this theme song. It's your birthday, make a mess. It's your birthday. The birthday song has driven all other songs from my brain.
Pig is upset with the rapid commercialization of his family recipe and walks, right as a well-regarded food critic and also business owner arrives for the restaurant experience. Otis and a blind dog, like our childhood blind dog. Look how fucking stupid he looks. Anyway, the pie is borderline inedible. But last minute, Pig arrives and goes against all his morals to feed the Captain Underpants villain. But it's when the man of business tells them that if they sell this recipe, they will never be able to make the pies for themselves again, as we see... Does this count as a montage? I know I'm not keeping track of that anymore, but do I need a different counter for dream sequences? They eject him, and no one was, or will, ever be the wiser. Abby and Otis have a little moment after. Is this gonna be a thing? Or are we dropping it immediately? The right cow is Space Chimps. You know, from famous critically acclaimed film Space Chimps, and award-winning video game tie-in Space Chimps the Game. Also Planet Sheen. Monkey astronaut crashes down at the Barnyard, and Otis knows all about the experimental animal space program. They give this monkey the luxury treatment, but not everyone is convinced he's to be trusted.
Achoo! 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 Achoo!
All right, first, I'm not an alien. Second, all my flu shots are up to date. We'll miss.
The story checks out.
Evidently, the feathered and furried bipeds are right, as the space chimp monologues out loud evilly to himself. At least it sort of makes sense that he's logging his adventure to no one. He launches Otis and Pip into space with the rocket he has. When asked about this by the rest of the Barnyard, he immediately reveals his plan. His reign of terror is made even more horrifying in this empty Windows XP background. It stretches on for miles into the deep fog. The Earth Gang solve this conflict in the most well-thought-out way they can. They beat the shit out of the space chimp. Then they just crash back down to Earth and blast the chimp back to where he belongs. Space! This episode is hard to categorize. It went by so fast that I can't categorize it as boring, but I almost immediately forgot I even watched it after. Hence, the one joke I decided to make. Space Chimps. From space. Following the pattern of release of every Saturday, the next set of episodes would air the following week on October 20th, 2007. Getting eerily close to the spooky holiday season, and yet it aired with nothing, which in and of itself is spooky. Isolation, that's my greatest fear. Also, the episodes chosen don't have anything to do with the atmosphere. Or each other, for that matter. Saving Mrs. Beady, pretend you didn't hear that name, because I'm gonna forget it. In an attempt to teach Abby how to drive the Barnyard, animals accidentally reveal themselves to the titular woman, getting her thrown in a mental hospital.
Don't get me started about the shock therapy. The ding, soup's on.
Ah, stop. What do you mean, shock therapy? Why would anyone do that to her?
Now and only now do any of them feel any remorse for this woman. While the party animals attempt to break teenage euthanasia out of her linen prison, she's calmed by an amalgamation of the therapist from Twin Peaks and the professor from Futurama. Is this making any sense to anybody at all? Speaking of not making any sense, it sounded like a psycho. The animals make it worse. Like, it's not just me, right? This guy looks like he's from an entirely different show. The Barnyard splits up to commit far more shenanigans. The boyfriends distract the professor with cannibalism as an allegory for love or whatever the current discourse is, while the rest do the only thing they know how. dress up as humans. Like, I know they're entirely different projects, but they don't do this once in the movie, and I believe it's been present in almost every episode so far. That's why I've been keeping track in the top right. I bet you were real confused about that. The animal farm manages to escape with the crazed woman in tow, who they do not cure, by the way. As far as we know, she is still just as paranoid. They even ruined this doctor guy. I've had enough of these damn human characters in their play. The farmer takes a woman. It's, God damn it, what did I just say? So the farmer fam are upset that they can't party because this loser is mourning his dead wife. Snore. So they decide to step in and take it upon themselves to hop on the apps. A true mark of rock bottom in the modern era. I met my wife on Twitter.
Don't say farmer, say exploding lion tamer.
For Pete's sake! And say has a pony! Has a pony.
Okay, let me read it back to you. Here's now snare of now 7 number sign glarp. Man, I wish we had fingers.
And now the farmer is hitting that shit sticky style until the room stinks raw-like. I'm sorry. Which would allow the animals to party like party animals, but the farmer's new boo wants to expand her life into the barn, thus pushing the barn animals from the barn to the barnyard. I bet you thought I dropped that joke, huh? Oh my god, the small idiot's unloving wife is literally named Ivana. That rules. It's 2007. The gang believes that another rich husband is the only way to get her away from the farmer. So they create a character that looks exactly like how other countries would draw America in a political cartoon, leading us to our second montage of the show. This time it's for real. Take that. Dream sequence montage, I'm still not counting them. I've already elected to count the costumes. Unfortunately, this capitalist pig has fallen for the human woman. Oh, I get it. After a classic Otis pep talk, Pig says he'll stick to the plan for, get this, the barnyard. Okay, so how many humans have they revealed themselves to? Like 3, right? And this is the 8th segment, the 4th episode. In the end, the farmer chooses the animals over the woman, even though she never launched him in a trebuchet. Later in this video, I'm gonna say catapult. Don't mention it. The episode actually ends pretty somberly as Pig cries over the picture of the only woman he's ever loved. Are we ever gonna see her again? I hate to sound like a broken record here, or even better, a broken clock. I would love to be right at least twice before I die. However, we do skip 4 Saturdays between new episodes, completely missing Halloween, as the next 2 segments aired November 24th, 2007. The final episode of 2007. A year I have no reference for. 2008, that's a different story. This time airing before a new Juju as part of Superstuffed Nicktoons weekend. A tradition that stretches back all the way to 1993, only 2 or so years after the invention of the term Nicktoon, running every year, only missing 5 or so up to this point. Featuring new episodes of the likes of Ren and Stimpy, Doug, Rugrats, Real Monsters, Rocco, Cat Dog, Odd Parents, Rocket Power, All Grown Up, Jimmy Neutron, a ton of the X's, strangely enough. Like, I don't dislike the X's, nor do I think it's obscure, but I did not expect to see this much. And this year's Superstuffed weekend, 2007, featured predominantly SpongeBob. A lot of SpongeBob. You're telling me this tradition ran all the way to 2022? Why don't I remember it even a little bit then? I don't think I've ever seen one of these. Hypno-A-Go-Go is an episode of the television show back at the Barnyard, if you can believe it. The episode begins with Otis already being able to hypnotize people. In any other show, this would consist of like the first 5 minutes. He puts Pip, Abby, Pig, Bessie, all in humiliating trances, but again, refuses to do this to the farmer. Their relationship has layers that we can't possibly understand. The Twilight Zone episode Otis has trapped himself in comes back to bite him as he gets so transfixed on his watch that he hypnotizes himself, which makes him into a killing machine hell-bent on destroying the farmer whenever he hears a bell. Like I said, layers to this. This show used to be about farm animals. And halfway through the episode, after being introduced to new characters, new personalities, and montages and new settings, we see...
Hey everybody, it's time to answer some of today's viewer mail.
This is probably back at the Barnyard's most lasting legacy, and while I do remember it well above all else, obviously, I always assumed this was a late series edition, and not episode 5. 2 months in. Just you wait until we get into 2008, or even worse, season 2. I don't know where this idea came from, but they seem to have realized the gold they struck right away. Anyway, in the climax of the wait, they do it again? Okay, so this was definitely meant to be a one-off gag for this episode. Otis does not kill the farmer that he loves, hates, tolerates, respects. He is cured of his hypnosis, and nothing was learned. So that watch just still exists in this universe. Shouldn't we lock it away and throw it in the ocean or something? I was going to do what I've been doing and seamlessly transition episode A into episode B, but I put a limit on myself for at least season 1 to only have 1 clip per episode, so this does not just become a funny moments compilation. Unfortunately, the clip I like the most from this next episode is the title card.
In the Barnyard justice system, there are animals who commit crimes and animals who prosecute them. Some of them have udders.
Freddy's best friend Peck has gone missing in the night, and all of the other friends assume he is the perpetrator. And this entire episode tells us everything we already know. This dude is a psycho. And I got kind of excited because the episode starts as a court procedural parody, but eventually just evolves into different story sequences. Also, Otis drops the little nugget that Freddy and Peck briefly dated the same person? At the same time? Challenger's gift, please. Oh, computer. Oh, more gay slop, please. And now it's just a detective procedural. Like, one of these ideas could have carried an episode. Why are we doing all of them? Even Pig is aware of how often he dresses up in elaborate costumes now. What's the counter at? This is still episode 5. Freddy isn't even trying to prove his innocence. He's just rocked with guilt. Cannibalism as a metaphor for love, or whatever I said earlier. That's how you know this isn't a real video essay. I'm just dropping topics like I'm growing an illness. I don't even know why I decided to do this video. I am like actively pushing back against the premise. Is this entertainment? Speaking of entertainment, I know I've been trying to limit my clips to 1 per episode, but
Me and the guys were just talking about you. You're not inside me. I mean, I didn't feast on your juicy flesh. I mean, hooray!
New favorite characters. I'm easy. This is really all it takes for me. This would normally be the part of the video where after a new episode that we just talked about, I would fill you in and say that the next episode would air a week later on the next Saturday. But not only does the show skip 6 weeks after this, but now we are in the dreaded year of 2008. Finally, my wheelhouse for some reason. I think I was just really locked into TV in 1st grade. January 19th, 2008, airing the new episode at 10 a.m., by the way. What makes this even worse, at least to me, is that later that night, there was actually a new iCarly episode that was in that coveted 8 p.m. slot. You could have aired these back to back. Remember when they hung out at the Kids' Choice Awards? They're good friends. Back at the Barnyard and iCarly sort of have a tenuous rivals, but also friends, frenemies, enemies to lovers. It's complicated. Only 6 episodes in, and this show is already in deep trouble. The Barnyard Games are exactly as they sound. Nice to see the rest of the Barnyard show up to the games. We've been severely missing them. Otis, Abby, Pig, Joe Biden, and Peck, who competes on behalf of Freddy.
Peck, no. What about your softness? Please? I am not accident prone. I swear, I really don't know how these silly rumors get started.
I literally do not care about anyone else anymore. Somebody draw them kissing and send it to me. Send it to my house. I don't care. This is a rare music montage with dialogue, and I just remembered that that's not what I'm supposed to be counting. Girl character beats male protagonist and his ego is bruised. We've seen it all before, but I will say this is the first episode where Abby really proves her worth. Before she blended into the background and kind of had to be the voice of reason, the morally upright one, but she's actually really funny this time, and she will slowly devolve into the best part of the show. But we aren't there yet. Does this count as another montage? It's an entirely different song. Fuck it, no one's watching this. I'm the only one here. I'm talking to myself right now. This episode truly is proof that nobody is genetically predisposed to being better at competition. Wait until J.K. Rowling learns about Otis's udder and what that means. Oh wait, never mind. I forgot who voices Abby. I've lost the plot. The Barnyard Games devolve into a battle of the sexes as Bessie and Otis both gather his and Abby's fatal weaknesses. Peck is also there. I think I watched a cartoon like this once. Can I just say, I recently rewatched the Total Drama Island alternate ending, and while I think Owen's win makes more sense for the show, Gwen's story is far more conclusive in her win. What show was I watching? This episode's gonna have a lot of tangents. Did I just call this video an episode? Abby and Otis almost plummet to their deaths, and their competitiveness in the end gets Peck the win. And sure, the cows have their own thing going on, but do Freddy and Peck, do they share a room? Is that what I'm seeing? Do they know it's legal now? I guess it wasn't in 2008. War of Pranks is another war of pranks. Otis attempts to trick Bessie into believing aliens are going to come and get her several times, to no avail. After watching the entire show, this is actually very elaborate foreshadowing. I know she's the no-nonsense one, but how is this out of the realm of believability? You've genuinely met a creature from space. Lest we forget the space chimp. I'm already growing tired and we're only a drop in the bucket. The episode ends in a Hollywood humiliation ritual where the less partyish animals manage to trick Pip and Otis, which is honestly sort of cool. Yeah, man, you tricked these two into believing they're lost in space after they just got lost in space for real like a month ago. This is the equivalent of shooting off fireworks around veterans, and yet, after having one new episode air in January for some reason, we now move back to weekly new episode premieres back-to-back starting February 2nd, 2008. And even though now we have a more regular schedule, Back at the Barnyard still airs in the morning at 10 a.m. while new episodes of live-action sitcoms air at 8 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. iCarly and the Naked Brothers Band. I did not name them. And quit looking at me with that fucking face on your face. Back to the grind. Yard. Lights, camera, moo. It's my favorite episode of SpongeBob. The denizens of the Barnyard are holding a movie night, but the movie they land on is a mandatory safety film. There's not a whole lot to sink my teeth into for this episode so far, but I do really like that their safety video is like from World War II. It's like a PSA about ducking and covering. In a turn of events, this results in the destruction of the film camera at Otis's hand. I always love in shows like this when the movie night consists of them playing actual film reels on an old projector. Has anyone ever actually done this? Have you ever gone to a movie night where they put a film reel in this shit seems rad. In recompense, Otis vows to make a better mandatory safety film, which is the plot of this episode. I really don't want to be one of those guys who makes videos about shows where they just describe the plots of episodes, and you'll notice in the script I repeat that a lot because I am spiraling. I assure you this is not a retrospective at all. I am simply passing the time. They need the entire yard to film this project, but the farmer is ruining all their shots, so they do what they do best. Gaslight the farmer until he leaves. I think he's actually spent more time off the barnyard than on the barnyard in this show. We see another very direct Star Wars reference. No wonder I love this show. Maybe loved is a little bit too strong. I, at the very least, if I'm looking for a purpose to be doing this, want to know what I saw in it back in the day and why so many hated it. This filming day consists of Otis launching practical asteroid effects at his cast, like a true auteur.
Actors aren't set for the big predator awareness thing. Whoa!
Is this old dude the Predator? Speaking of predators, the young kid with the baseball cap and his sister location with pigtails are chased around by an evil animatronic designed to— wait a minute, I've heard this before. Do you think Pig finds the term pigtails offensive? Aww. They're eating together. And then, after a few measly dangerous stunts, the greedy actors decide to go on strike? You guys truly don't understand real art. Otis is gonna replace them with AI. But like any true dedicated director, Otis is blinded by his hubris and uses a big fan to create a twister, like hit film Star Wars. You see, it's like poetry, sort of like rhyme. Which is actually the plot of this episode. The conflict begins with Otis breaking the camera and is resolved by him tossing the new one into a big fan, thus breaking another camera. And a big fan. And in the end, he becomes a crash test dummy for the real safety film. And he's enjoying himself. And that's all well and good. But where do you guys keep getting these? You just had 3 film-level cameras on standby in the barnyard. What's the farmer doing with all the— actually, I don't want to know. Animal Farm. You're on thin fucking ice.
Completely relaxed. Oh, that's awkward.
That ain't good.
That's really awkward.
Now, let's...
I hate to keep beating a dead cow disease here, but Abby acts as the fish out of water character here, asking questions about the country music star that everyone else seems fully acquainted with. And that makes sense. That's her character's purpose. I get that. And I know this is a really dumb show to care about the lore, but if she's supposed to be new here, how come we never hear about it? She's the only new character from stage to screen, and her origins are a mystery. It's gonna sound like a really strange note, but I'm starting to really love the rhythm of this show. Something I did not remember from my childhood, but I'm immensely aware of now and enamored by, is how musical this show is. And I don't mean that characters break out into musical numbers, if only, but they all hum to themselves. Most bits have a little jingle. I have to believe that this show was scored after the recording sessions, because somehow their chants and songs line up perfectly with the backing track, normally just reserved for distracting staging background noise. Above all else, regardless of how the show is going currently, I can say at the very least that Guy Moon does not miss with his productions. Not only are there small little instances of singing in this one, but also a music montage and a music number. I say regardless of quality, when this episode is actually quite funny. I'm sure you've seen it, even if you believe you haven't seen it. It's the one where Otis gets stuck in the milking machine. Keep that on the clipboard. And I thought this episode also featured that one clip of Pig exploding internally and getting really inflated, but apparently that's not this episode. Like, I saw that clip years ago on TikTok. That's a different episode? He does this twice?
Those aren't pepper shakers. That's dynamite. We can still sell them. Who's gonna know? Yeah, they taste pretty good. Would you quit playing with them? Sorry, just leave them alone.
How does it not make perfect sense for this episode? Maybe I'm really kid-brained, but I giggled legitimately every time there's an explosion, because the sound effects are so much louder than everything else. By the way, the reason they're being animal farmers this episode is because Otis actually blew up the farmer by meddling with his tractor in an attempt to get him off their back. But like, you could easily trick this guy. And have. You've done it nearly every episode, most recently, like 5 minutes ago. Why do we even bother with the pretense of needing this guy off your tail? Speaking of bothering with pretense, I've elected to lift the embargo, limiting myself to 1 clip per episode. For this episode only, and all future episodes I also give up on.
What about Pig? He ate all the corn.
It wouldn't have mattered if you and Bessie had given more milk.
I blame Freddy. I blame the liberal media.
Please. A lot like poetry, the episode is brought full circle. It rhymes, as Otis, the man with the plan, as always, causes an explosion so major that the country music star from the opening... I don't know why I expected this guy to be an animal. Like, of course he isn't. He's in the area filming a music video, and the news has gotten a hold of him. All as well as Otis saves the farm by dressing like the farmer. With JRPG hair? This is why I need a separate counter for costumes. I'm not gonna do a counter for music videos because this does not count. Wow, what a surprisingly funny and rhythmic episode. I hope the next episode can keep that momentum up. I hope at the very least the next episode doesn't make me go on a completely unrelated tangent. Yeah, there's a couple months gap between episodes airing, again, and it airs at 10 a.m. while new iCarly airs at 8 p.m. We've heard this all before. Up on its porcelain throne, as the barnyard peasants must stay on the ground. But Raging Cow is back at the Barnyard state-mandated wrestling episode. And it is... upsetting. I've talked about this topic very briefly before, but for whatever reason, the dreaded wrestling episode is actually an incredibly common trope for most cartoons. The good ones encapsulate not only the spirit of wrestling, but also the culture of wrestling. And the worst ones fall into 3 or so tropes. Getting the rules confused with boxing, believing it is all lucha libre, and of course, everyone's favorite, treating the fakeness of it like it is a betrayal, a ruse. All of which are very present in this episode. On top of Otis's wrestling name being the Milk Machine. I told you to put a pin in it, but I told you to put a pin in a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Maybe I'm the one being a bitch here and it doesn't actually matter, but this shit means something to me, man. It's still real to me, damn it. I have to add my expertise somewhere in this video. Otherwise, what's the point? It's not like I'm making an entirely unrelated ranking. So normally this is a classic misdirect. This would be the point where I reveal my cartoon wrestling episode ranking. But it's not that simple. I believe that these episodes work more on a spectrum than any sort of arbitrary ranking. And above all else, it's less of a left and right spectrum and more of a complex political compass. It ranges from captured it really well to doesn't understand it at all, and then the top and bottom are really doesn't care, just for funny, and Lucha Libre. I want to say real quick, I'm making it seem like Lucha Libre is somehow lesser than my personal view of wrestling, which is not the case. It is more culturally relevant and has a much deeper and richer history than wrestling in the States does. It's just an entirely different ball game that a lot of cartoons seem to kind of lump in with American wrestling. Down here is where you get the Victor and Valentino episode that is honestly mostly set in the underworld, but still. I suppose by that metric you could also include the El Tigre episode with multiple different endings. And you would think you could then include the entirety of Mucha Lucha, but honestly that show is a lot closer to doesn't get it at all or doesn't really care because it's not really about that life. Tigre might actually be closer to doesn't care because ultimately it isn't really a wrestling episode. They're just fighting in a ring with wrestling adjacent moves. Okay, so we have all the Mexican shows in this category. And also We Bare Bears for some reason. And I think Primos, sorry, that is improper wording. I did not mean to imply that Primos is not a Mexican show. I know people feel very strongly about this topic. Sure, why not? Honorary. And then up here, of course, we have Don't Really Care, just for funny. This is where you get your Krusty Crushers and your The History of Wrestling. The SpongeBob episode does fall into pitfalls of getting it confused with boxing again, but ultimately it doesn't have anything to say about wrestling beyond, this is fun. I love my friends. Whereas the Uncle Grandpa episode, although this one actually features the voice talents of many, a professional wrestler, does nothing but make fun of wrestling the entire time. But one, it's dumb, very dumb, and two, it's Uncle Grandpa. I'm gonna stand here and get mad that Uncle Grandpa made fun of something I like. That's like its entire bag. He could kick my ass for real. Several resources I use to narrow down what counts as a wrestling episode, at least in my opinion, and what doesn't, referenced Milo Murphy's Law episode, but I don't think that's right. Speaking of real, the bad ones. Episodes that go in the bad either have barely a passing knowledge of the medium and why people enjoy it, Stinkin' Johnny, or are incredible takedowns of the show that is actually fake. Did you guys know it's fake? Have you heard this? They're not telling you this, but did you know it's fake? I don't know why Teen Titans Go goes with this approach. Like revealing that it's fake. Oh, they tricked you, they lied to you. Probably because this is season 3 and their target demographics are babies trying not to shit their diaper and reviewers on the internet who are mad about it also trying not to shit their diaper. Like if the episode just featured the Titans beating up wrestlers and being like, ha, these guys are lame, we got them, we own them, that'd be one thing. But no, the episode is just Cyborg crossing his arms and being like, huh, I like real wrestling. Wait a minute, did I just say real wrestling? I had a lot more to say about this, but I have given myself a professional limit for how much I am allowed to complain about Teen Titans Go in big 2025. Really, real wrestling is probably like somewhere in the middle between these two. It's at the very least the best episode of these three. I mean, it's from the best show. And yeah, it doesn't really get wrestling, but it tries. Mordecai and Rigby are fans. It just takes the same direction of this isn't real wrestling, I'll show you real wrestling, gets run over by a car. I just have a personal vendetta against it because I saw it as a kid at the height of my wrestling obsession, and even as a kid it really upset me. You may think this is stupid and doesn't matter and it's a weird thing to care about, but imagine if they made a regular show episode where Mordecai and Rigby are like playing video games. They're like, man, we love video games. And then Pops comes in and it's like, actually, video games rot your brain. And then the episode agreed with him. And obviously Raging Cow is on that side of the compass. I didn't actually think about how this would work as a spectrum. I just pushed everything I don't like into the far right, which is something I actually don't like. But move Johnny and Regular a little closer to the right, even though they don't get it, because at the very least they like wrestling. So now we get to the good, the outright good, the episodes that celebrate professional wrestling while also understanding the intricacies. They all understand that it's staged for the most part, but treat it more as a production of a show than any sort of deceitfulness. Tiger Millionaire, Rumble at Ragnarok, and Tracker all share one thing in common. The protagonist, who cares a lot about helping people or wanting everyone to like them and be friends with them, has to act as the heel and lean more and learn how to fall into those more villainish tendencies. Steven goes way too far and disrespects a fan. By the way, this is probably biased because I like when people show interest in my interests, but I think it's really cute that Lars is obsessed with wrestling and Sadie is just happy that he's happy, like to be there with him. That truly is the dream. Dewey learns to embrace his inner heel in joining Scrooge in the age-old tradition, and they bond over it. And the Royal Crackers episode is the best out of all of these. Sorry. I don't care if I'm a broken record, I'll keep repeating it until the record works. Watch Royal Crackers. This episode features a bombshell that rocks our characters to the core right before the big finale. All of Invincible Fight Girl goes in top left. It's like American wrestling anime. You should watch it after you watch Royal Crackers, of course. And by the way, behind the scenes as I'm working on this video, I really thought I would get this out in March, but another project has taken over the March slot, even though I talked about this being like, oh man, it's spring, it's finally spring now, guys. That's the big thing, it's March. We talk about Nickelodeon, it's spring. And this being a video that comes out in April didn't really make a lot of sense, but if I shoehorn wrestling in it, then it does. Just pretend this was all intentional. It's also technically still spring, as far as I'm concerned. Whew, sorry. I really needed to get that out. It's like the musical episodes. I will update this compass, this chart, as I see fit whenever I encounter a new wrestling episode. I don't know how often that will happen, though. Where was I?
You amateurs care to try out my new Steel Cage Pain Palace?
The Great Sheep Escape is the next episode of Back at the Barnyard. Duke Sheep Escape, oh, like the title, while he gets scammed out of an unknowable currency. And he is not taking it well.
I gotta snap him out of this. Duke's family, I mean, he's like the crazy uncle we never had.
Right. I never had a crazy uncle.
Mr. Bunny has betrayed me. We'll have to close the beaches. You can't close the beaches. We're a summer town. Get these turtles out of my head, please. And Lindy, stop. Yes, do. Stop.
And Otis, once again wrought with guilt by something that is his fault, decides to help Duke find them. Not enough to stop him from getting beat within an inch of his life, but this is progress. Back at... never mind. The other party animals pretend to be the sheep to trick the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Oh man, it's this character again? It's my least favorite disguise. Why is the hair that? The sheep escape on a bike and very nearly pull off the iconic bike slide, but unfortunately we're looking at it all wrong. Duke is distraught once again because he is a loser. All leading up to the dramatic train chase we were promised by the title card. In the end, Otis is clothed in deceit again, allowing Duke to get his confidence back in fake capturing the sheep after making a deal with them.
Come on, guys. I've already cooked you an authentic New Zealand banquet and dressed up in these stupid native clothes.
All right, never mind. Take this off my screen. Back at the show is a mixed bag. At least in season 1, every now and then we stumble across an episode that really speaks to me. And then we get to an episode that's like mostly slapstick in a show that's really not built to handle it. It's like whenever they try and be more cartoony in the Sonic the Hedgehog live action movies, but they're still in live action, there's only so much you can do in that framework. Would you believe me if I told you the next batch of episodes aired an entire month later on Saturday yet again, and again being bitched out by iCarly? The big Barnyard broadcast stars another victim of our party animals. Tucker Carlson. Oh no. While the Animal Farm fight over teenage euthanasia's TV remote on the outside, they just do not hide from her at all, or anyone for that matter. They're standing and talking to her in English. She finally puts her foot down and films them on tape. She finally has proof. If you uploaded this to YouTube in 2008 in like 240p, it would be on childhood trauma icebergs in the year of our Lord 2020. So she calls up the mustached news guy, and their plan is to physically go to her house, point the news camera live at her tube TV, and play the tape. So she didn't send in the tape? They just drove all the way down here because she called in and they took her word for it? Is this news? Lest they be exposed, the Barnyard has to stop this broadcast by any means necessary. Otis, the man in charge, has a plan. They're going to dress up in disguises. It can't fail. Historically, it hasn't. Once. The B team interferes with the broadcast and instead airs their own Freddy and Peck show. I wish this was the show we were watching. Teenage Euthanasia also refers to the ferret and chicken as best friends, and when fucker Carlson snaps, he refers to them as roommates.
I'm gonna God, they were roommates.
Time to bring out the big guns, to which the team refers to as the Master of Disguise. Oh, but they dump that bit immediately. Any excuse to get all dressed up, it's going on the counter. But then Otis enters this improv scene as his own newscaster character, and fucker acts as though they've met before. He says, "I won't let you steal my story again." Do you know this man?
This just in! I'm in horrible pain!
In the end, they accidentally air Euthanasia's dance recital set to a very clear ripoff of What Is Love? Like, at parts, it sounds almost exactly the same. The Barnyard have collectively broken another person. It's spreading. Soon enough, they'll all make a support group. But he's going to the loony bin, where he belongs. I am not crazy. I know they made the green M&M less sexy. I just can't prove it. I'm coming around on it a little bit. But honestly, I like the dumb non sequiturs in this episode way more than the actual episode. Dead Cow Walking is a story of Otis overhearing the farm veterinarian saying the steer won't last a week after getting a rectal exam, I think. He decides now is the time to do everything he's ever wanted to do. Everything on his bucket list.
Bucket list.
Which way is the fucking list?
And I was all on board with this. Sure, why not engage in egregious hedonistic ventures? But the top of the list is kissing a human woman, which is bad enough for the top of the list, but then he settles for the woman he psychologically tortures. And if that wasn't bad enough, he imagines her with smaller ass and thighs. That's the worst part. What is your fucking problem? I can't relate to this protagonist anymore. He deserves to die. We see a short montage of Otis filling out his list interspersed with the rest of the Barnyard in a mourning period. But it's a very short montage. If I were still counting these, I would count it as 0.5, but again, I am not. I probably should have removed all these from the script. He does everything he's ever wanted to do. Paint, win a gold medal, completely expose animals as walking, talking bipeds on television. And then he goes to the moon. And I'm gonna be real, if I almost died in space, believed I died in space twice, I would never fucking go back there.
Dude, we forgot to go to work today! Dude, we got fired a week ago! Awesome!
We're entering a new era, a new arc, if you will, for the most important characters. The Barnyard is pretending to be doing fine without Otis's leadership to help him move on. But in this version, is Otis even the leader? Like, the movie ends with him taking on the responsibility, and I know we've all dropped all pretense of this show having any connection to that film, but it really diminishes the film's art. But who cares? Pip learns that only a week left was a big misunderstanding and attempts to stop Otis from jumping a ravine on a bike. He does not stop him. I love how simultaneously bland these settings are. While in a rarity for these early 3D animated shows, the characters have so many different designs. I think almost every episode has featured a new elaborate costume, including this one. Otis ends up in a full body cast, but he is not dead. Speaking of refusing to die, no matter what Nickelodeon does to try and undercut this show, the machine keeps moving. It's commendable, because not only does this episode air 2 weeks later instead of 1, because it airs this day, if the schedule is to be believed, at 10:07 a.m., which is strange, right? But also, this is the night, March 28th, 2008, where they air the annual Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, the 2008 production. They have a whole new episode of the show, and instead of airing it immediately following the event, like they did all the other previous years with new episodes or new premieres, they push it back as far as they can to a time nobody remembers. And by the way, in place of this potential new premiere after the Kids' Choice Awards, a new Dance on Sunset. And ultimately, that's why I decided to do this video. Yeah, let's say that, why not? Otis Season is another costumed adventure, but this time around, about the dangers of costumes. It's Moose Appreciation Week, and Otis and Pip won a piece of this. In comparatively pretty bad costumes. Like, if this was any other show, I'd let it pass, but we've seen you guys in elaborate suits and believable overalls. This is so weak. The first of their many mistakes in entering a bar to reap rewards from the angry bikers, before getting spooked and escaping on a hog. Like a motorcycle, not, you know what I mean. Do you think Pig finds that term offensive? Evidently, it's actually moose hunting season now, and not Moose Appreciation Week. Oh boy. But at this point, they can't get the antlers off. I had a nightmare exactly like this once. And now, It's this fucking kid. I don't know why I deluded myself into believing he wouldn't be coming back. I mean, of course, he was in all the commercials. He's in the intro. But is he hunting them with a gun? Or is he just trying to prank them? I gotta say, this is a pretty lax punishment in the grand scheme. This could be way worse. The bikers were going to shoot you with a gun.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
They said it's moose season. They're being hunted by mean kids and can't get the horns off. I took gibberish in high school.
This entire time, Otis and Pip are learning a valuable lesson that I can't quite place. There's a concurrent subplot of Freddy and Peck making carpentry together. It's cute. I like them. And within this, Abby makes a fake Trojan moose to scare Snotty Kid into getting hit by a car. Episode over. Oh boy, I hope the episode paired with this one isn't the exact opposite. Otis's night out is about how costumes rule, actually. Fuck you! Otis gets caught by the cool Jersey cows from the Barnyard movie in his iconic bunny suit. I didn't think these guys were gonna come back. Otis used to be cool. He didn't used to hang out with these loser animals. He used to pull pranks, go on joyrides. He used to have an entire character arc. This gets to Otis. Not that last part, of course. His kid is still missing. He wants to impress the bad cows to prove he isn't a loser who dresses up in costumes, which leads us to another montage of the cows continuing to prank humans. You know, I found the one thing he's gotten worse at. I think it's his active cover.
Guys.
Okay, big guy, step into the light where I can see you.
Sure, officer.
You gotta stop doing that, dude. Otis gets thrown in a human jail as a cow, and still, no one notices. Maybe they don't need costumes after all. Unrelated to our point, but Otis, and by extension his VA, perform a very, very short, jokey song, but a song nevertheless, and it sounds great. Let him sing more. Make the show about this. It's time we bring our story, our point, full circle. Otis got dragged into this in the first place due to the embarrassment he felt in his iconic bunny costume. He wears it every episode, proving his worth by acting out and abandoning his friends. But in the end, it's his loser friends that rescue him from prison. And after a high-speed chase, it's Freddy and Peck's character work, their acting, their role play, their improv that gets everyone away scot-free. The moral of the story is, costumes and voices are awesome. We're gonna keep doing them. We're gonna stop worrying about the animal aspects of our lives. This show is never getting canceled. I guess that's ultimately why I decided to do this. This was completely coincidental. I didn't even know I was gonna talk about cows today. I just wear this every Wednesday. 2 weeks later, April 12th, 2008. Again at 10 a.m. Glad they got rid of the 7 at least. And then a new Naked Brothers airs at 8:30 p.m. later that night. There's a new Naked Brother? What's his name? Big Top Barnyard. The circus is in town, which means we get another lore nugget into Abby's horrifying past. I guess the upside of her being new to the Barnyard is she can randomly have expertise of any given topic at any given moment. It goes about as well as you would think.
Oh no, I smushed the circus.
Otis throws together a new disguise and... Otis, don't do that. Please don't. Otis, I know what you're thinking. Don't do the voice, Otis. Otis, please! Well, it happened again. The party animals have to do a circus now. Not much different from how things normally are around here. They believe this is the perfect opportunity for Abby to do the routine she always used to do as a kid. But it's here we learn of her tragic backstory. One of many. The long and short of it is she let a dude fall to his death while doing the trick. Well, he didn't die. He just got serious brain damage. But Otis trusts her, so he vows to do the trick with her. It's perfect. If he's dropped on his head, it's not like he can get any worse. Are we doing the romantic tension thing with these two again? I thought we dropped this. I thought I was believing things. This isn't even my favorite ship in this show. Freddy swallows Peck. There we go. The upside is we get new outfits on everyone. Of course, they love a quick change. I'm glad we have this new design counter. It's only gonna count when the costumes happen in the story. Flashbacks and memories don't count. The show sucks. Not this show that I'm currently watching, but the circus show. Well, aside from the world's tiniest man, how do any of them see this? He's actually real world tiny, and even the front row is feet away. I hate to sideline this video with another tangent, but wait a minute. No, I don't. You may know that Rareware characters Banjo and Conker appeared in Diddy Kong Racing as playable characters before the release of their own games. And this is the version of Conker they were working on before they shifted gears and made it more mature rated. And you may possibly know that Timber the Tiger was originally planned to be the protagonist. But did you also know that Pipsy the mouse that pilots the plane, was also slated for her own game? Sort of. Her design was vastly changed from the original Astro Mouse design. There's children's books with the same character. This isn't important, but I found it out recently, and if I didn't write it down and say it out loud, I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget anyway, but at least now it's on tape. Abby keeps a printed image of her partner falling to his death, to punish herself, I presume. Wrought with guilt, at the last minute she refused to perform the stunt, but at the last minute going back on her word to go and save Otis and Pig from falling to their deaths, or subsequent brain damages. She's overcome her fear, at least for this time, to hold her friends up one final time, closing the book on a full Abby episode.
Oh, Britta's in this?
You get one. We do one. I'm still pulling back on the community clips because of the Peacock paywall. Also, I was running out of reasons to put it in videos. Pygmalion is a pig episode. Let's go! The party animals are watching TV in Teenage Euthanasia's house. It's broad daylight, so I have to assume she just isn't allowed to live here anymore, and her husband is mysteriously gone missing. And they catch a program about royal pigs who live the good life, all because of their royal bloodline marked by a specific birthmark. It's here we learn that Pig, as in our pig,
I have Asmark too.
Barnyard gang have to turn Pig, our pig, into a true gentleman in only a mere couple days to fit with the bloodline royals, getting a ticket to the good life. By the way, at no point is this birthmark shown to be an accident in this episode or a fluke. Pig didn't get it by sitting on something or drawing it on. He legitimately has this birthmark. He is by blood royalty. This is not a mistake, which raises even more questions. Keep that clipboard on my screen. And I know I'm spinning my wheels referencing montages when I don't even have a counter, but the reason I bring this up is because this whole montage is tied around them trying to make Pig do fancy things, but then he does something uncouth. That's the bit they're going for. But one of these examples of uncouthness is Pig eating a snail. And I won't have it. Rich people eat those shits all the time. The name is French. It has to be fancy. New costume alert. New character unlocked. Here comes a new challenger. The second half of this never-ending excursion is the royal pig staying at the barnyard for 12 hours. And these two royal pigs, and I know it's because of the same voice cast, you don't need to tell me, but they remind me so much of these Thumb movies. Like, these two sound as though they leaped right out of Franken Thumb. Have you guys ever seen those O Entertainment Thumb movies? Would you like to? Pig proves his snottiness by playing croquet and whipping Duke, which honestly, fair response. Speaking of deserving punishment.
Terribly sorry. I'll spit on it immediately.
Is this still funny? Was it ever? Pig, in the end, wins the right to live in a castle, being waited on hand and foot by being a right dickhead. Like real royalty. But the catch is, non-royals are not allowed. They should have expected this. And Otis takes this surprisingly well, considering it was all his idea, and also he's Otis from back at the barnyard. And they all want what's best for Pig. But in the end, a huge burp knocks out the humans so they can talk openly as pigs. Tells the Thumb Wars off by letting them know he'd much rather live his life with people he loves, his found family he wouldn't want to be without the barnyard. Oh, that's so sweet. Anyway, you know the drill by now. 2 weeks later, April 26, 2008, airing at 10 a.m. while New iCarly airs at 8 p.m. But this time, this day, the new episode of Back at the Barnyard was actually followed up with the premiere of The Mighty Bee. People use the term brother and sister show normally to bring up examples of shows that share the same development team, whether it be cartoonists or writers or anyone that worked on it, but really, there's not a lot of similarities between the crew of The Mighty Bee and Back at the Barnyard, so instead of calling them brother and sister shows, although they do share a lot of similarities and came out around the same time, although Back at the Barnyard was a little bit older, I would like to today coin the term cousin shows. Because they're close and have a nice, tightly knit bond, but they're not that close, you know? You see them on holidays. And it's here now that I realize I should have talked about that show. At least I wouldn't have to wear this. A Barn Day's Night begins with the regular talent show that they seem to have all the time. I haven't been mentioning it because I thought it wouldn't come up again, but we've seen this a number of times by now. We're only a handful of episodes in. And finally, after waiting all this time in the filth, the gang writes a song together. That's what I've been waiting for. The bowl cuts lead me to believe this is a Beatles parody, but the number of band members lead me to believe this might be closer to the Monkees or the Turtles. On top of that, maybe it's the rigid movements or the song choice or the fact that they are bipedal animals, but I'm also getting animatronic band vibes. Like I could see this playing in a Chuck E. Cheese. By the way, if it needed to be said, new costumes on the board for all of them. And overnight, their new song is posted to the vague internet, but they do use the term 3 million hits. It's a realistic number for a viral video. So do other human fans think they're furry costumes, or do they see them as misshapen humans like most? I wish there was a band equivalent to the gorillas that just were animatronic animals. And we see another montage set to a chase. Yeah, I don't care. And I suppose I never bothered to ask this before since this began with licensed music and Stoked. Does this count as an original song? Like on the off chance we wanted to count this as a musical, does the song need to be sung by the cast? That surely didn't matter for the live action Lion King, if you want to call it that. Follow-up question, if they don't want to be chased, why don't they just take the costumes off? The fans don't care about the normal animals, and they're not glued on like the moose antlers. Very quickly, we see how fame has changed them. Most of them become divas, Freddy changes his name to this logo, and Otis becomes British. All signs of evil. Speaking of, a second Otis costume? In one episode? What's the wardrobe budget for this show? But Peck is the only one who remains grounded, which is why when they play after making him kick rocks, they learn that he was the glue that held them together. Or they're just bad now. They performed a song one time. In a last-ditch effort, they go to find Peck, who's playing on the street with the Super Pizza Brothers who lost their jobs, and presumably are homeless now. And then the ambulance takes them away, which they surely cannot afford. It's trying times. I have way more questions about that, but the episode ends as the band breaks up and we return to the status quo. But not for the Pizza Brothers, they're still in the hospital. Womp womp. Even in the fake ending, Freddy and Peck are together. Speaking of which, Meet the Ferrets is an episode filled to the brim with queer subtext. Freddy the Ferret receives a letter from his estranged family he hasn't spoken to in 12 years, and seems really shaken by it. The rest of the Barnyard! It seems really unfitting to do it for this episode. They don't accept this and make plans behind his back. It's here where we see the 1 week later title card that I pinpointed in a previous episode. And this, for me, I know I said for the general public it was the Pig segments earlier, Pig's Mailroom, but this, the 1 week later transition, is for me personally the longest lasting legacy of this show, because I know for a fact that I stole this joke as a kid. Same title card, same jingles, same phrasing. For a sketch I made with my friends and sisters when I was like 8. It was technically the first video of me ever posted to YouTube, I think. Well, I hope there aren't videos of Kid Me that I'm just not aware of, taken from like the bushes or something. This got dark. But the video's not up anymore, so you can't find it, and that doesn't matter at all. I know every now and then I have insane lore and footage to back it up, but even that is too old for the archive. I mean, that's the purpose of this video, is it not? It's just nostalgia. It's a dude at the end of his life looking back on a show he remembers liking to see if it holds up. But this episode is a much different league. Otis has invited Freddy's parents to a surprise party, completely blindsiding him on what was supposed to be a celebration. Freddy refers to the disagreement he and his parents fundamentally have as sick and wrong. And when the parents show up, Freddy's dad, who everyone refers to as father, even the man's wife, says, "We're chicken men." Oh, I'm sure. Does everyone call him father? But then his parents come across Freddy and Peck's stall, confirming that they do in fact live together. And I don't care about the limit anymore. Again, I know I didn't care about it before either. I need to show you these.
Growing from all the sweet, delicious chickens we eat.
Peck's a rooster.
Eater, rooster eater, just like me.
Oh, I'm sure.
It seems so nice. Yeah, when they're not gorging on anything with gizzards and a beak. That's why I never told them about Peck.
Mr. and Mrs. Ferret. Hi. No need to tell us.
You're that special chicken Freddy told us about.
Why is the Barnyard show that even the team stops caring about at some point? Why is it grabbing me, pulling out my heartstrings? Then they play out a whole coming out scene, and it goes, for a kid's cartoon, not how you would think. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. His parents are still very much ashamed. Not that they should be, but this seems far more realistic. Which is, unfortunately or not, a pretty realistic outcome. My God, these bitches gay. Good for them. I need to raise the spirits because that was really sad. Yet again, another 2 weeks later, but still Saturday, May 10th, 2008. I'm just gonna give you the rundown of the entire day's premiere schedule because it's a lot more than previous. New BATB at 10 a.m., followed up by a new Mighty B at 10:30, new iCarly at 8 p.m., new Naked Brothers at 8:30, all ending with a new Dance on Sunset at 9 p.m., showing every scheduled show we've brought up so far, except for SpongeBob, but I'm not really concerned. I'm sure he will be back. I'm sure the sponge is fine. It's not going anywhere. It's because I keep covering this era of television on Nickelodeon, but I still have never seen Dance on Sunset, and this is the second time it's come up. A Tale of Two Snotties. Fuck. Oh, look, the family's back. Guess the animals just co-lease the place whenever it's empty. The Snotty Boy, the nephew of the couple that hates each other, is visiting them for a week. And spends all his time shooting his iconic slingshot at the animals. All he needs is a baseball bat, which is fair. I mean, they did almost kill him, which of course leads to the animals almost killing him again. Good job, everyone.
You know what animal control does with dangerous animals.
You can't trick me. I know what you are. That's a complaint that only could come from millennial musical theater fans. I know who works on this show. So the plan is, and get this, to get Pig to dress up as the boy to fool his aunt and uncle into believing he is alive for presumably ever. But Pig initially protests this, saying, "I'm not dressing up as him, it never works," which historically could not be more wrong. Similarly, I know there's no continuity in the show, but the fact that we just saw Pig give up a life of luxury with those snooty royals from the Thumb movies and decided to stay with his friends at the Barnyard, and now he just has to live with the woman they've tortured for years probably, and the party animals just go back to partying. I'm just noticing things is all. But oh no, our forever party is ruined by the kid we thought had died and we killed. Now he's just got amnesia. And what they do next, I simply do not understand. They don't want to deal with this kid they amnesia'd, so they send him back to his aunt's house, even though they know that Pig is staying there, pretending to be him. Because they sent him there to be him. I'm starting to think they're trying to get rid of this Pig guy on purpose. But this is an important piece of world building. The kid's own aunt does not recognize him because he isn't dressed like how he normally is. My research may conclude that sight in this universe is based on clothes more than physical appearance of their appearance, which is why the costumes tend to work on most humans. But over the span of this episode, we see Pig in costume enjoying the human life and the simple things, being pampered, being cared for. As the Snotty Boy, he even bonds with the uncle who normally hates him and hates everyone around him. In his defense, everyone around him normally sucks. And the animals are upset that Pig turned the kid away. Hey man, not only did you make him do this, but you cost him a chance at the good life before. Just let him have this one time. The reset Snotty Kid is a blank slate that they can meld into a proper young gentleman. And they've done it before. So much so that he sings them an original song. Oh, but now we gotta make him bad again? Like any toxic household, they attempt to teach the child the wrong lessons that will fundamentally change his worldview by all being very verbally abusive to each other. But in the end, it's given the kid even more head trauma that sets him back to normal. Hooray! Marching back to the family household, Snotty and Pig have an annoying off to prove who's the real Snotty Kid. And in the end, Pig accidentally shows his hand by jumping in to save his uncle, something the real kid would never do. And this moment, the moment the man has to part with the nicest version of his nephew, it's genuinely sad and simultaneously touching. Well, anyway, time to move on to the next episode. Hopefully we won't have to deal with this kid again. Snotty's new pet is, I can't keep reacting to these like this. Speaking of, again, another talent show. How does the farmer not hear this ever? They also mentioned at some point that they're preparing a mosh pit. So how does the entire neighborhood not hear this? or smell it. Pip, who we haven't focused on in a while, goes on his nightly jaunt through traps on the hunt for cheese. Evil back at the barnyard be like Indiana Jones reference. I want to jump in this bit in the middle because now having actually finished the show as of filming this, the show actually makes way more allusions to Indiana Jones than it does Star Wars. I don't know what I was on this early into it. While Otis is distracted from the animal party and his new shiny phone, Pip is taken by the Snotty Boy, hence the title of the episode. Or the other part of the episode is the boy's snake, to which he names Stinky McStupidhead. And this is used as like a point to show how poorly he treats the animal. Like later he chooses not to feed it and humiliate it by putting it in a dress and calling it a girly snake. I'm sure this awakened something in someone. Oh fuck, I'm wearing the white and black dots. But like, that's about the quality of name I or you would give to a pet truly loved. Cat owners out there, or any pet really, you mean to tell me you've never affectionately referred to your animal as something along the lines of Stupid McStinky? Every cat I've ever loved in my life I've called a bastard man. That's what my wife calls me, eh? While Otis is distracted by the disco feature on his phone, Pip decides that the snake and he have to put their innate differences aside to escape their enclosure. To the computer!
He says give the phone to Abby.
Huh?
Oh! Otis, that kid's trying to feed him to a snake!
But the corruption of nature is far too much. We see these animals as anthropomorphic beings, but in the end, the call of the wild, their innate desires, what makes them beast, is far too powerful. Or something, I don't know. The snake betrays Pip, and they fight each other. Tom and Craig style. But when Snotty returns to punish his pathetic girly snake, I'm gonna stop. Pip decides to save him. He fucking electrocutes this kid. But he's been hit by a car and a cow by this point. You cannot keep this kid down. In the end, the snake refuses to eat Pip after spitting him out. We're assuming this means he's a good guy, but what if he just tastes like shit? But they put their natural innate differences aside, and if they can, maybe any animal can. Maybe they can coexist. But no, stupid McBastard fuckface decides to stay with the boy. He's not ready for the farm yet, but this experience has not left him unchanged. The snake has achieved a higher self-confidence. Whoa, it's the veterinarian from the previous episode. What a nice cameo. What was I saying? 2 weeks later, if you could believe it, May 24th, 2008. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. would show a new Back of the Barnyard, and then later in the night, a new Super Naked Brother Bros, and then at 9 p.m., a new Dance on Sunset. I still have no clue what it is. Home Sweet Hole. That's the name we're going with. You don't want to give it another shot? Otis ruined Pip's hole. Okay, so obviously what I mean. So Otis, out of necessity more than any friendliness, extends his room, his stable, to Pip. They can share it.
I accept.
Wow, you already packed the bag and everything.
I keep it handy in case anyone ever destroys my home.
Wow, you're a fast-thinking rat with a can-do attitude.
By the way, this is a lot of focus on Pip all of a sudden. He doesn't seem to fit. He clashes with Otis over sleeping habits, gets kicked out of Pig's pen for cleaning it, and Pip himself is turned off of the lovers roleplay. You're a loss. So this episode is the exact same as the bucket list one. Pip overhears the beginning of a conversation, which causes a misunderstanding that no one cares for him. But this time, the shoe is on the other foot, and now Otis has to bring Pip back to the barnyard. Those jokes don't really work if I stack them on top of each other. Either I can do the voice or I can say back at the barnyard, but I can't do both. He lives in a dollhouse at the end, but I'm sure the status quo will return after this episode. I don't care about that. What I do care about is the side plot where Pip becomes the Bee Queen's 105th husband, who will be bred and then killed, which Pip wants no part of. Your loss. Anyway, the other bees call him Big B, and then instantly took me back to the first time I saw this episode as a kid, and a 7-year-old Andrew Ultra thought, hey, that's what they call Ned, and Ned's declassified. It's a real nothing burger, and it doesn't really make any point at all, but if the purpose of this video is nostalgia and trying to just invoke my memories of that time, then it's worth bringing up. But honestly, in 2025, the less said about Ned's, the better. Speaking of shit that makes me uncomfortable about a show I used to love. Otis's Mom is a touching story about how Otis learns that Bessie's son was taken away from her when he was little. In a balloon. On a balloon? Because of a balloon? I had the luxury of being able to sit back and read all the comments when the other guy was just spewing shit. So I know better than to invoke the possibility of flying on a balloon into the sun. Never again. But this time the sun is spelled S-O-N. And Otis finds out that he too has the same tragic backstory, which is Like, very not true. His dad told a completely different story in the movie. I know the movie's not canon, but... Anyway, so Otis acts as Bessie's long-lost son.
Mom, I'm not a baby. Hey, that's not bad. Really interesting flavor. What is that?
It's just oatmeal. I made it with milk from my body.
Oh, food is my enemy.
I don't really want to watch this one anymore, if that's okay with you guys. And now Pip, his best friend, his former roommate, is now his dad. The father who stepped up. I know I've been making a lot of comparisons. I mean, that Tom and Craig joke was a little egregious, but this happens in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. This is like the plot of that show. I'm skipping this one for the greater good, but I did finish it, and I need to tell you about it. I just didn't have a lot to say, and I'm writing down all my thoughts. I am still sitting here, trying to gather what I just saw. The resolution to this episode is that Otis finds the newspaper he wrapped his childhood cowbell in, and it lists a different day, which means this same story of a cow kid flying away holding onto balloons happened multiple times. Does this happen every year? Like it's an event? And then we see Bessie's adult kid flying in the background. Into the sun. How old is Bessie? Anyway, now we're in the summer. June 7th, 2008. And a new Back at the Barnyard was followed up by a new episode of The Mighty Bee. And then nothing else. Okay, so in all fairness, Teen Nick, the block of programming, not the channel, I get that mixed up a lot, took over premieres for Saturday nights for the foreseeable future on Nickelodeon, which makes the H2O air dates very, very confusing. I know we got it wrong. I appreciate you telling me. What am I talking about? Club Otis is about Club Otis, an eyes wide shut-esque boys only fun club that the girls clock immediately and then infiltrate. Did I mention the spankings? Jail. Immediate jail. The way this plays out is very strange. I'm no Barnyard expert, but I have been watching this show every day for a while now, and it's been melding my brain, and I like to think I have a basic understanding of these characters. Not more than the writers on the show, but still. Otis is trying to impress Abby, and we know there might be something there. Maybe. It depends on what episode you're watching. We also get the little lore nugget that Abby grew up with 17 brothers. And that isn't out of character because we already know very little about Abby. But here it's Otis who wants to invite Abby into the club and the other boys who don't want her. You're telling me Pig and Peck don't want Abby around? Not you too, Pip. This is normally like an Otis move, no? Well, we at the very least get a plan that has Otis all over it, as they attempt to make the club look as boring as possible to keep the club full of testosterone. And I really like this part of the episode. It's funny. Unfortunately, I've locked in the 1 clip per episode rule that I haven't been abiding by every now and then. And the clip I used for this one isn't really funny. It just made my crow brain laugh. I have studied comedy. I have studied comedians. I have tried to get to the heart of absurdism and see what makes people tick and what makes people laugh and why they laugh at all. All of that being said, the funniest thing in the world to me that always sends me in the fit is that really loud video of that dude farting on his roommate's door. I don't know what's wrong with me. Abby susses out their plan, and then a day passes. But it's ever so slightly off. Like maybe this is sour grapes or nitpicks or sour picks or never mind. But I've been sitting at my monitor every day watching the show, and I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up. All that to say, the "One Night Later" title card is said differently. It's in a different font. This is different. What happened to the art I love? I don't like change. I'm marching down to the Paramount lot with a hashtag bring back the original Back at the Barnyard time change title card voice carved into my chest and probably around my back too, because that's a really long line. If we all sign this petition, we could bring it back.
No, you said that 2 years ago. 10 million strong against the new Facebook because they just made it MySpace.
Yeah, because it sucks.
Anyway, yes, 1 night later, now Abby has created her own club. With blackjack and hookers and a loft. And I do remember this episode. I remember it more later as something specific stood out to me. But for now, the way I remembered it in my brain, the little bit I remembered, is that she invites everyone except Otis to get revenge. But that's not what happens. She invites everyone, and Otis refuses, bringing us to the part of the episode I do remember.
The volcano!
I don't know how true this is. I could not find precise air dates for reruns. Maybe it's a false memory, but I feel like I remember it very vividly, is that the time I watched this episode, or at least the volcano sequence, I was at my friend's house in their game room by myself watching the episode on the big TV, and I was by myself because everyone else, like the 5 or 6 royal families that we all lived in the commune, were in the other room watching the Super Bowl, and I didn't care about that because the Super Bowl wasn't a cartoon. Ironically, now Nickelodeon does air the Super Bowl with cartoons on top of it. They gotta put Otis back. What am I saying? Also, big volcano. I'm on board. I'm fucking 7 at this point. So Otis releases an active volcano onto the barnyard, and now Otis and Abby must work together to plug up that burning hole. And now, the joke I saved for later. The one clip I have allowed myself this season 1 episode. The one I prioritized over an entire sequence of laughs. I think I hyped it up too much.
Alex, your glove out!
My fuzzy hat!
No, don't do it! It's just a hat!
It's fuzzy! I got it!
Are you laughing? Are you laughing yet? Then, for the second time in this series, we see Otis in a full-body cast, but this time upwards instead of horizontal. I fear I am remembering the wrong details of the show. I don't remember the uncle's name. However, this doesn't count as a new costume because I think it's the same full-body cast, it's just in a different position. The Chronicles of Barnia is an elaborate parody that could only exist in the year of our Lord 2008, or 2005, or 1988, or 1979. Or 1967. Or whenever that Netflix one comes out. But we're not in 1967 yet. Stay tuned. What I'm saying is that this is all very 2008. To a point. It's also got some Conan and Lord of the Rings in here. I do love how this show, after the movie, does kind of turn the party animals into endearing losers. Endearing might be a stretch. Like in the film, Otis is doing the equivalent of drunk driving. Approved. But then in the show, these guys are always in costume or putting on some performance or trying to get on TV, and now they're live action role-playing Dungeons and Dragons. This is like if an improv troupe lived on a farm, hence the cannibalism. But their fun is interrupted by the Snotty Boy, who sings along with the background music, and then Peck, who plays a parody on his lute. Are we sure this isn't a musical show? It's almost there. You were so close to greatness. The loser animals fight around the outhouse while Snotty is inside, making him believe that he is being transported to a world of fantasy bipedal anthropomorphic animals that speak English and have American accents, but Otis, quick as a whistle, immediately starts calling this place Barnia, as the rest of his friends yes and him, like any good improv troupe would. But did he make this up? Does Narnia exist in this universe? Like as a book or a movie? Is he purposefully doing a parody? Is this another classic Otis pop culture reference? You would think that the kid would just bully the shit out of them, and he does at first, but now they could fight back without any consequence. Weren't they already doing that? And he runs into the farmer's house, and it's here where I realize, have these two interacted in this universe at all yet? Like, this kid is constantly going after the animals on your farm, and maybe just specific body types, but are these two related? Is this a cloning gone wrong? Put a pin in that. Does the farmer even know he has animals? But the kid actually lives out his YA fantasy. And sure, the loser animals play along because they have to, but also, I don't know, man. Maybe the episode can end with all of them actually enjoying each other's time and effort and...
Okay, this is not going well for me. See?
Okay, so their plan does not work. They almost immediately get cattle prodded. And then Freddy, who's not in costume, by the way, not only a rarity for this show, but also just like, he's always bipedal. There's no cover for him. Why does this kid not remember him? They catapult Snotty, there's that word, in the same outhouse that I forgot they had. Another scarring experience that either the kid will not remember or will not keep him down. The cycle begins anew and the farmer is none the wiser. I gotta say, maybe I'm just conditioning myself and forcing myself to watch an episode of the show every day by putting toothpicks in my eyelids to hold them open. Maybe it's because there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe it's because I understand I'm not even halfway done. Nor a quarter. But I'm starting to really get into the rhythm of this show. Is it just because I have found a new interpretation of these party animals as a sassy improv troupe that tours around and gets in costumes and improv scenes together? Who's to say? I would say probably. And just when the show began to find its footing, 7 weeks pass. For the first time since Back at the Barnyard's first airing on Nickelodeon, the show moves a new episode to a Monday, airing alongside nothing else, but at least it's bumped up to 6 p.m. Saying it aired alongside nothing isn't entirely true. It didn't air with any new premieres, but it did air after the non-stop 5 at 5 block.
Prepare to feel the power of... Every weekday during sizzling summer, Nick's packing your afternoons with a non-stop 5 at 5. At 5 p.m., be here for 5 straight episodes of hit Nick shows. One after another, after another, after another, after another. That's 5! Plus, every Friday, you pick what you'll see all hour long. Amazing! It's more! More than ever before. The non-stop 5 at 5. Every weekday at 5. Only on...
Now, none of these episodes are new. Even the episodes of Back at the Barnyard that aired as a part were not new. The new one aired afterwards. However, we notice a disconnect here. The schedule of the Teen Nick and Nicktoons channels lend more to the over-reliance of live-action teen sitcoms. And I'm not gonna stand here to tell you that cartoons are always the best content on a channel. Some of my favorite Adult Swim broadcasts are their live-action projects. But we see it in real time, the likes of Mighty B and Back at the Barnyard being held down, while internally, at least according to this marketing, they're a part of the Big Five. Or 4? 2 of these are SpongeBob. 2 of the 5. For a very long period of time after Avatar ended, it was SpongeBob, The Fairly Odd Parents, and whatever the big new show that was coming out that they wanted to push for like a month and then drop. So the question is, can Back at the Barnyard fill that slot? Over the Mighty B? Barnyard Idol is another episode with everything we've grown accustomed to. Mid-2000s parody, elaborate costumes and characters, non-sequiturs, and of course, music. There's a singing talent show visiting wherever they are, wherever they live. The fields, I guess. And the improv troupe wants to win a golden tractor for the farmer they're indifferent about. It's complicated. But unfortunately, there's only one singer allowed per household. So what? You live on a barn. Of all the rules, why abide by this one? Surely you won't list your actual address, no? The Barnyard! Regardless, because of this, the animal farm elects Pig as their champion of choice, with a new costume and identity. Man, they really want to get rid of this guy. I feel like this is the largest amount of characters we've seen on screen for the show at one time, including Mountain Joe, a character created for a one-off joke, but implements my favorite design tactic, which is make someone look as strange as possible in the background to really stand out.
Bigfoot? How do you get that sweet gig? Is everybody afraid of him? No, not since they had that hit song, No Fear Bigfoot. No fear, Bigfoot! Bigfoot, no fear! Me know if you don't touch your head.
Hey, Otis.
Maybe the Monday era of the show is a second chance at life. How long does a song need to be to count as a song? Because we're at like 2 now. Behind the scenes, I don't want to pull too much back, but I mean, the video is going to be out at the end of the month, so it's probably fine. I've been watching the new season of YOLO, and again, these episodes have multiple songs per episodes, but they're each like 30 seconds, so I don't know what to think anymore. Otis also has a new costume and character, adds to the board, and he defends his client from their crazed neighbor who can recognize Pig through his costume now, even though this is no different from his Snotty Boy outfit. Man, she really wanted to get rid of that kid. The competition is getting tough, so the pageant mom pushes Pig too hard, breaking his voice. That's how I feel right about now. This video is going to be long, and I don't want to have to put this back on, so I'm trying to record these in bulk, so I'm reading the script and realizing that's exactly how I feel right now. I shouldn't have done the Barnyard voice whenever I say that. I'm gonna lose my voice. And the third act of this episode is Otis and Pig being exposed for lip syncing. Is this a reference to something? Like in pop culture of 2008? Is this striking while the iron's hot? Is this topical? And when they are exposed, Teenage Euthanasia tries to expose them for their, quote, wild ritualistic hoedown, which is honestly not inaccurate. In the end, the farmer is almost arrested for stealing the golden tractor, which would be perfect for the barnyard, but they get him off anyway. I don't get you. The Haunting is clearly a spooky episode released in July. Sure. In a rare piece of continuity for this show, the party animals actually replaced the field outhouse after they launched the last one out of Barnia in episodes previous. Like, that isn't what they say. They don't mention Barnia, but they do say it's a new one, so I prefer to believe this is a sequel to that episode. Honestly, I'd say about half the things I say in this video are made up. And that is because ghosts are real. Like, this is not a misunderstanding. This is not a prank or a monkey from space or a birthmark. Spirits are real. The afterlife is real in this universe, and I choose to believe this is a nightmare the Snotty Kid had after being placed in a coma by getting launched into the sky. That's how you know that's a good cartoon theory. Like, there's utensils flying, possession, other ghost pets, a cat, a goldfish, a toucan. Did these live on the farm? Yeah, this is definitely a coma story created by the mind of a dim goon.
Are you kidding? I'm a huge chicken. Huge chicken. Oh!
Freddy doesn't want to get possessed as well, so he calls himself a, quote, total spaz. Which one? Can he say that? Like on TV, can you say that? Can I say it in a YouTube video? And 2, if there's ever a draft, like a military draft, that's also going to be my excuse. I'll serve the barnyard before I serve this country. So the ghosts are defeated by garlic. I didn't know they were allergic to that. But clearly I don't know enough about ghosts. You see what I mean? Like, everything in this episode is ever so slightly off. Almost as if it is on purpose, a coma dream, but put a pin in that for later. And at the end of this episode, we see the Super Pizza Bros, and they changed one of the voices? Again? Like, this is a foggy dream made up by half memories. That being said, the week later title card is back to normal. So you take the good with the bad. I hope this one's canon now. The next pair of episodes aired only 2 days later. You did not hear that wrong. Not 2 weeks, but 2 days. A Wednesday, July 23rd, 2008. Well, sort of. That's what the dates listed on the episodes would have you believe. But in actuality, because the episodes are split into A segments and B segments, these segments would air after individual days. So there's not a 2-day gap, but instead every day they air a new segment. Wednesday, July 23rd, 2008. At the end of another block of nonstop 5 at 5. Again, not part of it, but after it. Brave Utters is an important episode. I mean, it's the first appearance of the Dr. Pig segment, multiple segments, and we learn that Abby wrestled alligators on an internship. Now, this seems like an innocuous detail, meant to reference her crazy past, but does this mean that they were anthropomorphic animals, like they are? Or she wrestled them like how humans wrestle them? It's unclear. I'm bringing up all the important bits in this episode now because, bad news, Otis gets a letter from his childhood bully, which is, in a cute turn, revealed finally. I've been waiting for this reveal. Confirmed that the place they live in the show is Otisville, USA, and tries to hide the letter from his friends, even taking on a new identity with a costume and voice, which actually works on Pig, giving us even more confusing implications. Speaking of confusing implications, the bit of this episode, the overarching joke, is that Otis's bully is revealed to be this little duck, and I get that. It's a visual gag. But in Otis's flashback, I know it's meant to look like a cow, like that's the misdirect. All of that to say, if he isn't a cow, then what the fuck is this?
So let's see what we got. The dairy section.
No, not the dairy section.
2%, 1%, half and half.
Well, that's a skip. Otis 11 is another elaborate movie parody that lasts for about a minute. Like, the main story is mostly about gambling, which surely had a large impact on my child brain. It begins as the improv troupe play a confusing board game, Fork Found in Kitchen. But due to the confusing rules, they drop the game and immediately rank up to blackjack. Hold the hookers, please. If you say so. A rich gopher Don character we've never seen before beats Otis, and then Otis bets the entire saloon. I'm gonna be so for real, I thought this building was the barn for the longest time. I didn't know it was a separate building. Anyway, he loses again, and then...
How much could it possibly change? The very next night, this happened!
Ah, it's good to be back. The Gophers have taken over, and I guess they just have, like, opposite party particles. Like, the party is ever so slightly different from the denizens of the saloon. The worst offense of all, they got the Don doing stand-up comedy, an improv comic's worst enemy. So the party animals are kicked out for making a scene, go figure. And it's here that they learn that the Don Gopher was using loaded dice. He cheated. We need a plan. So, almost a third of the way through this episode, we are introduced to what the title sequence promised. I'm talking 4 new costumes, all of which with unique voices and personalities. Even Otis, who supposedly isn't pretending to be someone else, is all dressed up. Like, they know they're playing against Otis. So do the Gophers think that the rest of them are just his human friends that he has? Well, it doesn't matter because this does nothing. They are immediately found out. No heist was achieved. I have no idea what their plan was and why we needed so many new disguises from it. It's like 1 line each, if that. This results in another high-stakes game, this time without cheating, and Otis loses again. But then the Gopher is almost killed, Otis jumps in to save him, and thus, by the life-debt rules as previously established in this canon, they come to an agreement. This triangle's getting confusing. The improv gang get their saloon back and have full control, but the Don still gets to do stand-up, proving that the only way to get rid of dudes with bad stand-up routines is to humor them. But I'm kind of meta in a way. Up until this point, like I mentioned last time, I have been talking about these episodes in pairs because that's how they were airing for the longest time. However, the episodes aired in June have all been out of whack. And I only mention it now because now it seems to have affected what I need to say between these episodes. You see, on Amazon Prime, which is where I bought this show to talk about it for this video and also use the footage, thanks Amazon, it pairs together Barnyard Idol and The Haunting, Brave Utters and Otis 11, Pecky Suave and Otis versus Bigfoot, the episode we're about to talk about, or episodes. But a lot of these episodes, although listed with the same air date, did not actually air initially together. Barnyard Idol aired on the 21st, followed then by Chronicles of Barnia, whereas The Haunting aired alongside the episode that came before on the 22nd. Brave Utters on the 23rd and Otis 11 on the 24th, meaning that the pair of episodes, episode A and B, that were supposed to be together, Pecky Suave aired by itself on June 25th, and then Otis versus Bigfoot aired September 22nd. 2 months later. So these next episodes almost have nothing to do with each other, despite the fact that they were classified and worked on as episode A and episode B. All of that to say, Pecky Suave is about how Peck has the hots for a girl, a female girl, a woman, if you will. Can I skip this one as well? I'm sure I could swing this in a way to make it gay or heartfelt. Think about it like this. The episode concept is all about the party animals giving Peck snake oil placebo that turns him into a more suave and confident version of himself, a la Stefan Urkel. Or for the Gen Zers, that one song in Wonka. Did anyone else watch Wonka? Damn, they gave him the potion that makes you straight.
Hey, I got a song that I'm singing, and this is it too. I never sang it till just now, but it's gonna be a huge hit.
Let me reword that. But then Pecker gets in a swinging dick contest with another phallus where they erect to settle this in a rooster rumble, a family-friendly way to say cockfight. Penis.
I could say anything. Penis!
To the ultras that watch me talk about everything, no matter how asinine, do you remember that one bit of writing in the Santa Clauses where they write the elves as hating vacation and loving work? Well, one of the primary antagonists of this episode is a chicken activist who's coming to shut down the cockfight. I think it's amazing. I think it's a really bold interpretation to ask, what if animals in fight rings actually really wanted to fight, and these lame humans are ruining it for them? And the girl they're fighting over is taken, clucknapped, if you will. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna sound heartless. Peck's potion wears off, or he came to his senses, and Freddy was the only one who cared about his well-being. But the chicken lady kept pushing him to fight more and more to win her honor. What a cuckoo. And then the climax is Freddy still helping him, risking his own life in a game of chicken. Do you think they find that term offensive? He risks his life just so Peck can be happy, even if he isn't. They run the activist off a cliff, and Pig also then gets pulled down. Man. They must really, really want to get rid of this guy. And then, I reiterate, 2 months pass. Otis versus Bigfoot still does not make any sense, regardless of the episodes being shuffled around. Barnyard Idol still would have aired before. Nothing in my research points to any foul play, to any episode reshuffling. But if that's the case, why are they all acting like they don't know Bigfoot? And why is the public acting like he might not be real? Is this an accident? Barnyard Idol was worked on by a different writer and director, but as we know from most television shows, the entire writer's room is present, but they are rarely credited. On top of that, we see the reappearance of this crazed newscaster character who either continues to show up way more in later episodes, or I only saw the episodes with him in them. Because even as a kid, when I was a big fan, if I wanted to catch it weekly, how could I? I think maybe that's why I liked Cartoon Network as a kid way more at the end of the day. They had very clear blocks and schedules that eased my kid brain. Also, something's probably a little off about my brain, but just ignore Total Drama Tuesdays. I still don't know why they did that. Teenage Euthanasia wants to capture Bigfoot on television to prove that she isn't crazy by capturing a walking, talking creature. And on the side of the animal farm, we see Bigfoot rescue Abby, proving that he's actually a really good guy. They begin spending a lot of time together, so much so that the Barnyard begins to ship the two of them together, which makes Otis jealous, making this another Otis and Abby cartoon. Either I was very unperceptive as a kid, like if a cartoon did not expressly say that a character liked the other, or I was turned off on the idea as a whole. I mean, everyone loves Bigfoot. He even helps decorate Peck and Freddy's stable. I'm glad they worked it out. I'm glad to see them back together. But Otis now needs to rescue Abby, as Bigfoot took Abby on a picnic and began playing the ukulele. If YouTube has taught me anything, it means this is an instrument exclusively for creatures with evil in their hearts. Abby and Bigfoot carry a scene right out of Tomodachi Life, with the beach and confession of the secret lover and everything. I wrote that line before they announced the new one. I'm very excited about it. Wait, is she talking about Otis? Teenage Euthanasia and some cop blossom love on the battlefield, but not before she can take the tranquilizer gun from the pig. Not from our pig. You know what I mean. Do you think he finds that term offensive? Where Bigfoot jumps in front of the dart and gets tranquilizer, not only saving Abby, but also risking his life for Otis. Man, this life debt chart is getting real confusing. But then there's another attached scene at the end of this episode where Otis pretends to be Bigfoot and then is tranquilized himself, which maybe I'm reading into this wrong. Doesn't that undo the whole sacrifice? The cop finds out that this is in fact not Bigfoot, but just a cow that can walk on two legs, which is significantly less cool, I guess. And then Bigfoot flies away, potentially never to be seen again. Yeah, right. So things have gotten a little confusing. I blinked and now we are in September 2008. Back at the Barnyard has returned to the 5 p.m. slot. But now, instead of airing both segments together once a week, they air a segment a day on weekdays over 1 week, at random intervals, accidentally creating the bomb format years before Steven Universe was even an idea. But the next batch of episodes aired on Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively, so not a whole lot to jam in the middle. Top Cow could be two things. Either it's a Top Gun parody, which is implied in the title card, or a different kind of Top Cow. Otis happens across several abandoned old plans guarded by a new and different crazy old guy, not to be confused with this crazy old guy, or this crazy old guy, who warns this strangely cow-shaped man about the demon that lives in the sky, also disguised cow.
You sure you know what you're doing? Of course! It's just like the video game. This is replay, this fires my energy crystals, and this is where the quarters go. Well, I feel reassured.
What is normally a classic Otis flight of fancy, pun accidentally slingshot into my brainstem, is joined by the rest of the crew, who decide to fly with Otis because they hate being alive, presumably. Uh-oh, I've sensed another lore irregularity. These animals are dusting crops and dropping pesticides on them. Even though the pesticides were part of Duke's training video, they should have a moral objection. You guys remember that from episode... This is a part of a larger flying montage. Again, I'm differentiating. Speaking of continuity, we see the biker gang that were personally offended by the Mises in a previous episode, and the newscaster character again. I think this season is probably back-weighted with him. Also, 2 crazy old guys in one episode. Has to be a record in some book somewhere. And then Otis becomes famous again but nobody recognizes one member of the world famous boy band. We don't ever see that demon that crazy old man was talking about, not to be confused with this crazy old man. We don't see the demon of the sky, but my interpretation of the text is that the demon is hubris itself. Otis begins to crash due to the plight of man. Or cow, flying too close to the sun with wilted wings, the same event that turned this old man to madness. Or he was born crazy. Otis hasn't been the same since the crash. He's wrought with guilt and refuses to fly ever again, which lasts like a minute, tops. Top cow. A swarm of locusts are heading this way, and this flight crew can't deal with them without Otis. So he gets over his PTSD and flies the second rickety old plane to save the gang. Somehow. In the end, Otis saves the day with the fancy flying, unlearning his lesson and actually learning that showing off is really cool and good for everyone. So basically, the anti-Last Jedi. You mean bad? School of Otis in title is reference to another 2000s classic, but it has very little to do with that. Sort of. Otis crashes into Peck at the Barnyard School with 3 students. Peck is as injured as one could get, while Freddy remains by his bedside. It's something. I'll eat the crumbs. And in a turn of events that happened like 3 times now, the Barnyard collectively thinks Otis should take over the teaching role. Like, I know nobody here wants to do the job, but not only is this a poor fit, but I could source episodes of the show that we've already seen to prove this is a bad idea. And while Otis is occupied as the teacher, somebody has to step up as the leader, because for some reason, those two are mutually exclusive, and we're still going off the interpretation that Otis is in any way a leader of... I'm not saying it. Leading to Duke finally doing something. You guys remember Duke? From like a year ago? He used to be a part of the show. Otis is the cool teacher. He doesn't want to teach math and science. And like, I know that's a trope. And I hate to be on Otis's side here, but why do they need to know this? Like, I know that's what the episode is about, but why does this calf need to know how to triangulate the surface area of a house? To go eat grass outside of it? The reason I gave an asterisk a minute ago is because this is not a direct reference to the 2003 film School of Rock, but rather to the musical adaptation, because Otis teaches the kids to, quote, "Dig it to the man." I know I've asked so many rhetorical questions already, but legitimately, does this dude fucking hate Pig? All Otis has taught these kids is how to dress up and how to throw their voice, which is arguably more useful to the denizens of the Barnyard.
Learn to throw your voice, fool your friends, fun and party.
Maybe he is Alex Brightman.
The School of Otis rules! You rock, Otis!
School? ... Rock? I don't understand what's happening anymore. Because, like, they imply that math is solving the problems that they already solved. This is so unlike the show. Is this a very special episode? Did Nickelodeon mandate this? Presumably, Nickelodeon didn't mandate shit, as the last pair of episodes aired back-to-back on different days. And as we know, the next 2 episodes aired on the next 2 days. Otis for mayor is...
I'm your poultry man, that's what I am. I got a comb and beast, I'm here every week. Poultry man, he's a flightless guy. Can't lay eggs, don't ask him why. Get down!
Good. It's good. As it turns out, the karaoke machine was actually a makeshift trap teenage euthanasia uses to videotape the animals as a part of her grander master plan. 1, she did this before, multiple times, and it did not work. And 2, this still works as a karaoke machine? How long were they singing here before she decided to jump out and attack? It's a shame I used the 1 clip of that musical number joke, because I do really like this bit of my favorite newscaster reporting that their beloved mayor of Otisville, has been frozen solid in a block of ice, which causes a power vacuum for Otisville, I love saying that now that I know it, leading to teenage euthanasia running on a platform of banning all barn animals. Let me think. A crazed maniac full of hatred running on a platform that will absolutely raise the price of imports and groceries? Sign me up. I'm writing this in February. Airplanes are falling out of the sky. Aunt Crazy bribed the people of Otisville with free fudge until she is topped by her newest political opponent, Ned Bovine, with free kittens. Topped cow. By the way, I love kittens as much as the next guy. Probably more than the next guy. You could not even comprehend the level I love cats. But the issue of owning a cat was never the access to them. Thanks, man, I was walking to work and now I have to keep this breathing animal alive. Catchphrase. You remember when Otis's catchphrase was "It's showtime" for like 4 episodes? The first 4 episodes? I really do like the little gags in this episode. Ned Bovine pays off the reporters and keeps them away with a group bounce house. And we see the Super Pizza Brothers after the result of the ghost episode. But I still refuse to believe that that actually happened. Just a couple more steps along the campaign left, like getting a grant from the, quote, Inbred Millionaire Society. Their words, not mine. Although I don't disagree. I'm just surprised they can say that on television. And a celebrity endorsement. Pig and lipstick. So on and so forth. Where were we? Oh yeah, Crazy's campaign is all about tricking dumb people with stuff they think they want, and then turning around and locking living beings in cages and sending them back, quote, where they came from, and also probably raising the price of everything and just generally being a nuisance. Nice, man. You made the election special political. This is 2008, by the way, and we have a political ad calling her an alien lizard person. Either this show is really ahead of its time, or this just has always happened and I wasn't aware of it when I was 7. I do love how, and maybe this didn't happen every 4 years, but there are multiple shows I watched as a kid that all had election episodes in 2008. I certainly don't remember any like it in 2016. Those didn't occur until the backlash. The show is double-faceted as an accidental glimpse into the future and an avant-garde piece of inventive absurdism. Like how they have a chapter system only at the end and say chapter 7, where, to my believing, to my memory, there were no previous chapters. Either I'm losing it watching all these back-to-back, or this is just a really good episode and I thought that was funny. I'm pretty sure it's just a random joke, but I think maybe watching all of these in bulk was a mistake. And in the most unbelievable moment in this video, Bigfoot wins the mayorship. Oh, unbelievable not because it's Bigfoot, but because a third-party candidate won an election. Happy 2008, go out and vote. It is too late, we are fucked. Dummy and Dummier, I fucking remember this. Finally, after all this time, an episode I vividly remember. Like, I remember the crux, the jokes, the twist. And this isn't any Volcano Rat Boy genius vague understanding of where I was, as I may not remember seeing this episode premiere live. But we may be getting to the point in life, in the passage of time, where I am sapient and sentient. I do not remember much before 2008, so those 2007 episodes are basically null and void. Either I watched this episode multiple times, or when I saw it the one time, I, in my kid brain, elected to remember every detail of where I was and what I was doing. I was at the Call of Duty household. That's a deep cut. It took me this long into the video to discover the purpose of this project, and yet when I get to the end, I still won't know what I'm doing. It wasn't supposed to be for no reason. It wasn't supposed to be exhausting. It was supposed to jog my memory. It was supposed to be nostalgic. But I may have cracked the case here. I know why 7-year-old Andrew Ultra vividly remembers this episode. It's because of a creepy dummy puppet. This episode initially aired in September 2008, meaning that it likely reran in October 2008, which is when I saw Goosebumps on the Cartoon Network for the first time, which actually retcons the previous belief I had with the Rat Boy Genius Gift Shop episode. And it scared the bones out of me. I remember it all. I remember it's talent show night. Again, actually, this could be a lot of different episodes. I remember Freddy bombing on stage. I don't remember Peck implying that Freddy has multiple personalities. But maybe I had a higher concept to worry about. Unless he's talking about Freddy being their golem that one time. But did that even really happen? All of this to say, spoilers for the thing I'm about to say, I remember this episode ending with the twist that the reason Freddy's dummy is sentient is because it's being controlled by a bunch of termites. What I don't remember, after Freddy tears down the termites' home to make said dummy, is that they reveal that right away. Like, I remember this being a huge twist in the third act, and they just outright tell you at the beginning. If you couldn't tell already from the fact that I didn't remember any of the relationship tension in any of these shows, Kid Andrew was not very perceptive. Why did they make it look like him? Why did they make it his size? Is this stand-up supposed to be better? It's all crowd work. What is this? TikTok stand-up? And now Freddy's friends are mad at him for using them as the subject of his jokes, when they have said far worse things to each other's faces.
Maybe Mr. Jinx can talk. Maybe I have a split personality. Don't be ridiculous. You don't have a split personality.
Okay, truly, how did I never notice any of these signs? The kid was too busy shitting his diaper that the dummy is up and about, walking and talking on his own. For some reason, as a child, not just for me, the scariest concept one could come up with is the idea of a toy or a dummy that's sentient and evil. But as an adult, it's like shin height, kick it. Hit it with a hammer. On a deeper level, I understand that the fear actually stems from nobody in a role of authority believing you when you truly are afraid of something. It's like a decade ago whenever boring people would watch Home Alone and be like, this kid's kind of a psycho. Why doesn't he just call the police? It's implied that the police would never believe him. So the dummy's trying to kill sore losers and frame Freddy for it, presumably. He gives a whole monologue about it. Speaking of 2008 parodies, they tie Freddy to a wooden beam and then record talking head segment confessionals where they vote to either keep him or eliminate him. Okay, wait. Now I remember why I remember this. The twist is revealed, as in, not a twist to us, the audience, but a twist to the characters? And two things are proven by this show. One, the catapult will always save the day. And two, stand-up comedy is always bad, always. You can trust me. I make YouTube videos. That was actually very exciting for me. It took us 40 segments, but I finally found an episode that I remember watching vividly as a kid, from top to bottom, except for the details I didn't remember. The reason I specify 40 segments is because, as you know, Back at the Barnyard is actually made up of two 11-minute segments equaling 22 minutes, with commercials, a 30-minute time slot, segment A and segment B. So while we're 40 segments deep, that's only 20 episodes into the season. It just feels like a lot more. Granted, the season only has like, what, 26 episodes? But this next episode, the episode that aired almost an entire month later, 4 weeks, still a Friday, and it got the nighttime slot, 7 p.m., following a SpongeBob marathon. Again, is the first double-length special of Back at the Barnyard. Double length as in the normal length of a Back at the Barnyard episode, except the entire 22 minutes is taken up by one segment. And it's very special because this is the only episode in the series in its entirety that the creator Steve Odekirk is credited in writing. The creator of the show, the man who the setting of the show is named after, wrote this episode and nothing else. On one hand, that would account for why the show feels so different from the movie. On the other hand, I can appreciate that Odekirk just kind of let them do whatever they wanted with his baby. One of his babies. For better or for worse.
Yo, 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 give it up for Snotty Boy! Boogie. Can I get up? Let me hear you. It is now. Every day this week, Nick's busting out a different Barnyard episode starring Snotty Boy.
I'm gonna kick your magical butt.
With a brand new Snotty Boy special on Friday.
Sweet! Lucky for you, I have super awesome powers.
So get ready to drop it like it's snot. Something like it's Snotty Week. 5 days of Barnyard episodes starting Monday at 5. Only on Nick.
Something Like It's Snotty feels very strange. This episode aired a year and 1 month after the show first premiered, and yet it feels more like a pilot than the first episode of the show. Like, the opening is Otis stealing milk from the milk station. Sure. He's still as selfish as show Otis is, but he seems way more confident. This is where I would imagine movie Otis would go after the events of that film, or bridging the gap between the two. And initially I thought, okay, maybe just because Steve co-wrote this episode. It just feels more like the movie. But then Otis launches a random paperboy, again, more in line with the Dickie OG Otis, and reads in the paper that in town, they're hosting a free laser bowling for ladies' night. And when Otis suggests that everyone in the barnyard dress up as humans to go laser bowling, the rest of the party animals act like this is the first time they've heard this. They're reacting like dressing up as humans is somehow absurd to them, when we've seen them do it too many times to count. And yet I have been counting. There's your number. But because it's ladies' night, they all have to dress up as girls. And this starts an argument about whether girls have it harder than guys. So they make a Jimmy Neutron-esque bet. By the way, while I was writing this, and as I'm saying this to you, it was leaked that there is a Jimmy Neutron revival in the works. I have no strong feelings on this. I'm glad more cartoons just exist and people are getting work. But I do think the average populace is kind of misremembering how enjoyable that show was and how much they liked it. Fingers crossed that Back at the Barnyard comes back next. Oh boy!
Although I do look good in a skirt. I assume.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Take
yeah.
ya. Making it up like girls. Put some of this on and a little bit of that. Put some red stuff on there and put on a dress. No, it's not weird at all.
The males have all transformed into their girl alter egos, including a racially motivated chihuahua, I think. Peck is upset that he's the bottom of the costume. Then, right after, in a shot of them walking down an alley, they play a Staying Alive parody that sounds so much like the original, barely legally distinct, but the lyrics are changed to Living a Lie. I do have to commend this episode for never going down, you know, the route these plots go sometimes. No, instead, the snotty kid and his goons become wildly attracted to all of them. Then, when the animals escape, they find that they cannot get the costumes off. It seems as though someone has filled them with glue. Listen, I know writing 41 unique episode segments must be tough, especially with a small team. But this exact thing has happened before, down to the glue detail, and we're still in season 1. I can't blame Otis. There's no way he's watched the show. So now the guys are trapped in the bodies of girls. I'm starting to remember this episode, but we do not have the time to talk about what Kid Andrew thought of this episode. I will say though, triple date, but you're all sitting at different tables to maximize friend proximity? Kind of the move. There's some potential here. Otis is just here for the free food. And I like the detail that he orders the vegetarian pizza. Just don't tell her where the cheese comes from. I do not care for this pizza guy. Bring me my pizza guys. I would like to see them. It's a shame Otis never comes up with a fake name that sounds like her real name. That was always my favorite part of the tropes of episodes like these. And you may be asking, Andrew, what are you talking about? How many episodes could have this exact same plot? And I respond, I don't have time in this video to make another compass. Snotty Boy wants a large woman to pamper and treat like royalty while they beat him up. I can't say I don't see the appeal. So the guys slowly and painfully remove the clothing glued to their bodies the next day. And then I realized we still have 11 minutes left in this double-length episode, so I can only imagine that Otis is staying a girl so Snotty can take her to go see professional wrestling. My favorite kind of date. See? I'm releasing this video in April on purpose. So Otis is remaining a girl for that. And for no other reason at all.
Disgusting? Vomit-inducing? A good plot for a buddy comedy?
If it's a 22-minute episode, that means legally it gets 2 clips. But see, this is what stumped me. Because the first half of the episode feels like a pilot to the series, as if it was written before all the other costume shenanigans. But the second half has non sequiturs like this, even more incorrect wrestling that I'd refuse to acknowledge. And the whole thing is interrupted by the first viewer mail with Pig segment. This reeks of late season 1 debauchery. Hey kids, it's me, the host of the show. I can see you through your computer monitor, or I suspect also your phones. Fine, I will concede. You may be wondering, is this episode a double-length episode and co-written because literally Steve Oedekerk wrote the first half and presumably his writing partner wrote the second half? Well, the only way to find that out is to watch more of the episode. Back to back at the Barnyard. That belt just says wrestling champion. Completely skipping the wrestling ring has led to Otis getting a promise ring, which the girls of the group mock him for. Otis, bereft, begs the girls for help. How does he solve this problem? How does he break up with the Snotty Boy? When he easily could just, like, take the costume off. The kid's not smart enough to recognize the barnyard animals, just your female OC. Just let him go mysteriously missing. There are 2 minutes left of this episode, so let's see how well they stick the landing. Well, they traumatize the broken boy again. Or for the first time. I can't keep track of this timeline. I know that this episode is not literally the pilot. It is the 21st episode and the 40th segment. But I can believe that this one is set first in the timeline, which is why Snotty is the way he is. Maybe it's why he gets the snake. The beginning of Otis's fall from confidence and into more chicanery, and the characters become more accustomed to dressing like humans and doing silly voices. Now, I thought that would be the only double-length episode in this season, and was fully ready to go back to regularly scheduled programming. But then I went back to the chart and realized that the very next episode in air order also only had one segment. And then I began watching the episode and learned that it's 45 minutes. It's got a TV movie cold open and a TV movie intro. Very bat thumb core, by the way. It's not like they're referencing the same thing. Music by Guy Moon. Yeah, I can tell. My body is shaking. Cowman the Uttered Avenger is back at the Barnyard's first TV movie. And their only TV movie. As you probably know, Nickelodeon is no stranger to TV movies, as more often than not, they're event specials for their already existing shows. Danny Phantom got one, Jimmy Neutron, Penguins of Madagascar, El Tigre, SpongeBob and Fairy Oddpants got a bunch. Several episodes of H2O Just Add Water and Avatar The Last Airbender were bunched together as TV movies. Fake TV movies. If I remember correctly, the first time I ever watched Avatar was when I was over at a friend's house and they were watching the entirety of Sozin's Comet. But more often than not, those TV movies either acted as a season opener or a season finale, in some cases even a series finale. And Cowman isn't even the final episode of season 1. I don't know why it's listed as an episode at all. And this TV movie aired at the very end of the Superstuffed Nicktoons weekend 2008. We mentioned the same broadcast in 2007. They do it every year, apparently under my nose. November 29th, 2008, and was shown off like this.
Superstuffed Nicktoons Weekend continues tomorrow with 3 new Mighty D premieres. The first ever Barnyard TV movie. Just bought yourself a ticket to Pain Town. And an exclusive sneak peek of the first 5 minutes of the brand new movie Merry Christmas, Drake and Josh. It all starts tomorrow at 12. Part of Superstuffed Nicktoons.
Did you see it? Do you want me to replay it back? Back at the Barnyard's first TV movie had less ad time dedicated to it than reruns of SpongeBob and the Drake and Josh Christmas movie. Eep, fliega DC. 5 gold You remember that one? Nickelodeon aired both of Back at the Barnyard's event episodes back to back, with a month and some change in between. So Back at the Barnyard fans, if there were any at the time, would get a month without any new content, an inkling of anything. And then in a random commercial one weekend, they'd be like, hey, Barnyard movie coming up. At least it got the 8 p.m. slot. Cowman the Uttered Avenger stars Cowman the Uttered Avenger. But I assure you that the rest of this TV movie is nothing like the opening. I keep thinking the show is gonna pull off elaborate parodies, but then back to the Barnyard, where Otis retells the story to the rest of the gang. This movie lacks so many little niblets that make it feel like a movie. There's no stakes, no gravitas. The only thing you could argue makes this an event episode is that they allowed Abby to have feelings for Otis for the first time in months. Man, this really is in the iCarly slot. I think I brought this up in context of El Tigre and SpongeBob shipping, but when it comes to primarily comedy cartoons, I don't really care who ends up with who. Certainly not when I was 7. I didn't even know that was possible. Except for that gay chicken and his ferret boyfriend. Good for them. Cowman is called in by the mayor, who is not Bigfoot, so clearly he has since been thawed out. He is called to action to guard the city's claim to fame, the Jurassic corn kernel, from the past. And it's here that we see our stakes. Nothing. And meet the primary antagonist for this TV movie special.
Only I, Merton Fogelman, twisted botanical genius, can harness the power of its prehistoric DNA.
I really do not want to be that guy. You know that guy who only knows world-renowned multifaceted voice actor Tom Kenny from one thing and one thing only. And I promise I wouldn't bring this up if I didn't think it was intentional, but do you think this is a meta-narrative about how SpongeBob's hierarchy is slowly killing the show? Or do you think he sounds exactly like SpongeBob on accident? If this is to act as an amalgamation of all we've seen prior, I'm glad the Super Pizza Brothers have a new job that is only described as working at the, quote, pizza booth at the fair. What do they sell at the pizza booth? We may never know. Cowman and the Justice Brood, which may or may not include Rat Boy Genius. Like, he doesn't get his own title, but he's closer in association with Cowman than the Brood. Like, that's just a given that they're always together. They arrive at the fair to guard the Jurassic corn kernel, but Teenage Euthanasia is not convinced. Cowman is too occupied signing autographs and is only aware of what's going on as the evil scientist, draped in plant-related garb, is winning over the people of Odaville with his sentient plants. He's jealous. Oh, so walking and thinking plants is totally cool, but when it's barn animals, that's where you draw the line? While this is happening, everyone is distracted. Vine Compilation over here attempts to steal the corn kernel. Abby the cow, I don't know why I said her name like a Sonic the Hedgehog character, notices this and says, "I gotta warn Cowman." Dude, he's right there. Go stop him yourself. Vinecomp knocks Cowman out with the green gas to steal the Jurassic corn kernel when he probably could have just leisurely walked away and he'd be fine. And we get off the first act and commercial break as the corn kernel becomes a monster. For like 1 second. What do you mean this TV movie doesn't have enough stakes or commit to the genre? It's got everything a comic book could ever need. Cowmobile, Bovarang, Big Wheel, from Spider-Man. Ever since Kevin James gave up the role, I've been really excited to play this new interpretation of Otis the cow. I just hope the show isn't woke or annoying. Apparently that was a misquote. I'm keeping the joke because I think it's funny. From this far away, the villain kind of looks like a leprechaun. Put a pin in that for later. Teenage Euthanasia almost single-handedly turns the great people of Odaville on Cowman, as the Vine Compilation is given the job of guarding the Jurassic corn kernel from the non-Bigfoot mayor. I really hope you didn't jump into this video halfway through for some reason, because it would not make sense.
Lacto powers, activate!
Would you stop doing that? Just stop! Lose! What is wrong with you?
Back at the bar... Oh, I get it. Every member believes Otis and Pip have gone rogue, except for Abby. And the movie seems to imply that this is because of her little crush, like she has advanced feelings for him that the others do not. But I also think we need to factor in that everyone else has reason to hate Otis. Like, Pig and Freddy have legitimate grievances and Peck is obviously gonna side with them. Honestly, Abby, why don't you believe he's turned evil? That's where the show seemed to be going anyway. All the while, Otis as Cowman attempts to escape an angry mob in a car chase. Coming up on a landscape this show can finally excel at: the vast ocean. Back at the... I'm not doing this bit anymore. Teenage Euthanasia teams up with the Vine Compilation to show him the walking, talking animals, to reveal them to him. And even though he is a man of science, he sees these guys up and about and thinks, oh no, the Justice Brood. Like, in his defense, these aren't even really disguises. It's a mask and a cape. This is not enough for Teenage Euthanasia, so she takes the grass abilities from Vine Compilation and kidnaps everyone save for Abby. As Abby is on her way to rescue Otis and Pip, or Cowman and Rat Boy Genius, from running away and having to permanently live as my least favorite human disguise in the show, and that is a high bar.
What else could go wrong?
Well, I could reach for the toothpaste and accidentally grab the rubber cement and glue my lips together.
No, I said go wrong.
Oh, you got me.
Zing-ba-bing.
Touche.
Oh, I'm a gunslinger.
I walked right into it. Guys, focus.
Who made this teched out moped with a parachute? Who is your gadget guy? The Fantastic Four? That's a very strange and completely unrelated thing to say. Andrew Ultra. His hot air balloon escape is thwarted. Severe lack of weight or severity or anything, like I said. I know they're trying to do something with Abby and Otis, but honestly, the part that feels the most like a TV movie is that the rest of the brood assist the professor in trapping Otis in a well where he dreams his worst nightmare.
No, Mommy. No, not a dress. I'm a boy cow, Mom. Ah!
Alright, so do you remember the pins I put earlier? Please keep them up there. This isn't even Exhibit A or B. It's gotta be like Exhibit D by this point. Okay, so there is one piece that makes this TV movie feel more important. I didn't even notice I wrote it like that. There's a lot you could do with a superhero parody, especially in 2008. And this movie does not do any of that, but it does have a villain recounting their backstory and evil plan through PowerPoint presentation. I can say that at the very least, I have never seen that gag before this year. It's a bold choice, and I like its moxie. Vine Comp wants a science award and does not care how many humans are brought to harm by his hand. And it's now and only now that Teenage Euthanasia, the crazed aunt, former politician, and talent show loser, realizes the error of her ways. She wants to expose the barnyard, but not at the expense of other humans. She may be specious, but at least she's not evil, blah blah blah. She assists Cowman after seeing the bigger picture. After all these episodes and segments and months and installments of not referring to her as her real, true, legal adult name, after the completion of her arc, I think it's time that we name her properly. but I don't actually remember. It's something with a B, I think. So the people of Otisville now recognize and fear the scientist Vine compilation without the mustache. Like, they've all seen him before. Okay, whatever. But that's not even the most important piece of that. This proves that the animal disguises are not the only ones who work like this. It's not just the barnyard. You put a mustache on any of these background characters and they wouldn't recognize their own reflection. Speaking of important lore, giant corn kaiju attacks the city of Otisville. After all of what happened, and I still don't blame Pig for believing Otis went AWOL, or Freddy, or Peck. Duke is also in the room. Oh, never mind. Okay, bye, Duke. The corn monster eats the crazy newscaster Hilly. And now, almost the Pizza Bros? He really is a villain. He's like my top 3 characters. I know I keep bringing up weight when it comes to the stakes of this TV movie, but in a way, I'm also referring to the animation. It's not a show built for action, which would be fine if this climax was mostly for jokes. But it really isn't. The Justice Brood saves Otis after Abby gives them a rousing speech. Then she is eaten, and Otis screams in anguish. And again, I don't know what it's setting up, but I feel like this isn't the scream of a man in love, more of, hey, someone I know just got eaten in front of me, and I'm probably next. He doesn't know she is alive until he gets swallowed himself. He was right. He was next. If you asked me about the Back at the Barnyard TV movie like a week ago, I would assume you were lying to me. Or if I trusted people more, I'd assume I just never saw it. Must have missed that episode. Which is normally true, because I don't remember this show having a 45-minute special, but I do remember this bit.
Corn monster, I'm not touching you.
Not touching, not touching. Nope.
I'm not touching you either. Is this annoying?
I'm gonna touch you. Will you stop not touching my corn monster?
Either I only saw this clip on like a commercial or something, or I completely forgot about the plot of this film as soon as I saw it. It could be either. Abby and Otis confess their feelings. The corn monster that did not ask to be alive and is simply just trying to feed itself explodes from the inside. And then Abby just says Otis's name, like out loud, in front of people, when he's still supposed to be Cowman. Like, they can hear you, man. Dr. Vine compilation says he will return on a later date. But, like the romantic tension between Abby and Otis, I doubt it. That was Back at the Barnyard's first and only TV movie. The final episode, if you want to call it that, not of season 1, but of 2008. Meaning we are now far removed from anything I could possibly remember or add to this video. And yet, like, this TV movie aired on a Friday night, and then months passed, and then it was back to business as usual, as the next segments would air on January 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, as part of the Battle of the Barnyard Week. The only footage of which I could find has a VHS static filter put over it, even though the timestamp is from 2023, and it's clearly filmed on a phone. Like, I know this is a screen recording of a video, I just don't know what video it's screen recording. All you need to know is that these new episodes aired in the prime nighttime slot over multiple days of the week leading to the weekend. Meaning that my hypothesis is right, that Back at the Barnyard actually created the bomb format because now these bomb drops of episodes have names that follow individual arcs, and also, I don't need to do the preamble or the amble in the middle of episodes anymore because we already know the air dates for the next 5. 4. Pig Amuck pissed me off. It's mating season, or love season, for Pig, so he's very hormonal and all over the place.
When pigs reach a certain age, amazing changes begin to happen to their young bodies. They gain 57 pounds, grow thick, bushy ear hair, and begin to desire piggy companionship. If the pig doesn't get it, he grows cranky, delusional, violent even. Eventually, he may even explode.
Okay, so I got that. And he says he now has to find a wife. Okay, so this is gonna be like a dating montage. But in practice, it's more like an arranged marriage. Pig is betrothed to a conventionally unattractive wife who likes to eat and burp all the time. This is the shit they said about Blake Lively to try and smear her. They're good for each other. He even calls her his sweaty queen. I'm gonna move on. But then the entire episode, for some reason, Otis wants so badly to be labeled as Pig's best friend. He attempts to call off the marriage, beat him in a duel. Like, no one else in the Barnyard group chat is this determined to split them up. They don't see it as a huge problem like Otis does. And then in the end, once again, Pig throws away another chance at happiness to save a cow who does not have his best interest in mind. God forbid I want Pig to be happy. I try not to mention the weird, vague foreign mysticism in the last episode, but in The Sun Cow, it is unavoidable. This title card does not instill hope at all. The animal farm accidentally throws their ball over a new stone wall, a great wall, if you will. Some would say the best wall. Over this garden wall is another cow farm, a different culture, new interactions.
Other cultures love me. Check it out. Excuse me!
And just in case you're asking, they don't quite do the voice, like, you know, the voice. It's more of a kung fu movie dub voice. They even got a wise guy, which gets our number of crazy old characters all the way up to whatever number is shown on screen. I don't need a counter for this, just put 4 in big text. They think Otis is the chosen one because he had a tumor, or a bee sting, and they test him to see if he is worthy of being the Sun Cow. The only thing I like about this show is the Barnyard gathering around a computer to do research. I miss this. This is a lost art of the modern generation. You don't gather around the computer with friends anymore. Now it's all on telephones. So they trained Otis with the info they gathered from their computer, all the way up to pain balance and catching a fly with chopsticks. I know at the end of the day, they're both parodies of The Karate Kid and other similar films that I've actually been watching. But this came out in 2009, a year after Kung Fu Panda. This was big if you were a kid at the time. But actually, considering this is still season 1, it may have been written in 2007. But I doubt it. So these new cows try to cook and eat Otis, but he escapes. And, you know, there's a lot of transitions in this episode. Like, nearly every scene ends with one. That doesn't seem like a good no, but this is way more than I'm used to. Unrelated, but I think they learned their limitations from the Cowman TV movie, and now they just cut away from the action. The show has no impact. Do you think these cows are gonna keep living next to them? Or do you think they're gonna go the way of every other character that said they'd be back and disappear? Doppelganger is a Duke episode, but do not fret. I do have a lot to say about this. I know I already said this about the dummy, and I had a whole dissertation as to why, but I'm writing these episodes one at a time, all right? Show me a little leeway. All that to say, I don't know what, I don't know the reason, but I know I remember this episode. Not only that, but I remember this pair of episodes, but I cannot, for the life of me, place why. Like, the dummy made sense. I know I've used this term a lot, and I know I participated in a trend that uses it, but I think we gotta cool it on the word traumatized. Like, childhood trauma is just a fun naming scheme. I don't actually think TV shows or internet videos traumatized me. It was all the other stuff. Oh, that creepy Pokemon video legitimately traumatized you? Oh, I'm sure. Not even a hint of irony. Back at the Barnyard has overtaken iCarly in the nighttime slot, and they're doing everything in their power to stay there, even if it means doing similar "what am I smelling" bits.
I love playing What's That Smell? I want to smell next.
Okay.
So, when are we starting?
This show is becoming self-aware as the rest of the classic gang want Duke to leave as he throws off the rhythm of their group, which is probably also true for the people making the show. Duke gets sprayed with a skunk, so they take him to the vet in disguise, which is probably overkill for skunk stink. Like, he's not dying. This is psychotic, I know, but I've been watching this show nonstop for like a month now, like every day. Otis is wearing a new costume, but Pig is wearing the same outfit he did in the double-length date episode. And I only remember that because I actually fuck with his fit. I think he's slaying. I think he looks really good. Yeah, go ahead, lock me up. So I knew I remembered this episode, but I didn't remember why or how much. Because the dummy episode, I remember the premise, opening, and ending, and these little dudes are 11 minutes a pop, so I'm not missing much in between. But I do not remember anything about this episode beyond this dog taking Duke's place with the spray paint over the name. And it could have stuck out in my brain for 2 reasons. 1, Family Guy. 2, the doppelganger here is voiced by Waffle Cat Scratch. So I think there's a chance, like everything involving Cat Scratch, it's all hidden in the deep recesses of the back of my brain, slowly seeping into my day-to-day life. And if that's not the reason I remembered it, at least it's a nice little crossover to the Nickelodeon video that was made 2 years ago. God, I hate that time moves. Happy anniversary. Or it would have been. had this video not released in April. So the vet thinks Duke is this other dog and puts him in the device. And I know this will give severe whiplash since I just went on a hyperbolic rant about how they treat Pig, but this doesn't bother me. Like, sure, I could put this up there with the top 10 worst Duke torture porns or whatever, but at least they're doing something with him. This dude is so much better than Duke. I say we keep him around for the rest of the show. Fuck that other guy. This guy convinced him to party in the farmer's house. This just now made me realize that we've come a long way since the beginning of the series. I mean, if you look at episode 1, the textures look so different. I think this show is playing to its strengths now. It looks far more realistic and impressive and immersive when the party animals are wilding out with all the beloved characters in an enclosed space than compared to obviously an empty barren barn. That's too much empty space. Now I'm just going down a grocery list of events. Freddy threatens to give a relaxing massage as a form of interrogation, which Peck hypes up. Oh, I'm sure. But the only thing I care about, although I do love these two, are the lore implications of this climax. I know it's for comedy, but you don't need to tell me. I get it. But even the animals cannot tell these two apart because of Waffle's disguise, which proves that disguises don't just work on every human and pig, but disguises in this universe work on every sentient being. The costumes work on animals and humans, and they affect animals and humans. Does this character existing retroactively count as a costume change? I'm gonna put it. Another episode, another character we will never see again vowing revenge. And I promise, this guy is never coming back. I can assure you that Waffles will never return to this show, because I would have remembered that. Our old Duke is back. Well, at least it was nice while it lasted. Save the Clams is similar in the sense that I only remember this opening bit, probably because it reminds me so much of the buffet places we used to go to as kids. Like, I suppose this has to be a universal experience. It doesn't look particularly like any of them. It just is a buffet. But the kid commune I basically grew up with as a kid, 5 to 6 families and 11 to 13 kids. That's just how it was for me. I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it takes a village. That's for a different video. You know those pizza places with cups exactly like this? Like red and texture? That's exactly why I got these in bulk. Anyway, I think Abby's disguise is also cute here. She ends up encountering a talking clam, hence the title. And the vegan animals realize that they're eating living beings, so they help this clam escape. And only this clam. Guys, there were like dozens of them.
Can he stay here? No way. Remember last month when I let that laughing hyena stay here? It was a disaster.
Bad news, guys. My Aunt Phoebe broke her hip and has to be in traction for a month.
Okay, now I'm starting to see why people compare this show to Family Guy Online. Not to be confused with Family Guy Online. So the clam has a lot of fancy requirements. We saw this same plot when Pip had his hole ruined by Otis. I gotta stop writing these on no sleep. Freddy wants to be the top. As in clean the top shell of the clam. Andrew. Man. Wait, what happened to Otis's disco ball phone? Where's your joy? Where's your whimsy? Eventually, this boils over. Pun not even in the same stratosphere. Otis sees a ton of clams taking over the barnyard and does an awooga. Like, this is levels of squash and stretch we've never seen in this show. I was like half asleep while I was watching this one, and I thought I dreamed it for a good hour before I came back to it. These clams are not the ones from the buffet, by the way. These are the many offspring of the one clam they saved. Oh, now there's too many of these guys? I don't know, gang. I know you're barn animals and don't want to eat other animals, but maybe we're supposed to kill these things. I love that this script is written like I have a self-insert character talking to the back of the Barnyard cast. Nice going, Otis. You ruined his favorite fucking holiday. Otis blames Abby, which is very like him, but confirms that nothing from the TV movie is carried over, no feeling, and there's no love lost. There's a clam montage titled Clam Montage. I'm glad we stopped counting these. Otis refuses to help the gang as he's enjoying the clam bake, while the others are getting a different kind of baked. I watched a lost episode of Back at the Barnyard, and Pig had hyper-realistic eyes. It's a nice change of pace. We get an Abby plan, where somebody dresses like a giant starfish to scare the clams away. Honestly, why did they need to stay here anyway? They're free now. They should just go back to the ocean. 2 things. 1, this definitely counts as a new disguise. I'm putting it on the board. 2, is this another undercover subtle dig at SpongeBob? The evil giant starfish that everyone's afraid of? I know what isn't a dig at SpongeBob. That pair of episodes releases back to back. A young Andrew Ultra sees both of them. A month passes, another bomb drops. Airing 4 episodes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, as a part of something called Animal Invasion Week. Is this foreshadowing even more aliens? No, which is just the 4 next episodes aired across multiple days. Like, that's all the invasion week is. Back at the Barnyard invented the bomb format. By the way, the next 2 episodes, like those 4 segments, are the final episode of season 1 and the first episode of season 2. They aired 24 hours apart. What even makes these episodes the finale? It's 5 p.m. Caddyshack is not the finale. It does not feel like the finale. It is not the final episode of the season. But what it is the perfect middle point between seasons. Now, I'll get more into what I view as season 2's differences later, but for now, just know that I've learned my lesson from the title cards. I'm not falling for this again. I know this is not an outright parody, at least not directly. If this episode did act as our finale, it would at least bring the batch full circle. The bomb, as we see the golf course we haven't seen since the first batch of episodes a whole year prior, where we meet Crazy Louie, a completely new and separate original crazy old man, who Pig injures by tossing a golf club. But it doesn't make him any less old or crazy.
Oh, my appendix! How will I process enzymes and convert them into simple sugars? How do you know it's your appendix? Well, if you look at this x-ray, you'll see that my appendix, that's it, was on its last leg, so to speak. The doc said I'd be fine as long as no one hit it with a golf club. Ah!
Might have made him more crazy, actually. But luckily, the Appendix Golf Classic is happening right now. If I can't show clips of all my favorite jokes, I might as well read them out on paper. I'm sure that'll be just as funny. I like to think, when I talk about a show for these, I at least add something. I bring something to the table. Even if it is mindless entertainment value. I've seen other creators on this platform ripped apart for just recounting the plots of episodes, and that is exactly what I'm doing. But no way anyone who hates the idea made it this far into the video. They're just gonna see the title and the thumbnail and be like, slop, am I right, guys? And they're not wrong. Heifer Woods, new costume, good name, terrible reference. I don't condone cheating, but the news cycle at the time would have had you believe this dude beat his wife. He must face his uptight rival, the only other competitor in the Appendix Classic, who was presumably hoping to win by default or forfeit. And he brought his own Tom and Jerry-esque sidekick, or Tom and Craig. I don't know what I was on before. Man, can I just say, I like this episode. I like the bit where they drive in reverse over Otis, making him have to give up his spot to Pig. I like that crazy old Louie believes he's the mayor of Buttertown. Even my favorite crazy old newscaster character is here, really maximizing our crazy old dudes per episode capita. He calls him Fancy McPoops a lot. I studied comedy once. Golf montage, ensuring our counters will continue to overlap into pure chaos by the end, or they would've. I can't just be showing the funny moments and recounting jokes, but I've seen the show at its worst. It's at the tail end of season 1. If I see a loud explosion and kick my feet and giggle like a toddler, you're gonna hear about it. There's just so many non-sequiturs I love, especially the caddy sidekick shenanigans. Why'd they absolutely sink the ball in the hole? Golf pun at the end. I'll get more into it soon, but what I remember, what I love, most of the clips you've probably seen, the show I actually like is back at the Barnyard Season 2. Because as soon as Season 2 began production, the team was made well aware that they would not be renewed for a Season 3, making the second season their final season. Which, yeah, if you saw the scheduling, the writing was on the wall. But all this meant for the writer's room at the time was, well, we're already canceled. It's not like we can get canceled again. Pig absolutely biffs it after 295 putts, but then he gets a magical dream golf sequence, and the animals win again. In the end, Louie did not need an appendix, so the crazy old man uses the money from selling it on the organ market to buy an extra thumb, making him no better off or worse. Speaking of worse off, if Caddyshack was a glimpse into what Season 2 is capable of, Adventures in Snotty Sitting is the same generic mid-ass Barnyard Season 1 adventure. This is the final episode of Season 1 of Back at the Barnyard to air. The farmer owns a farmer-based video game on his video game console. Like he's physically in it. That's him. Or maybe this is just what all farmers look like in this universe, except for fucking Stardew over here. Something about watching these Nickelodeon characters play a very archaic video game on a controller that is just a joystick really reminds me of those old plug-and-play cartoon games. I'm sure you've seen the controllers where you play SpongeBob's nose or Spider-Man's penis, but as a kid, I had this one, the Nicktoons TV game. It came built in with games for Jimmy Neutron, SpongeBob, and Rocket Power. But the one I played the shit out of was the Fairly Odd Parents Channel Chaser Publishers one, and I swear to God, the game they're playing on screen looks just like this. It struck me instantly. Back to the finale. They destroy the farmer's cartridge that is either a nostalgic game from his past or as far as video games have developed in this world. Who's to say? These party animals need to make money to replace it, so they just apply for the first position they see. A babysitting gig. The big reveal is, eek, oh no, it was actually Teenage Euthanasia who put the ad out. Now the Barnyard gang have to watch the Snotty Boy. But one, if I put out an ad for a babysitter and like 6 British nannies showed up at my house, man, go home. This is barely a one-person job. I'm not paying all of you. And 2, this seems to be the only costumes that she does not see through. She does not once suspect that these are the barn animals she's consistently after. They're using their animal names. They didn't even try to hide it. Like, you could argue that she doesn't know their names, but the pig's name is Pig. Maybe just because their accents are so convincing. The rest of this episode is our beloved animal characters getting tortured by the Snotty Kid and his yowie paddle he uses for piñatas.
Ow! Didn't feel a thing.
Is that all you got, Nanny?
Is that all you got, Frieza?
Ladies and gentlemen, a second pig inflation scene has hit the show. And would you believe me if I told you this isn't even the clip I was looking for? This has to happen at least 3 times in this program, and I'm starting to lose hope. This kid is moving and acting exactly like a newborn. He's regressing. And I guess I would too if every single person I ever genuinely loved or opened up to turned out to be the same cow every time. Like, by the end of the episode, he's grown a liking to Otis nanny, only to have the rug pulled out from under him again. I can't even imagine what kind of confused feelings he's getting now that he's learned his favorite babysitter was also his fake girlfriend. They already did the weird mom plot with Bessie, and then they never focused an episode on her again, for good reason, of course. That's the other thing you notice about season 1, is they slowly realize which characters do and don't work for this show. In the end, the touring improv troupe take the money and dip after traumatizing the baby boy, but as we know, he will be back with a vengeance. The moral of the story here is, never trust British women. They are all evil. This would normally be the part in show retrospectives where the host, me, would take a break to usher in the timeline of events, the transition from season 1 into season 2. But not only did the season 2 premiere air a day after the season 1 finale, but I basically already said my piece about the differences between season 1 and 2 in the last episode. This bus has no brakes. Wild Mike's dance party is such a breath of fresh air. Not just because the peak character design is back, who Otis releases from his cage that's just been off screen this whole time to escape from the clutches of a boring book club. Man, these guys really are theater majors. Wild Mike has the power of influence over every breathing being and the ability to make them all party. Abby asks several questions implying that she doesn't know Wild Mike, which again hints at her being new to the barn after the movie. But also, how long has he been in that cage? When was the movie set? How long has she been here? It can't be like 30 real days. He's always just there in the cage for whenever they need him, hiding in the background. But this time, due to Otis's irresponsibility, he got out. They keep trying to set up how dangerous this is for Mike, but I know propaganda when I see it. Oh, he's safer back in his small cage than he is in the free outside world. I want to take a proper gander at this character design again. Wild Mike follows the music, which just so happens to be blasting from a truck. The animals do their best to stop him and get him using a cop costume and a persona that I don't think we've seen before. Counter. And this inevitably devolves into an action sequence.
Meanwhile, in a completely different location from the one we were just in. I'm so bored. I'm too bored to cry. Come on now, come on. Where's the energy? This is American Barnstand, not American Stand Around like a bunch of bored snails. Meanwhile, on the set of American Stand Around like a bunch of bored snails, returning to the set we were at seconds before. Now
this is the show that I loved. I feel like I have the opposite opinion of what I saw predominantly online at the time. They would have you believe, the mysterious they, that the show got worse in season 2 as the cutaways and non sequiturs ran rampant. But, and some hardcore fans may find this offensive, but this season already is really the only time I found the show watchable and enjoyable. I love this show way more when they just do not give a shit. Also, the Family Guy comparison falls flat when this show is so very blatantly American Dad inspired. They have new costumes and personas every episode. The contagious dancing of Wild Mike has affected the teens of this new dance show as they all do their copy and paste Fortnite emotes. The animals find them through a DVD that they found on accident. It's not like a TV show. They're not seeing this live or a viral video. This is very strange.
They're dancing him into the ground. Come on, guys, we gotta save him. 2 seconds later.
You see? This is my shit. Yeah, one scene later and like 5 new costumes. We are 1 episode into season 2. The theater troupe do their best "how do you do, fellow teens" impression, and I'm starting to realize that I might actually be remembering this episode and not the movie. Like in reference to Wild Mike, I remember seeing Wild Mike and drawing him on every page of my notebook, but I always assumed he only appeared in the film. But everything about this, him dancing too fast and shedding his hair, I remember this. There's a chance I saw this episode when it aired in 2009 before ever even seeing the film, because the movie didn't air on Nickelodeon until after this. It's actually incredibly likely that Kid Ultra didn't even know it was a movie at first. The Barnyard movie? You mean Cowman? The Barnyard manages to free Wild Mike and...
Tonight's book, The Scarlet Cassava Melon.
4 hours later.
That's how it ends. Buyers beware is...
Freddy, you okay?
You got it. Now about my kidney stones. Oh, no way.
Oh, come on, let's give it a try.
No, Pig.
I am lifting the 1 clip per episode rule because this show got very funny very quickly. It's like night and day. Like, this is what they should have been doing the whole time. It's clearly the style they were always shooting for. This show is leagues better when they just don't care as much. I don't want to get too deep into it, but I think that just is the case with writing. We hype up the idea of a perfectionist, a true auteur that only writes the best things, but the truth of the matter is a perfectionist doesn't actually write anything. They just sit on it and critique their own work. Am I making a video on Back at the Barnyard because I have a lot to say? No, it's because I wanted to write something and I wanted to watch the show, so I just started typing. Did I have any dissertation? Any point? Any thesis? Any reason to say what I'm saying? No, but I write a video a month and you can't take that away from me. The most talented and experienced writers that you are thinking of right now that write for film or television don't care nearly as much as you do. Speaking of not caring, the farmer has put up a welcome buyer sign in front of the barnyard, probably so we can sell it to buy more plug-and-play console games.
Clearly, the farmer wishes to receive units of monetary currency in exchange for a good or item currently in his possession. In this case, the farm. Oh, that makes sense. 3 seconds later.
I don't care if it's getting old for you. I just sat through nearly 40 episodes of not fucking this, I can tell you that much. Say what you will about an over-reliance on non-sequiturs and the absurdist bits, but this show moves so much faster now. It bears repeating, I like this version of the show way more. We get 3 new Otis personas in the span of 2 episodes, and the season just started. The idea their plan is to be a really poor realtor, or act as a really poor realtor, to scare all buyers away. Loud neighbors, toxic waste pool, a new fawn costume that they made for this one bit and only this one bit. We get another Ask Dr. Pig segment, and I get the feeling these are about to become way more prevalent. I swear all the moments everyone talks about fondly or memes come from this latter season. And also the one reviewers hated at the time, go figure. They do a Hulk bit within the Dr. Pig bit that's interrupting the episode, and then they cut to a disembodied voice who also then turns into the Hulk. This is like 3 bits jammed on top of one load-bearing episode. You can feel them giving up in the writer's room in real time and saying, yeah, whatever, it's paced poorly, but it's funny, ship it, and they couldn't be more right.
Is that an earthquake?
Really gets the blood flowing.
4 hours later, we have locusts.
That is good, isn't it?
Why would she eat the...
Granted, there are a lot of these now in a very short amount of time. I don't know why I've invested in showing you all of them. In the end, it's revealed that the sign the farmer put out front in the yard was actually to welcome the buyers for the Buyer family reunion, which is his last name. His first name is Farm. So wait, all of these humans were his family? Why did they act like they were gonna buy the barnyard? Why did they indulge this realtor character?
How are we supposed to know his last name is Buyer? Delivery for Mr. Buyer.
You've reached the Buyer residence. I'll get this stump out or my name isn't Buyer, which it is. That's my name. My last name is Buyer. B-U-Y-E-R.
This is the FBI, Buyer. Come out with your hands up.
You'll never take Farmer Buyer alive.
Yeah, we're not psychics.
Dude, I fucking love this show now, and I am very excited to see where it goes. Where it goes is confusing. I look like fucking animated Avatar. I'm ranting. Okay, so episode 3 of season 2 would not air for another 3 months on May 18th, 2009. Our episode 4 would actually air the day after episode 2 on February 27th, meaning that it aired before episode 3. And then after that, episodes 5, 6, 7, and 8 would all air the days following the 3rd episode on May 18th, leading through to the 22nd. So the episode air order is 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So really, episodes 3 and 4 are switched. I could have just said it like that. So I'm gonna switch them back. So before I cover the next batch of episodes or the next bomb, I was about to say we could start naming these bombs after the arcs, like find a vague title that coincides with all the episodes that are bashed together. Because the show practically airs in bombs like from here on out, up until very close to the end of the series. But most of the bombs are already given a name by the week they are scheduled with on Nickelodeon. And we'll get to the names, but first, Anchor Cow is the final episode in a bomb that Nickelodeon refers to as Animal Invasion Week. I'm so used to these title cards having nothing to do with the episode that I was taken aback that this one is actually a pretty active parody. Otis's giant cheese curd rolls down a hill and crushes the news guy character. They say his name is Hilly in this episode, and we saw it in text before, but you should know by now that I'm not calling him that. Alright, I'll call him that. I like this character. Anyway, he killed him, I think. And the next part adds an extra wrinkle to our timeline of episodes because we see the debut of Otis's reporter character, Gil O'Malley. So it's not gonna go on the counter because this character has already existed. Sort of. Which I swear we've seen before, way back in the first half of season 1. And it's in that episode, if you remember, that this news guy, Fucker Carlson, remembered Gil as if they have met before. But that makes no sense because this is season 2, and they aired over a year apart. Unless you consider that this may have been a script the team has been sitting on for a long time, and only now got it to work, using that old season 2 charm. I think you can really tell which episodes are season 1 or season 2 just by watching them, and I can tell you firmly, looking you right in the eyes, you may not be able to see my eyes, but I can see yours, this is not just a season 1 script they didn't get to yet. This is a concept that took several drafts and only got worked to completion now. I wish I could get work to completion. The party animals use more costumes and newscasting to cover up Otis's crimes. His many, many crimes. And now he's got the entire squad on the news. I think I lost count of our costume counter internally, but you're seeing it on the board now. I literally wrote down in my script, I guess all farmers don't look the same. The frame before Otis admits he made up the story, so I have to assume that the farmer picture we're seeing, that he just photoshopped this guy. Otis is dumb as rocks with the moral backbone of a stick bug, but even he wouldn't AI generate an image. So why would you? I haven't mentioned it this season because they really found their footing, and the scheduling isn't really their fault, but the fast-moving nonsense show is giving off iCarly particles. This show never got its 8 p.m. slot back, but it did everything in its power to get it.
My saucy sources say it's everybody's favorite fuzzball, Bigfoot. Bigfoot later apologized, citing stress and the fact that he's an ape-man.
We jump to an open field where nothing happens, with a joke about a meteor crushing both Peck and Freddy. Glad they finally found a use for those wide-open vistas. Otis, in all his charity, wanted to save Hilly's job, but actually ended up replacing him, putting him out of a job. This is fantastic. There's like 5 to 6 of these guys, and we don't even have to pay them.
Well, we can't do that. I mean, Hilly's a news legend. I still have a news. Hey, wait a minute, what about? Hang up the phone. Hilly, get off the phone. Hang it up, Hilly. Look, if you won't take the gig, there's plenty of wacky newsmen who will. Just in, I have poopy pants. All right.
Yeah, that's a good bit, but was that the golf caddy? Or am I just being bigoted towards stupid people who look stupid? I can't describe it, but if these same dumb juvenile jokes were happening in 2D, I don't think they would have been nearly as funny. Like, a cartoon character with big ears saying they have poopy pants isn't as funny as an Xbox 360 avatar saying. I don't know why. I'm sure there are psychological studies on this. More on that later. Yet again, another one of my favorite characters has been reduced to begging for food and money. Wait a minute. Where are the Super Pizza Brothers? I'm pretty sure the last time we ever saw them, they were being chased by a giant corn kaiju. I think I may have answered my own question there.
One day you're on top of the news world, the next day you're hopping around for nickels.
Believe me, there are worse things you can do for nickels.
So the theater troupe's plan is to make Hilly, the newscaster, look like a hero in front of everyone. Why would that get him his job back? Was he heroic before? Is his replacement heroic? We know Otis isn't. What is this plan? Why would being a hero get him his job as a journalist back? Their plan backfires as they shatter the Odaville Dam, but then front fires as Hilly does end up saving the day and becomes resident newscaster yet again. I guess because he's a hero. We learned in a quick snippet that the old mayor is still alive and well and not frozen, and the cheese curd injures the newscaster again. But at least this time, he won't lose his job to a human cow. Which ends our February batch of episodes, the Animal Invasion Week. I made a big deal about naming these bombs when the network was gonna do it for me. They just aren't as good. Like, May 18th to 22nd, like we mentioned previously, is referred to as Barnyard Bazaar Week, which isn't not true. Abby and Veronica is the first episode in this May bomb. Maybe the bazaar in the title is a reference to the Bizarro world, because Abby's cousin Veronica, nice Archie reference in there. Veronica is just like Abby, who we know grew up with only brothers and a crazy uncle, so we could assume Veronica did the same. The boys love Abby, maybe some more than others, but don't think they could handle two of her at one time.
Veronica's coming any minute and I need to practice my power serve.
It's Abby. You're an idiot.
The hiding does not work. But then Veronica arrives at the barnyard, and she is a babe. I'm not attracted to cowgirls, as in cows that are girls. It's just what the sexy jazz music in this show is implying. I am recounting the story. Also, the awooga of it all. It seems Veronica has grown more girly and ladylike since Abby last saw her, and the boys of the barn becoming obsessed with her because of this is pissing her off. One half because it's her cousin, and the other half because Veronica is presumably just Abby, but more a babe. And they only like when she conforms to strict gender structures and modern beauty standards. Otis, of all people, should understand how horrific this must be for her. The guys all bend over backwards for Veronica, even Duke, who after his adventure with the vet is subserviently serving his queen. You know, I used to not like this character, but now I'm starting to understand.
We're not sure what girls like, so we brought you these worms and this lightning rod.
Veronica has grown more ladylike and beautiful, and also more evil as she tricks the boys into mining for diamonds for her. Abby is taken aback by this for some reason. Your family is all rich Southerners. They're the masters of siphoning the land for all its resources. It's all they do. Hey, look, it's Bessie. You remember Bessie from hit show Back at the Barnyard, dude. The Abby and Otis plotline is way more prominent in this show than I initially remembered. I'm starting to think that Kid Ultra just ignored it purposefully. Man, I do that now. We get a new pig segment. I'm not making a counter for this gag. I already dropped it when it comes to montages, where he puts makeup on Duke. And he's slaying. Anyway, back to the mines.
No diamonds yet, Veronica. I blame Pig.
It's true I have a gimpy lung.
Abby interrupts this unpaid labor with her new look, where she's a total babe. Again, it's not me saying that, it's the music. It's not me. I am not attracted to cows. I am historically quite scared of them. I'm glad that after all this time, they finally found out how to make fights work in this show.
400 thumps later.
That works too. Because of this fighting, Freddy and Peck are caved in, leading the cousins working together to save them and the diamond. But Veronica still escapes, with it learning nothing. Abby attacks Otis for his shallow pursuit of femininity, or something like that, and the very next day, Bling My Barn aired. This might be one of the few times the title card is actually uttered in the episode. That wasn't a purposeful pun. Uttered is just the best term to use there. Otis ordered some blinking wheelie sneakers on the net, but was sent the Bjorkstalker package by mistake. Mushroom cloud, but somehow everyone is okay.
The farmer's gonna be back in 2 days from stand-up comedy camp.
Women be shopping, right? You fellas know what I'm talking about.
It's like a wholly different show. My grandpa ate half a quart of paint today thinking it was yogurt. The Animal Farm decide, or rather have no choice, but to refurbish the barn. It's in putting together the supplies that they see the hit reality show Bling My Barn on the TV, and decide that that's the best course of action. Otis has a plan, and you'll never guess, his plan is to dress everyone up like a human family.
Ready? Peck, Hip, you can be our 2.3 adorable children. I call daughter.
No me.
No me.
No me.
No me.
No me.
Can I have my own bedroom?
Pig refuses to wear a humiliating disguise, so they show him a slideshow of a bunch of his costumes on this show. And honestly, this barely scratches the surface. There are like more than double this, including the new family costume for all our regular cast. But the family alone is not cute or marketable enough to get the TV spot, so they need Pig to wear a baby costume, which is basically just a diaper. And this is where he draws the line, which is honestly pretty fair. After Otis convinces him by promising to take him to the unicorn aquarium, Pig agrees. That is until he spots a more sad and presumably deserving family that was cut from the show for them.
Go, 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 go. Dada. Not now, nameless baby. Daddy's busy.
The Barnyard has got to find the Pig Baby or else they lose the opportunity at a new barn. The reason Pig Baby lures the family out to this vacant open vast field, as we get a proper Benny Hill parody with a track that is almost indistinguishable. I feel like they could have just used the actual track. I don't think like the copyright's very strict on that. Luring them all to the human family who apparently need the new barn more than the animal farm. And the gang actually decides to give it to them, meaning that the episode plot has not been resolved. It just ends in disarray, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Now you're speaking my language. Autorado is a different story, but the farmer was arrested because of Otis. Not by Otis. I think that BATB just gathered their most boring characters, the ones that didn't work, and lets terrible things happen to them, terrible events befall them. Man, I love this show now. They've bailed him out before, in previous episodes, but this time they need to raise 10,000 clams. Like a previous episode. They get an idea for a Wild West park by encountering the Fairy Unicorn Land theme park, which was very subtly foreshadowed in the last episode by Pig. He loves those freaky little things. Everyone is here for the Barnyard Wild West show. Even Louie, along with all the Sonic Unleashed incidentals.
Welcome to Sheriff Otis's Wild West World. That'll be $15. The name's Sheriff Otis. That'll be $18. Here, kid, have a tumbleweed. Only $26.
They didn't know what to do with the farmer, so they put him behind bars. They didn't know what to do with Duke, so they made him wear dresses every episode. I might be understanding this character more and more. Damn, she's hitting that shit. But the Sonic characters are displeased, bored even, and require a genuine Wild West bad guy to spice things up. At the same time, a real genuine cowboy shows up to invade this Wild West world.
I'll take this, my whip. You're doing great. I'm completely belittling you.
Otis realizes too late that the cowboy is the real article and that they must now duel at high noon. By the way, both this show and SpongeBob, its sworn rival, around this time have both done Dungeons & Dragons and Wild West special episodes. Maybe they're more alike than they thought. Are we still fighting this guy? There only seems to have one family attending left anyway. Just go home. But in the end, Pig saves the day with his ponies. Remember? The one set up subtly before. The theme park gets shut down, but they still got all the bail money in time for the farmer. In a turn of events, this episode did get a resolution. Also, Duke was hitting that shit. Q Pig's title implies something greater between Otis and Abby. The title itself also implies that Pig is more of an active participant in the story, when he's really incidental. So how it works is Otis fights Pig over the computer and wants to print out some insults to spew at Bessie. He prints this over top a love letter Pig wrote for a snack company and accidentally grabs both of them. As he's making his way to Bessie, the love letter that Pig wrote falls into Otis's stable, and he then finds it and rallies the troops to try and figure out who sent it, who is his secret admirer.
Is it Hannah? Oh, that new she-goat? Oh, come on. It's someone we know really well. Bessie? Everett. Give us the species. It's someone we see every day. This is Beady? Mr. Beady. Wonder Lady. No, it's Abby.
Pip believes it may realistically be Abby and that Otis should just be honest and ask her. But Otis refuses, not because he strictly doesn't like her, but on the chance it wasn't sent by her and he has exposed himself as liking her to her. I said that in the worst way possible. So they do the next best thing. Spying. As they keep cutting Pig off when he tries to tell them about the letter he wrote earlier. Like, this is what I mean. Yes, Pig did set the plot in motion, and he certainly is there. I don't know if I'd call him Q Pig, though. Otis does one of his classic character voices. This is what got him and all his improv buddies an SNL audition. Getting Abby on the horn, she almost admits her feelings, but manages to snuff out what Otis is doing. But she believes he's harmlessly trying to prank her. No such thing with this show. The rest of the episode revels in shenanigans of Otis getting caught and reverse pranked by Abby. Like that time she spots him under the table and dumps lava and toxic waste on his head.
Why don't you check if Abby has a love shrine to you? A what? You know, a secret shrine to her beloved. Like my shrine to Chef Jacques LeBoeuf, inventor of the chicken nugget.
Does this count as representation? It's gotta count for something. In searching for a shrine, they actually come across Abby's super secret drawer, but can't seem to get it open. In the end, we get the big reveal that it was Pig that typed up that letter, which we knew, and sent it to his favorite snack brand, winning a lifetime supply of snacks, which he eats very quickly. That's another epic Pig inflation moment, and still not the one I'm looking for. Honestly, that's far more exciting than the romance. Oh, wait a minute. He was the Q Pig. But at the very end, we see a somber scene of Abby holding the key to the super secret drawer, which opens up to reveal she actually does own an Otis shrine. Where did she get these pictures? Like, a crush is one thing, but this is probably too much. Girl, get up. It's Otis. Happy Animal Fun Time. I cannot continue to judge these books by their covers. The title card and music led me to believe that this is a Christmas special that aired in May 2009. The boys, who only seem to hang out around each other, are training for a bowling trophy we've never heard about before. But on the same day as the tournament, Otis actually promised to go to a concert with Abby.
I remember it clearly. Oh, Otis, thank you for the flying pony. The only other thing I could ever want in life is to go see a Brianna Texarkana concert.
No problem, Abigail, my dearest. I shall take you to that concert.
Why do I not remember any of this plot line, this through line at all? Like, these are 2 episodes back to back of Abby and Otis content. I was so surprised when I saw them interact like this for the first time all the way back in season 1, but this is a concurrent thing. This is like way more prominent, which also leads Pip to being the voice of reason again, like he has in the last batch of episodes. Not that I don't find him particularly funny, but I think he's funnier being the worldly straight man, because he is small. The bowling team will have no chance to win without Otis, so they need to come up with a convincing lie. The lie is a plotline we've seen like a dozen times now. It's sitcom and cartoon tradition that they make up a fake tradition. The Happy Animal Fun Time Festival. Is happy part of the title, or are they wishing you a happy Animal Fun Time Festival? Otis slips up and says they celebrate the holiday every year, to which Abby retorts that she's been here for over a year, which either tells us that time is passing in real time and a season is a year, and she did show up to the Barnyard right before episode 1, or there is a year prior to this show where shenanigans happened that we did not see, and she didn't learn anything new in that time. Forget Otis and Abby. We've been getting a lot of Otis and Pig content content these last 2 episodes.
I sold my blood to buy you these back hair combs. But I sold my back hair to buy you this barbell. Oh, the irony.
In a sweet gesture, Abby rips up the expensive tickets because she would rather spend time with the family that she loves. Oh. The rest of the episode is the guys sneaking off during hide and seek, bobbing, and other party festivities while they bowl between rounds. And now I am sad. You could do this to the farmer or Duke or Peck or even Freddy. They can take it. But not our precious Abby. At least in the end, Abby gets the last laugh as the holiday elf, that sounds exactly like Bessie, rolls up in a sleigh to gift all the good animals presents as Hark the Herald Angel Sings plays softly in the background. Again, this aired in May. 5 gold rings. Abby uses Bessie to help her humiliate Otis and prove that he lied to her, and she ends her story with a hearty laugh. He still ruined her concert. Like, you ripped up the tickets. You can't even go now if you wanted to. I'd be way more mad about this. How expensive were those tickets? Or maybe concerts used to be affordable in the 2000s and not $1,000. Who knows? That was ages ago. And the episode ends with all the animals gathering around and showing off their presents. And I know that in the canon of the episode, it's not winter. They just made the holiday up. But this episode very clearly wanted to air during the holidays. Why did they air season 2 immediately after season 1 when they probably could have used some time? Although there is an episode later in season 2 that adds contention. I mean, that's rhetorical. I know the answer to that question. I just don't agree with it. The last episode airs. The bomb finishes May 22nd, 2009. A month passes. The next batch of episodes of the next bomb aired June 29th, 30th, July 1st, 2nd, 3rd at 5:30 p.m. They couldn't even keep their time slot if they wanted to. They were off by 30 minutes, and they're calling this bomb Battle of the Barnyard 2. They couldn't even be bothered to give this one a new name. We're doing sequels to bombs now. We've had like 3 of them. Just so you know, this next batch of episodes, this bomb is gonna be the last one for, well, Dream Birthday. I don't know what makes this another battle. The animal farm plans on pranking the mailman, which is very Otakirk Barnyard, if you know what I mean. Like, not that it's odd or incorrect, but this is just an interpretation of the character that is present in the theatrical film and the one special episode he co-wrote. This is simply not what this show is anymore. The show is all the costumes. Well, in attempting to prank the mailman, they learn that Farmer Byer's birthday is tomorrow, and no one is coming. Certainly not the rest of the Byer family. So the walking, talking animals love their farmer enough, or at least pity him enough, to gaslight him yet again, like old times, into believing that he is dreaming so that they can walk and talk around and give him the best birthday ever in his believed sleep. Meaning that they don't have to hide themselves. Meaning, no elaborate costumes. This is weird. I don't like this. Something's so off about this. It's like an evil version of the show, or rather, a show that's more in line with the movie. This is an entire episode of no new costumes. Sort of. I mean, Peck dresses up like Abraham Lincoln to play ping pong with the farmer, who keeps fainting, by the way. And I kept asking myself the question, can you sleep in a dream? I know this isn't a real dream. I've never actually thought about that. Probably not, right? It's the perfect birthday for him. Or the dream birthday, if you will.
Otis, how'd you know to get the farmer?
Easy, I just checked out his MySpace page.
Current mood? Feisty.
They even reenact a scene from Star Wars. Again, I feel the need to remind you that this show is not Canadian. This feels way more like episode 3 of the show than whatever we got years ago. Golf, I guess. But then the farmer refuses to wake up from his perfect dream and runs out naked, believing there are no consequences, especially against the moose-hating bikers.
Yeah, to bite!
So, like, the animals rub cake on their face to pretend they have rabies, and then we see the vet character we've seen twice before, if not thrice. And apparently the farmer has a thing for her, which leads us to get a pig costume. That's not what I'm mentioning. I'm pretty sure we've seen this pig before. Don't worry about that. What I want to know is, do these rabies animals count as new costumes? Like, they're not pretending to be people, but they are acting in costume. Like, this should still count as a costume, right? I'm really waiting for the farmer and his new lover to bust out sweet Akira bike slide. I've been betting on it every time a character in the show hops on the back of a hog. Do you think Pig finds that term offensive? His insane pickup line actually works on the vet, but I think she just very rarely gets visitors. Regardless of how we feel about the rabies, we get 3 quick disguises in one gag for Otis to save the farmer. Like, they're all so worried that they'll be exposed by the dream farmer, but they're all standing right off camera, upright. Man, get in costume. The vet leaves as this hardcore farmer is way too bad for her speed. And then it's revealed to all be a dream. In a dream, in a dream, in a dream, in a dream, in hell, I think? The very next episode, the very next day, Lord of the Beavers is a perfect response to the last episode. Or rather, an apology for it.
He's only doing 20 bars, he doesn't care. It's burning up the barn at a moderate speed. It's a terrific scooter man, something is.
And now there's an Otis-shaped hole in the barn, putting Otis back in the full body cast. Oh, classic Otis. You may think you understand this episode on a deep level, like, oh, okay, Otis is acting leader, even though we haven't seen him do anything leaderful to the rest of the animals in a very long time. But he is the leader.
Besides, what can happen in a few short days? An eighth of a day later.
While he's injured because it's chaos outside, he puts Pip in charge as acting leader and then slips into a coma. He then wakes up, like The Walking Dead, to a world where everything is better because of his absence. Just like The Walking Dead. Pip has implemented a monthly tier-based reward system that everyone is cool with, I guess. As Otis fails to take back over, he writes a guilt-tripping goodbye letter.
Allow me. Donkey oil, pine nut mousse, confetti yippity-doo. 3 hours later. Spoon mustard nicotine membrane, hot pocket, riddly.
And you may think that this episode is actually about how much they miss Otis, even though they can choose to visit him whenever they want. They're upset that he's gone and can't lead them anymore, that specifically he won't kiss them goodnight. But did he ever do that? Can Pip not do that? If you're a simpleton, you may believe that this episode is all about how Otis is much better at raising beavers than leading the animal farm. But no, I will use my superior analytical animation reviewer brain to tell you that this episode is actually recompense for the last. It's actually about how costumes and voices are the solution to all of their problems. Again, the resolution of this episode, and I am not joking, Teenage Euthanasia filmed the animals standing and walking and talking again, but this time she's learned her lesson. Again. She knows now to immediately upload it to the internet, but not before the tape is destroyed by the new original Otis character, Counter. Just an episode in the first half of season 2 to remind you how cool costumes are and how epic these actors are at their job. Little Otis is set during spring cleaning. Man. They just missed May. They were so close. Otis bails on the cleaning by replacing himself with an unconvincing robot, and by unconvincing robot, I mean Pip is inside powering it. So this is not escaping work. This is subjugating work. Another mark of a true leader. Is Pip normally excluded from spring cleaning? The rest of the barnyard snuff this out and are rightfully upset to find Otis bailed to watch TV all day. Correction, to watch the news all day? I guess he's still a big fan. Otis is then shackled with the rest of the work. That is until he sees an ad starring a new crazy guy. He isn't old like the other crazy men, but considering what he's selling, I wouldn't be surprised if the substance situation was happening here. He is selling a service to any rando watching the news at that time, as seen on TV ad, that will clone barn animals from a simple piece of DNA. Cloning a farm animal may seem innocuous, but we get a cute little detail that Otis can understand what the sheep are saying on TV, but chooses not to. Obviously, the humans can't understand that. Wait a minute. Is that why they walk upright? Is that why they have human intelligence? Is this why Otis has an udder? Who is this man? I must know more about him, as his existence can tie together and explain the entire barnyard Oh, I guess we're moving on. At least you have the clipboard. Otis created life. He just did that. And he acts like his dad, and the little Otis acts like an excitable kid, but the packaging just says that the clone may be smaller, not that it's literally a child. This is a fully grown cow. He's just 2 apples tall. Like me. As I'm writing this, by the way, I just saw Dogman in theaters. This same thing almost happens exactly in Dogman. Again, not a child. It seems that the little Otis clone likes Abby unabashedly, to which Abby teases Otis for the big Otis because they have the same brain and presumably the same feelings towards her. Alright, I get it. I was wrong. I totally blocked this part of the show from my brain. We know that Abby and Otis like each other, but still, the dynamic of this will they won't they changes on a whim depending on what episode you're watching. The tiny test tube cow doesn't understand the rules of pretending to be a farm animal. He was never taught. It's not like Toy Story rules where they all just know inherently, even if they believe they aren't toys. But if that's the case, if he doesn't know to pretend, does that mean the crazy scientist who made this homunculus, was he not taken aback that he was walking and talking? Unless he's seen this before. Unless he's sent these intelligent animals to this very farm before. So Teenage Euthanasia has a nice chat with him and gets him to spill all of their secrets. But that isn't enough. To prove that talking barn animals are real, she needs to physically take little Otis to the news station. You have dozens of cameras. We've seen them. Granted, if she uploaded a video of a walking, talking barn animal to YouTube in 2009, it probably would have been about the same quality as those Pokemon in real life videos that I watched as a kid. Okay, Little Monsters. I'm stealing that name. I have a new lost media hunt for you. It's probably not lost, but I can't find it. And that should count for something. I distinctly remember there being one of those Pokemon in real life videos, the ones where it's just slideshows of photoshopped animals or Randy Orton meant to look like Pokemon. I distinctly remember one of those having a screamer in it. I don't remember what the image was, but I do remember it featuring a very loud scream, like that of a jump scare, if you don't know what a screamer is. That is all. That's the tangent for this episode. Happy hunting. If a lady came on the news with an abnormally tiny cow that could walk and talk, my first assumption would not be, oh, I guess all variants of barn animals can talk. It would be, what is that horrifying lab accident and where did you get it? But the acting troupe go to get him back anyway.
Otis, what are we gonna do?
I don't know yet, but it'll probably involve costumes, split-second timing, and disguised character voices. To the costumes, split-second timing, and disguised character voices, hunt!
We do unlock a new Otis alternate costume, but that is quickly given away by little Otis. This sequence of events, where the smaller one says, it's Otis, and then Teenage Euthanasia turns around and says, Otis? Made me realize, this is the first time she's learned his name, isn't it? Like, it sounds so unnatural for Otis to come out of that face with that voice. It just sounds wrong. Little Otis doesn't really feel the urgency to escape. That is until Abby makes her own tiny version of herself. Like, really quickly. The four cows escaped together, leaving Teenage Euthanasia to have another classic crazy rant on the news. In 2009, she would have been a viral sensation by now. And if this happened like 6 years later, she'd be on The Ellen Show. And if they had a crazy old white lady yelling about insane conspiracy theories on the news today, that's business as usual. I know I just said that I love how they don't feel the need to resolve plots anymore, but Lil Otis and Lil Abby are getting hitched. And I know this show has continuity sometimes, so I hope and I pray we see them walking around in the background of certain episodes. They could hang out with those kids from the School of Otis that we saw one time. I wonder what happened to them. Kids in the City is about the only 3 children that live on the barnyard. Otis believes that these homeschooled kids are being coddled with improper education that will leave them maladjusted to the outside world. I feel like I made this point already, but on one hand, he's right. Homeschooling is awful for socializing your kid. On the other, they are barn animals. They don't need jobs.
Hours of painful beating later.
Kids, let's finish story time later. I gotta go wash the stupid off my knuckles.
We managed to pull the ever-elusive and very rare half-cast Otis. Obviously not as common as the full-body cast Otis, but still doesn't count as its own costume. So the boys, the gang, the bros, sneak the kids out under Bessie and Abby's noses to make them see the world. And we get, like, at the very least 8 new costumes here. No wonder Nickelodeon wanted this show dead. Speaking of Nickelodeon competition and comparison, the girls find out where they are because of a tracking device they put under Freddy's skin. Because of a tracking device they put under Freddy's skin. This exact thing happens in iCarly. like bar for bar. Get him! Rip his skin off!
Get his clothes off!
By the way, I want to say that I don't think this is a purposeful ripping off. Not the skin, the joke, the plot line. I just think it's a funny coincidence. And the three school children walk away from the tussle to turn a corner and see...
Are they friendly?
Could be a species of subhuman.
Guys, I am so genuinely excited about this. I thought they were dead. Now I see why the studio audiences cheer when a beloved cast member joins the scene. The only piece of continuity in the show, other than Bigfoot, I guess, is that these dudes lost their job very early in season 1 and have been panhandlers ever since. And then Otis busts out a classic "Can You Hear Me Now" reference. That's not an iCarly reference. So if you don't know, there was a series of Verizon Wireless commercials. Verizon Wireless is a cell phone service. From like the beginning of the 2000s to the end of the 2010s, these commercials ran. And they starred a guy, the test man, who would say, "Can you hear me now?" into his phone. They weren't like funny, but clearly the marketing worked. The commercials ran for a decade. I had a visitor from outside of the States come over recently that was shocked by the amount of insurance commercials that Americans get, and that just kind of devolved into a conversation about the lore of Flo from Progressive. She alone has been around for nearly 2 decades. She met Sonic the Hedgehog.
Help, I'm so lost. I can't figure out insurance.
This is your department. It's okay. Navigating insurance is easy with State Farm. Go to statefarm.com/severance. Get the coverage that's right for you. Severance, now streaming on Apple TV+.
Anyway, in the 2010s, the "Can You Hear Me Now" guy, the test man, defected towards Sprint, Verizon's sworn rival, which then merged with T-Mobile, a different service provider. So technically, he's been a spokesperson for all three. And why am I talking about this? If I have nothing to say about the Barnyard episode, I'm gonna go on a completely different tangent, but you can't say you didn't learn something. The children are lost. A calf, a chick, a sheep in the big city. They obviously know enough about the outside world to know to find a police officer, but honestly, he kind of accosted them and questioned them immediately. The animal farm spots this and attempts to fake a crime to attract the cop. And yeah, this is a funny bit, but what do these masks count as? Because they're costumes within costumes, overlapping. They are still in their human disguises, but now they're wearing burglar masks over top of that. Does this count as a new costume? It serves a separate purpose. Your first instinct may be to say no, but the animal kids don't recognize the adults as they fight them off. They don't know it's them, even though they did know when they walked into town without the burglar masks. This tiny piece of felt was enough to scare these children, implying, aside from the keen eye of the neighbor, the one rule of this universe is that if an intelligent being is aware of a costume change, they can see through it. But if they are not, they do not. Does that make any sense at all? I think I wrote my thesis on this. Speaking of calling back to previous episodes, the kids cave and call the girls, who come to pick them up in a helicopter that flies into the sun, just like that crazy old fighter pilot warned us about. Not episodes ago! Actually, several episodes ago. Snotty and Snotty are aired a day later, but for whatever reason is listed as episode 25 on Amazon Prime, where I purchased the show for this video. Now, this has happened before, like the TV, movie, and double-length specials being at the end of season 1, even though they aired in the middle, or closer towards the middle. But this is the 13th segment, the 7th episode of season 2, that aired in proper timeline order. Why is it all the way down here? Why is it the only one all the way down here? We begin in medias res as the Snotty Kid is torturing the animals again. But in a twist of events, his aunt and him are being visited by his cousin, who's even more gross, even more evil, even more... Why am I reading this episode like I'm a TV guide? He seems like a normal bad kid, even worse than Snotty, but then it's revealed he has the power to rip off Snotty's entire nose. Like the whole thing clean off.
Guys, my nose was completely ripped off my face. This was not fun for me at all.
As the episode moves along, the animals think this is the perfect way to give Snotty a taste of his own medicine, so they pull out another character, but not a costume. I want to make that very clear. But it comes back to bite them, as now he's torturing them too, and he'll be here all summer. Yeah. Anyway, he switched Pig and Otis's heads. 1 time is a joke. 2 times? He can just canonically do this. He has this power. The animals concede that they're better off with just Snotty Kid, who honestly isn't even here that often anymore. Like, I'd argue they have to deal with the farmer or the crows more than this kid. Honestly, Otis is the one torturing him. They come up with a new plan to dress up as... Actually, never mind. Maybe we should skip this one.
And these are my fellow spirit guide friends, Officer Pig.
Top of the morning.
2 construction workers.
Hey, how you doing?
Forget about it.
A sailor of some type.
Ahoy there.
And this tiny lounge singer.
I'm just crazy about chestnut.
Scratch that. They've won me back. I'm back on the horse, so to speak. And it took me to hearing this culturally insensitive fake tribal music to realize why I love the absurdity of this show, why I find the dumb bit so much funnier in this stilted 3D animated space. It's not because it's nostalgic or reminds me of Xbox. No, it reminds me of Xavier Renegade Angel.
When God was passing out insight, you thought he said that when God was passing out holy prophets, you thought he said oily faucets, cause your soul has diarrhea of the mouth faucet.
I think the last 3 clips I used were all from Adult Swim shows. I'm kind of a fan. They don't train this kid at all. I thought at first they were trying to placebo him, but I think in the long run, this was all just a setup. Snotty Kid goats his cousin into attacking him by calling him a troll. Mind you, this was Nickelodeon in 2009. Their asses did not know what an internet troll was. They're talking real, actual folklore. Teenage Euthanasia, another Adult Swim reference. You guys should really check out this video. She finds the cousin attacking her nephew. Wait a minute. Whose kid is this? It's not impossible that she has 2 siblings or even sibling-in-law, but why was he down to stay here all summer? Is this not her kid? Well, if it is, then it's really sad because she chooses her nephew over him being caught in the act by one of her many video cameras. Now would be the part of the video that I would alert you that the bomb we were currently inside of, Battle of the Barnyard 2, has concluded. And then we'd move on to the next. But the next adventure on the list of episodes is technically Season 2, Episode 7B, which is supposed to be paired with, obviously, Season 2, Episode 7A. But the reason these 2 episodes, Episode 7 as a whole, was so low on the Amazon Prime episode list is because episode 7B was the second to last episode to air of the show. The episode aired exclusively on Nicktoons on November 5th, 2011, years away from where we are right now. And normally I would talk about all these episodes in release order to streamline the process and make it more immersive. But speaking candidly, I kind of want this one to be over with. Paging Dr. Philly. Yeah, maybe they aired it second to last because it sucks balls. The entire episode fringes on Peck and Freddy fighting, hating each other. That's already a strike against it. But then they call in a very specific Dr. Phil allegory. His name is Dr. Philly, and he kind of does the voice. He definitely looks like him. That's 2 strikes, and above all else, it is not funny in the slightest. Like, I'm not gonna clutch my pearls and cry that these fictional animals are out of character or acting too mean to each other. The show is a vehicle for comedy first and foremost. The worst episodes of Back at the Barnyard are not too mean-spirited, or inconsistent, or nonsensical. The worst episodes of the show, which evidently is this one, is just fucking not funny, man. At all. I was so bored. They pair Abby and Otis together this episode. It's something. I can't tell if I'm a fan of theirs or not now. I guess I'm rooting for the show in general to show its stuff, so to speak. Speaking of showing stuff, it's fucking hot in this thing. Is this too... That's probably too much, right? Now the next bomb. Going back to Nickelodeon in the year 2009. They skip August and September altogether and then come back swinging with a bomb in October. But this time it is abundantly clear that the network wants nothing to do with the show and is trying to exhaust the episodes as quickly as possible. October 5th to October 9th. That's 5 days. But unlike the previous bombs that would air one segment every day, they have decided to double up these segments, making them full episodes. Instead of airing one new 11-minute segment every day, they've upgraded to the full 22 minutes every day, meaning that the next 10 segments of the show aired over 5 days at, you guessed it, 4 p.m., all airing before new episodes of Brain Surge. This fucking dumbass was about to say out loud. He's saying it in slow motion. Look at his dumb fucking face and his extra chin now that he shaved his stupid fucking beard. Anyway, he was about to say that this bomb did not get a name. That is not true. It is called Farmed and Dangerous. Alright, get ready for the next 10 segments with no in-betweens. It'll be a while before we host another one of these segments, so hopefully I can air this shit out. Because there's no gap in between these episodes, I'm just gonna talk about the stretch of the next 10 episodes in a row. Let's call this bomb Happy Halloween. Barnyards and Broomsticks is very much not a Halloween special. Damn it. But it is an uncanny camping episode. That's just as scary spooky. The woods look like a video game, and the bear looks like it was drawn by a furry who only knows how to draw wolves. The gang's camping trip is just starting, as Otis impresses these various new costumes, counter, with his camping acumen. No clue where he learned how to do this. We get a series of little visual gags to show us this, then they gather around the campfire to tell scary stories. Otis attempts to scare the troop with the story of the legendary moose shark, which does not work, but I can see his reasoning. I'd also assume meese are inherently scary if I almost got shot for pretending to be one. But he is then topped by Pip, Top Cow, who recounts the legend of the Piney Woods Witch, which only seems to scare Otis. Like, a lot. So much so that he jumps into Abby's arms. Something, something, didn't know this was happening, something, something, I've played these games before.
Don't you guys hear that noise? He's coming for us! He's coming for us!
It's just an old owl on a typewriter.
I hate to write, but I love having written.
Meanwhile, Otis didn't sleep a wink. He's been on high alert ever since the witch story. The rest of the story just assures him that witches aren't real. But I don't know. You've seen far more odd shit than that in your lifetime. In only a year. You just made a little version of yourself. This gets the team lost in the woods. The Lost Woods, if you will, which does not help the fear situation in the slightest.
If we keep moving, we'll be home in no time.
6 hours later.
So tired.
The party animals lost in the forest while attempting to glamp encounter a candy house. This is textbook witch. Well, maybe just regular book witch. But here's the thing. This is a classic witch tale, but a candy house did not feature anywhere in Pip's story. His was leaning more towards Eggers than Hansel and Gretel. But Otis is sure that this is the Piney Woods Witch, even though a candy house was not mentioned once. He's just profiling at this point. What, a true God-fearing patriot can't stand their ground in a candy house in the woods? This is my property. It's in entering the candy house where the team encounters an old lady. That's a nice mix-up, but it's unclear as to if she's crazy or not. Hard to tell. So maybe this isn't proper crazy old person representation. What a double standard. Yeah, I looked back at the barnyard before it went woke. Otis, by the way, is set on proving that this lady is a witch, but not that she's evil. Like, all the examples he uses to get the team to leave and to fight back are all pretty innocuous, almost like he is implying that witchcraft is intrinsically tied to evil. A lot of profiling in this episode, Otis, because listen, the old lady is a witch, like factually, and she does attack the animal farm, but only after Otis attacks a load-bearing peanut brittle beam to cave her house in on her. She's only a witch when provoked. Despite them being literal barn animals, she did not plan on eating them until Otis upended her life. I feel like he kind of deserves this, no? But in the end, it's the moose shark from Otis's scary campfire story that saves the day. I guess this is what the show is now. They saw immense success with their Bigfoot character and tried to strike gold twice with their own version of cryptozoology. It wasn't enough. The chimeras made for our entertainment will not stop. You think gene splicing was an accident? You think this happened naturally?
Don't you understand that my father put his human penis in my shark mother?
I tell you what that female shark should have done. Should have bit his head off. Am I right, y'all? Ain't nobody here, is there?
I know that cloning scientist had something to do with this. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Why I oughta? Why I oughta? No, I oughta. No, I oughta.
Okay, sorry.
The day is saved and we're ready to move on to the next episode, aired immediately following. But maybe to celebrate October proper, this episode actually ends with the moose shark becoming self-aware and attempting to escape the TV screen with a jump scare. This will come back, by the way. And by this, I mean the bit. The running gag. Not the moose shark. No, heavens no. he's dead. The Barn Buddy is another horrifying one-off adventure. These episodes definitely could have been sold with a Halloween spooky theme, but instead they were all dumped as nothing. The denizens of the Barnyard are practicing golf, which is a decently safe bet considering how often they get dragged in a golf course related hijinks. You never know when it might strike again, but maybe they aren't prepared for everything as this mildly offensive gas man has seen too much.
Sir, calm down. We are not talking animals. We're, you know, fruit cup distributors. No, we're
Sassy improv comic.
That is not helpful.
That's actually not even a lie, but it's not taking, so they have to drop a hay bale on his head and presumably hide the body with the others. The Sassy Improv comics have unanimously decided that the Barnyard needs a new security system. However, they cannot afford the Gundam that would obviously end this episode in a giant comedic robot fight. We can't have nice things. Instead, we get the Barn Buddy. A lot of this episode is just because they didn't read the fine print, which wouldn't even really matter if this didn't just happen. There are little cow homunculi running around right now still because you didn't read the fine print. All they have to do now is give it a voice.
Airline pilot?
This is your captain speaking.
News anchor?
Good evening. Here now the news.
Crotchety short-tempered uncle.
That's the one we're talking about.
Hello and congratulations on your purchase of me, the Barn Buddy.
I know very well that he is a famous voice actor all across various cartoons, but for whatever reason, I didn't expect him to be in a late stage Back at the Barnyard episode, airing to almost no one. Yeah, I get it, we're doing Smart House, Space Odyssey. Portal? The Barn Buddy's wired tendrils expand over the barn, barricading the doors and windows with cold, uncaring steel to keep the animals in, safe from the outside world. Except for Teenage Euthanasia, who gets stuck inside. But Barn Buddy takes care of that in a strangely very cinematic scene. Like specifically for, again, a late stage Back at the Barnyard episode on midday Nickelodeon. Barn Buddy has earned their trust. And that I can understand. A futuristic robot operating security system, that I can believe. The fact that they all trust him with their lives without question, I can also believe that. But it's later revealed that not only does the Sassy Improv Troupe have a plug-and-play console of their own, but also their own TV. Such an important part of the show is the animals sneaking around to absorb the human world through a literal and figurative window. I haven't even watched ahead of this episode while writing this. I know damn well they're gonna sneak into the farmer's house to play video games and watch TV later. I fucking know it. Forget the evil robot house. This breaks the show more than anything. The show really is trying to write out the farmer as much as possible. And then the BB Barn Buddy distracts and calms them with adorable kitten footage. But like, are these not their peers? Or is this like babies to them? The farmer is back! The farmer is gone. Otis claims that now and only now has the Barn Buddy crossed the line. Only when attacking the farmer. They have a very confusing relationship. The Barn Buddy just straight up freezes the animals in retaliation, like suspended animation. And in the grand scheme of the episode, it hardly matters, but this is horrifying. Just in time for Halloween. Otis attempts to outsmart the machine, but ultimately boils down to hitting it with a bat. Tale as old as time. I know this video has just been me repeating things it reminds me of this episode, but barn set to explode on a timer, trapped in a difficult ice cave, escaping on a yellow vehicle. Is this Metroid? Not even close. What this is another end stinger of the creepy antagonist going after the audience before the commercial break. Do you think they paired these two episodes together because they ended the same? Or do you think they wrote them together like this on purpose? It's a fun concept, maybe some lore-breaking moments in there. Didn't have a lot of gut busters, but I didn't hate it. But unfortunately, I am an internet cartoon reviewer, so I do have to bring this up. The security system takes control of the barnyard and begins attacking the farmer, leaving the Bigfoot to give Otis community service for the damage he's caused, even though the Barn Buddy was in the barnyard the whole fucking time. And was responsible for everything. Gah! Fuck this episode! Iron Otis is a pun on the Iron Chef, and not what I previously thought, which was a very timely Marvel Iron Man parody. The cosmic wheel has spun, meaning it's time for a new member of the regular cast to get a brand new flight of fancy from watching television. This time it's Freddy, who is in awe of the chef workings of this character brilliantly portrayed by the legendary Jim Cummings. The episode kicks off as Freddy wins a fan recipe contest and is invited on the show as a guest. I can already see some holes in this plan.
I won! won. 45 minutes later, I won.
The sassy improv troupe are all aware of this chef and his exploits, but are somehow only now learning that he notoriously prepares dishes of chicken and only chicken.
No, it's not what you think. My recipe uses a soy-based rooster substitute called tofu rooster.
Tofu rooster.
Oh, well, that's okay.
The nature of a quick joke like this, that even if it didn't make you laugh, it's out of the way so fast that it sort of jars you into laughing. I found the joke funny, maybe you didn't, but I bet you at the very least nervous laughed, exhaled winds, like a speeding car just whirred past you. Even if you don't think the show got funnier like I do, at least it doesn't waste any time now. Now with these quick cutaways, one after another. Just pretend the Dr. Philly episode doesn't exist. Freddy arrives on set in a cute little chef outfit, and also maybe some new outfits for the gang. I can't remember. Either we can call this guy Jim Cumming, or we can call him the chef, but we can't do both. So Chef Cum is impressed by Freddy's recipe, but wants to replace it with real rooster as the tofu substitute tastes awful. Which, fun fact, is actually true in real life as well. I am not a staunch anti-vegan. I'm not even super convinced the frozen food I get from the grocery store even classifies as meat. At the very least, is this Peck outfit new? I feel like I would have remembered this, but granted, I seem to forget a lot about this show the second after I finish it. I've seen this Otis before as well. How could I forget the classic Zelda t-shirt and cargo pants combo? So the animals discover that Chef Cum is constantly preparing chicken. Like that's his main claim to fame that he presumably prepares on his weekly show. And their plan to prevent this from happening is to save one rooster. This is the clam thing all over again. There's probably more back there, but they technically don't even save a rooster because now Peck is trapped in a bird cage, which they just bail on. So technically the amount of chickens in peril has not changed. Now we just know this one's name, like a new age trolley problem. I do love that now whenever they need to fill up a crowd, they grab incidentals from previous episodes, like iconic character Poopy Pants. They decide that Pig is the only one who could save the day, but then he gets horrifically injured, so they return back to Otis. I genuinely wrote an entire fake rant here about why it had to be Pig, but then I backspaced all of it when I remembered that nobody wears an elaborate disguise like this guy, and I'm the baby.
I got him into this, so Otis is just gonna have to get him out.
That's very brave of you, Otis. Your sacrifice will not be— oh wait, I'm Otis.
That's the shit I like, yeah. I feel like this episode exists solely so Otis can whip out a new voice and so we can get that title pun, which isn't even that great now that I'm rereading it. His name is Luigi, like beloved character you all know and love, after the hearts of the people and the brains of the CEOs. I think I'm legitimately gonna get a stern talking to for that. The rest of the plot is mostly visual gags. I don't hate it, but it isn't nearly as good as the other hits I liked earlier. I tried to type the words good episode into my script, but it autocorrected to food episode, which isn't wrong. And normally this part of the show isn't great with its visuals, but when the climax starts as Peck slowly begins lowering in the cage, there's good hand-to-hand combat with dynamic camera swings, and it actually looks good. It looks like back at the Barnyard team are finally hitting their stride, which is a shame considering this story isn't really resolved either. Like, you just gotta go back to cooking chicken. All you did was save a guy we know, who you almost killed. I did not edit this. I did not add this in post. I know it seems like a dumb bit I would make. That is genuinely how the episode ends. And call me a hyperactive toddler, call me unintellectual, call me nostalgia blind, call me hyperbolic. This is the greatest cartoon ever put to air, and the greatest piece of art anyone has ever made. Too Good to Be Glue is...
Suddenly at the beginning of the episode, this happens. So then the tick says, get this dog off my butt.
Is this the day they finally gave up? They have fully let go. They're pushing back on Nickelodeon for dropping all their episodes and bombs super early, and I don't blame them. Pig makes a goo that gets a ladle stuck in a pot, and Otis rips the farmer's pickup truck in twain, trying to pull it out. Truly, he is not worthy of the sword in the stone. They view this as the perfect opportunity to sell Pig's sticky solvent as an adhesive, making enough money to get the old bat a new truck. When everyone else brings it up that why don't they just use the solvent to fix the truck, Otis claps back saying that this adventure will give them all an opportunity to play other wacky characters.
Pig, can you remember how you made that stew?
Good question. Let's hear his answer. Sure, I'll just need to experiment a bit to get the proportions right.
Montage! It's a science montage!
They know nobody's watching this show anymore. Nobody made it this far. They're doing this to fuck with me specifically. Speaking of bits they're doing only for me, not only do we get a new montage for the first time in a while, but also they do a bit about the cameraman doing a countdown and not saying the last numbers. I took a little breather between watching this episode and writing about it. The only break I took in this project, and my note here says, this show is all in his mind. What did I mean by this? Did I mean because the voiceover guy is Otis's voice actor? I genuinely have no clue what past Ultra meant. Anyway, the episode marches on as Otis hosts an As Seen on TV ad live. I didn't think they could do that. Why is this scene reminding me of Cat in the Hat? $1.99 is actually insane. Maybe I'm too 2025 brain, but this is a miracle glue that can connect anything.
Alex, get me my credit card! This is a good episode. I have an idea for one where the animals race go-karts. Awesome job, guys.
I promise I didn't make this. They mass-produced the adhesive and sent it out to everyone. And now the episode is resolved. Everything's fixed. And with 6 minutes to spare, too. And then it just starts exploding.
Nice glue, dummy.
She's being sarcastic. She knows the glue isn't nice. I'm putting her in the go-kart episode.
This fucking rules. I'm having the time of my life now. And I feel like the showrunners are as well. And now the Super Pizza Bros are here? They've built their dream tree house. But don't let this deceive you. They do own a home. Together. Somehow. Another montage, this time a reprise of the previous, with a scream sound at the end, way louder than the rest. I think intentionally because
3 minutes before that tank explodes and floods the town with manure. Oh my, they'll have to think fast to get out of this one. You gonna keep doing that? Oh, excuse me, Mr. On-Camera Talent. Let's see if you make it into my go-kart episode.
Is this show trying to kill me? Is this one of those creepypasta lost episodes I've heard about? They even have a mailroom pig segment. I swear, they had like a 5-minute episode and they needed to fill it out with explosions, screams, and montages. We get like 2 or so more costumes. There's no way this counter is even sort of accurate by this point anyway. Well, we missed most of the episode, but at least now we get to see how it resolved itself.
Would that be the glue we just spent all day trying to track down and destroy so it wouldn't explode people?
Yes? What's your point?
Never mind. Don't worry, the farmer recovered and will soon star in my amazing go-kart episode.
I think we need a new announcer.
Fucking whatever, man. Everett's treasure is that a motherfucking Indiana Jones reference? Just in time, too. Just in time for the franchise to get popular again. The episode is tied around the mystery of this locked safe, attempting to open it with a combination, which is kicked off as Otis and Pip lose their, quote, novelty flying disc. It always pops me when shows have to come up with names for the frisbee no one has ever used. It's Everett, the geriatric dog that I don't think we've seen in like a good year, who recounts the story of Nebraska Schwartz. You can imagine who this is supposed to be a parody of. Especially if Everett was his trusty dog sidekick, because as we know, Indiana was named after the family dog. So shouldn't Nebraska's name technically just be Everett? Speaking of Indiana Jones and dogs, I played a lot of that Great Circle game, like at least 18 hours, and they give you no choice but to shoot at the dogs. They rush at you at top speeds, and if you don't shoot them, they'll just maul you. I normally try not to shoot domesticated animals in games like this because it makes me sad, but they really give you no choice. Also, these dogs are Nazis, so.
Like I know my own name, which is, Stuart. No, Fluffball? It's not it. Becky? No.
4 hours later,
Trip O'Sullivan? No. Brad Hammer? That's not it.
2 hours after that,
Hieronymus Fizzletush?
7 hours later,
Skipper?
Later still,
Ernie?
Come on already!
President Truman?
Is he serious?
Touch Pants McKenzie.
The next day...
The explosion did not work to open the safe, so the gang wants Otis to give up immediately. They think it's a lost cause, but Otis has a plan. Uh-oh. Otis's plan is to reenact the adventures of Nebraska and Everett to help jog the old dog's memory and reveal the safe combination. And I gotta say, man, I love this. Man, I don't love this. Regardless, the costume counter ticks up. I can't stop it, even if I wanted to. I've created a monster. I mean, if Nebraska only ever slept with important dudes' daughters, then this is actually a pretty solid parody, and accurate. They even do a spin on the big biplane escape, but this time in a balloon. I think maybe the same balloon the evil plant-based villain escaped in? Where is that guy? Didn't he vow revenge and say he'd be back? They clearly got a lot of mileage out of this overt parody. It makes me kind of sad that we probably never got an Indiana Jones thumb parody because they were working on the show instead and didn't want to double dip. The first number of the combination is revealed to be 22, the age I was when I made my first Indiana Jones video. And Otis is only kind of injured by the plan.
Think what might be in that safe? Einstein's brain, the secret meaning of life. The director's cut of Law School Musical? Gotta sue! I'm hoping not.
They have a pretty good understanding of Jones if all he does is sleep with different women and then try and bail. The second adventure, they release a skunk on old Indiana Otis. Is he gonna have to go to the vet for this? Speaking of vowing revenge, where's that guy? I'll bet you $1 million funny dollars that we never see him again. And that means a lot, because I'm already in funny debt.
Oh, make it stop! Oh, the terrible stinks! 1 hour later. So, Everett, is that combination ringing in your doodle at all? It's coming to me. Okay, my body is numb and I can no longer distinguish colors.
The next number of this combination is 17. The age of Marion, when Indiana Jones started dating her. And now for the iconic giant boulder chase.
Oh my God!
I'm actually really enjoying this, if you couldn't tell. And the final number of the combination is 4. The number of movies playable in Lego form. Still, to this day. So far. In the end, as the safe is open, the secret was Nebraska himself, dusty and old, waking from his slumber that Everett was supposed to wake him from. We're sort of at max capacity on all our unlocked crazy old man characters. The thing is, though, he might not be crazy, but he's definitely being gaslit. The episode ends with Everett and Nebraska leaving for a new adventure to pick up where their lives left off. Nebraska asks Everett if he could always walk and talk, to which the old dog just tells him he's lost his mind, which isn't true now, but will be true as he falls deeper and deeper into that delusion. Perhaps a fitting ending and send-off to the character of Everett, who existed in the movie, but we don't see as often nowadays, and they have no place for him. A final goodbye to a character that only exists to tell old man jokes. See you, Nazi dog. But no, he comes back later. I mean, that guy's old as hell. His dog is definitely a Nazi. King Cut is the kind of script you would only write like 60 segments into the show. Nowadays, you may hear the sentence, "This show got canceled after only 2 seasons," and you throw your fists up in the air and curse the name of Nickelodeon. That's because in the modern era, we've been really starved where a season of cartoons is 8 to 13 episodes. A true famine of funny. But where we are right now back at the Barnyard, halfway through season 2 is actually 50 to 60 unique scripts. All of that to say, the party animals go to the museum to learn about ancient Egypt until Pig accidentally steals the sarcophagus of King Tut that he drops on Otis, leading him to develop brain damage and believing he is the ancient Egyptian. This truly is the kind of episode that you reject like 6 times until you decide, yeah, we got nothing this week, let's do the Rama Tut one. Is that a Fantastic Four reference? What does that mean, Andrew?
Cause reign of fun begins! The next morning, written in hieroglyphics, this happened.
What's going on? If I don't get 15 hours of beauty sleep, I turn nasty.
Is that why we never see her anymore? She's off somewhere sleeping, like off screen? Otis, under the Pharaoh's curse, uses his predisposed power of influence over the beavers and builds a sphinx and pyramid in only a few hours, I think.
The farmer gets back from hand puppet camp today.
Hello, Mr. Dragon. I brought you a turnip from my garden. Dragons hate turnips. I knew you'd fail me. What, Mr. Dragon? That's not your line. Why?
I'm just glad he's happy. Also not here. The rest of the animals, sans Otis, of course, try to create an elaborate plan. Without their elaborate plan man. Pip says, I've seen this 100 times on TV. Like, this exact situation where he thinks he's a pharaoh due to head trauma. I have been watching TV, like, professionally, for a while. I have never seen this once. This has never happened to anybody. But before consensus can be met, Freddy and Peck pledge their allegiance, and the rest are seized. Must feel good as fuck to yell seize them to your guards.
As long as he has bigger guards, Otis will never let anyone close enough to bonk him on the head.
He would if that someone was a spicy Egyptian hottie. Maybe someone Otis already has a secret crush on.
Okay, I'll do it.
I told you. Whoa, it's Dr. Pig. Anyway, back to this odd-ass situation. This legitimately feels like they found the weirdest fan fiction made up of Otis and Abby shippers on purpose and made it into an episode of TV as a goof. Abby attempts to bonk Pharaoh Otis over the head to either turn him back to normal or put him in a coma forever. Either way, our people will be free. But she falters when she's proposed to by Otis, even if he isn't in his right mind.
Pull over at this gas station. I need to make a pit stop.
But Dragon Puppet, we just stopped 2 exits ago.
Dragons don't explain things. Now pull over.
Okay.
You 2 idiots wait here. This could take a while.
Quick, let's get out of here! But he told us to wait. That dragon's crazy. We gotta ditch him, but that's not very...
I said drive!
32,000 sand grains later, it's like an hour.
So the farmer's coming back, giving the sassy improv troupe a ticking clock, which Pip is concerned about, but like, what are they supposed to do? Ultimately, what they end up doing is accidentally explode the giant pyramid and Sphinx and take care of the farmer. And this time they don't even need to dispose of the body. But like, that was an accident. They didn't plan the explosion. What would they do if Otis was turned back to normal, but the structure still stood? It fucking explodes. And then the episode ends, giving the evil dragon hand puppet an end stinger, just like they did with the moose shark and the barn buddy. Are they assembling a team? Is this their Sinister Six? Is this episode their Madam Web? Before this arc, I assumed they didn't really know which episodes would air where and when. But by now, like 4 bombs deep, I think the team working on the show knows pretty well how the show is going to air in the bomb format. Because it's the only one that seems to have any sort of connective tissue. Except, of course, free schmoozy! The gang goes to the country fair, the same country fair that they got attacked by a giant corn kaiju the last time they were here. But who remembers those things anyway? They see a water show at the county fair. Even beloved incidental Poopy Pants is here for it. This is where the sassy improv troupe meets Schmoozy, the captive sperm whale. This entire setup is like that one episode of Pokemon. You know the one. With the whipping. I remember it so vividly because the whip character's name was AJ, and those were my initials, and it's the first time I saw myself represented in my obsessive favorite show. And it's the worst guy ever. They added a dude named Drew later who's more in line with how I act. Anyway, Freddy uses a poorly made shark costume to distract the worst guy ever for this show. And it barely works, but it does count as a new costume. It doesn't work on him because he knows that sharks don't have feet. Except for the moose shark. But the layman doesn't know about that yet. They free Schmoozy, like the name of the episode, so I suppose all is resolved. Episode over. That was fast. It wasn't that funny, but it wasn't offensive or anything. Actually, Schmoozy swallows Abby whole, so now the rest of the gang have to hit the high seas to chase down Otis's white whale. Sperm whale. To chase her. I know I didn't see this episode as a kid because if I did, I would have been all about it. I would have made it my whole personality for like a month. Dude, as a swashbuckling, loving kid in 2009, I was eating good. Flapjack, SpongeBob was still on. Abby is alive in the stomach of the beast and meets up with Captain Tom, who was apparently eaten back in 2006, meaning it was sometime around the release of the Barnyard movie of questionable canonicity. All of that to say, we are two mariners, our ship's sole survivors in this belly of a whale.
Hey, Knuckle, are you crazy?
What was the question?
BATB, you have to stop. You cannot create this many crazy old characters. They'll kill you for it. The whale systematically eats Pig, Pip, Freddy.
At least you're still safe, Peck.
Yeah, not wood.
Okay, that was kind of our fault.
I know I've said this before, but I do think the team behind the show realizes that their wide open landscapes looked barren and weird, so they're really capitalizing on the ocean, the aforementioned high seas. In the end, Otis makes Schmoozy laugh so much that he shoots the whole gang out of his blowhole, including the crazy captain, who then decides to go back, as he is not equipped for the outside world anymore. He was eaten in 2006. Meanwhile, I got through this whole episode, the whole 11 minutes, and didn't reference Pinocchio 2022 even once. Big year for that film for some fucking reason. Does lampshading count as referencing it? Man's Best Fiend is nothing like hit television Nicktoon show Making Fiends. I was led astray. False marketing. But judging a book by its cover, it seems to be another Duke episode. I love these. Duke wants a new doggy friend that isn't the old and decrepit Everett, who is still around, I guess. For him, not for me. I don't really think about him anymore. Nor did I think about him before. It makes me sound like a jilted lover. We don't talk anymore. Otis has a plan. And his plan, you'll never believe this, is to put on human clothes and do an accent into the phone, convincing the brain-damaged farmer several times over to bring home a new friend for Duke, a new dog, a new character.
Well, Duncan, we meet again.
I'm actually so fucking excited about this. I know I've never seen this episode because I assumed he would just never come back. That means legitimately the last time I saw this character, like doing new stuff for me, was in 2008. I never saw the resolution to his story. So this is the most jacked into any of these episodes I've been. You know, so far. And being jacked in, I overhear more specific detail. Like when the gang mentioned that they first tussled with Waffles, quote, only a couple weeks ago. Huh? The middle of season 1, 2008, happened a couple how much time passes between episodes? I have to assume now that each of these episodes takes place back to back with no breaks between them. Every episode is a day or two, including the fake Christmas one. And it seems like water is now firmly under the bridge. Duke and Waffle, I refuse to learn the real name of the animal, play together like only dogs and humans on Twitter who want to be dogs can.
Feel warm and fuzzy inside. Though that could be the caterpillar I swallowed. It's been 2 days since the giant sea monster ate me. Is this really happening? Or is it all some sort of terrible nightmare?
2 hours later...
Waffle has given up the facade and is now attempting to frame Duke for breaking several of the farmer's favorite artifacts that isn't his plug-and-play console. In a montage! And now the emotional heart of the story, the true conflict. Duke is to be severely punished unless his friends can clear his name. That's right, Duke will be damned to sleep in the barn. Wait, that's the punishment? These stakes seem pretty low, not gonna lie. At least now the regular cast member may actually become a member of the regular cast. Waffle admits his scheme immediately, by the way. Like right off the bat. I think he just wants to show off. He gloats again later, but more like a jealous ex on the phone with Duke. So I'm just gonna give you a rundown of how this ending plays out and you come to your own conclusion. Duke believes that the plan is to stage a bear attack and Waffle will run away so Duke can swoop in and save the day. It's later revealed that this is a real bear, when the plan was for Otis to wear this grody bear costume, which... do you think the bear finds this offensive? Another costume on the list. But Waffle does not run away or like abandon the farmer for self-preservation reasons. No, he pushes the farmer closer to the wild animal. What does this do for him? What was his plan? This isn't regular cowardice. This is malicious, cold-blooded attempted murder. He vows revenge at the end of this episode, saying he'll be back. But if I thought that was unlikely when I first said it, it's impossible now. This show has been canceled already. They don't have time for another Waffle episode. Maybe another episode tying in all the end tag villains. That could be good. I'm going double or nothing. $1 million funny bucks that he'll never come back. Fumble Bums is about football. And I know this episode aired in October, but I have a certain perverse nostalgia for watching back at the Barnyard instead of football. Like I mentioned previously, watching it during the Super Bowl. And now football has entered my funny cartoon show. The improv troupe, all in new costumes. I mean, it is a new episode after all. Why wouldn't every main character get a whole new identity? Attend the local stadium of unclear distance while watching their favorite team, the Cows, play inside a Mario 64 level. Do you think they picked this team to root for because of their name and then traveled here? Or do you think the Cows just happened to be the local team? Because, spoilers, Otis becomes the mascot on retainer as he accidentally reveals himself to be a cow after attempting to catch a pickle thrown by the pickle guy. First thing, do football games actually have pickle guys? I would have gone way sooner if I'd known that. My point is, they don't go home this episode. So I'm gonna have to assume they traveled out of state for this game and then continued traveling with the team when the gang also all got jobs as mascots. Because Otis helps the Cows win with his team spirit. And cheating, also cheating.
Mom? Yeah, she owns a team. She says I'm a big boy.
That was weird.
Hang on, that's her. What? Yeah, Mom, I just asked him. And he didn't answer yet. So what do you say? You want to be the mascot?
Sure!
Sorry, yeah, that is a really good bit, but... was that the Wild Thornberries? Is that Donnie? Listen to this clip again.
And he didn't answer yet.
It's not just me, right? Do you guys hear it? I love Nickelodeon brand synergy. I was about to make a statement about how both of these shows share a kinship because they were both shafted and forgotten. Did you know the Wild Thornberrys got 5 seasons? Like, I know they got the movie. The only clip I've ever seen from the show is 10 seconds of gibberish. Where are all the Wild Thornberry shooters hiding? Back to the episode, the sportscaster role is filled by Hilly, and you may think that this is because he's the only journalist the show ever uses, but I like to think Hilly started as a sportscaster. From what I know about sportscasters, this isn't even really a parody. You can tell Otis is a bad friend because he constantly cuts down his buddy's dreams to benefit him, but one thing about Otis is he's gonna keep the gang employed. They're all... I thought we were done with this. We get a montage of cheating, either set in a ton of different arenas that all look the exact same, the aforementioned Mario 64, you could even see the skybox. Or the cows have never played an away game and they're a visiting attraction like the Harlem Globetrotters from Futurama.
This guy's straight mascotting to the next level.
2 hours of exciting football later.
The Cows are down by 2 with 10 seconds left to play.
Another trick under their sleeve is dressing Pig up like a temptress to distract the other team. That works, but maybe not as planned. They aren't gagging because it's Pig, they're gagging because she has no class. I can never sully my streak with someone so trashy, harumph. Oh boy, the big championship game! In a piece of cosmic justice, the cheating comes back to bite the original party animals as they accidentally injure the entire team. The cows. Otis vows to help them win the big championship game as he feels immense pity for the very sad coach whose mom is Wild Thornberry's Ronnie. Do these football uniforms overtop the previously existing costumes count as new costumes? You know what? Why do I keep asking that? It's my fucking video. It's my counter. My very, very incorrect counter. If I'm not making this video for any other reason, it's to count the costumes. Everyone is preparing for the climax, the big championship game, and I just remembered I don't care about football. The cows win the game. There's no villain end stinger for this episode because I'm pretty sure the real villains were our protagonists. Like, they're, at worst, the least good in the episode. Endangered Liaisons is actually the final episode of this huge bomb. This nuke, if you will. Episode 10 of this 10-episode October bomb, taking place over only 5 days. Where do we go from here? Let's watch the episode first.
Can't just take our land like that.
Actually, they can. I've handled many cases just like this. Hello, I'm Barry Pigman.
Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do.
The cows. Some bulldozer tycoon wants to tear down the farm without a moment's notice, so a new Otis persona swings in. Like, he literally swings in. Guess he's been practicing ever since that boulder incident. Another scheme. The only way to protect the barnyard is to paint Freddy like the rare endangered spotted ferret, making their home a sanctuary. I'm not asking anymore. This is a new costume. Not a new character, but still. After appearing on the news, a special delivery directly from Sweden appears at their door. And it turns out to be a Swedish female spotted ferret from Sweden, meaning this is one of the few accents done in this show that is still socially acceptable. They lucked out this time. Freddy is horrified by this female, because she is a female, and also a woman. Otis and Pip talk Freddy into taking one for the team to save the barnyard! When this is the exact opposite of what they were saying to Pig at the arranged marriage episode. The show used to be about pranks and whatnot. I guess they just hate Freddy.
Really? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Halfway through, Freddy and the real endangered spotted ferret bond over their love of Swedish pop rock dance music. And I know I just played a clip, but you guys, you need to hear this bootleg. The only reason they didn't get sued was because no one was watching at the time. I hope I don't retroactively get them in trouble. Nobody bothered to check. Pip, Abby, Pig, and Otis congratulate Freddy on the new mate that he plans on repopulating the species with. Couple issues with this plan, but Peck remains silent. Really harrowing stuff. This is until the rest of the gang finds out because of the computer time. They learn that the spotted female ferret eats the male's head first after the mating ritual.
But it'll be a pretty sweet ride up until that point.
Are they gonna witness the mating? The female spotted ferret begins to eat the male's head, implying that the mating has already happened. But Freddy doesn't seem too upset. He calls it a love bite. This guy gets it. But in the end, the liar is revealed, even though the gang set him up to it. Freddy isn't a spotted ferret. He's just a regular ferret. They can't mate. Like, they're not allowed to? Is this a mule situation, or are they entirely incompatible? Didn't they already? Well, either way, the Swedish ferret refuses to get snow bunnied and leaves the new sanctuary, the barnyard, which, like, undoes their plan. No? Oh, we don't care? Great, that's what I wanted. Not even being sarcastic, I prefer that. This would be an episode I normally really like, but they try and make Freddy straight, so I'm gonna give it 5 big dunes. The episode sort of just ends. No end stinger, no resolution to the Sinister Six plotline set up before. A plot that's ending because this was the final episode of the 10-episode stretch bomb. It's been a long while since we met like this. I must look a mess. You know, face to face. These between segments used to happen between every 2 episodes, every 2 segments, but you just sat through 10 in a row. Things get a little, I won't say confusing, because the rest of the dates are straightforward in their proper order. It's just that it jumps around a lot. Let me explain it like this. The next 4-episode stretch features 2 double-length holiday episodes. The next episode was a part of Nickelodeon Shriek Week 2009.
Get ready to scream. Get ready to howl. Get ready for Shriek Week. Prepare to be ghostified. A whole week of terrifying TV.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
With post-stunning premieres of SpongeBob.
Where's Ghost?
The Truth.
Boo.
Penguins. True Jackson.
Get out here, demons.
And Glenn Martin.
Oh yeah.
Plus, catch a treacherous Truth Marathon. An eye-popping iCarly. And much more. Horrible things. So be here to sink your teeth into a week that will make you shriek. Shriek Week starts Friday, October 23rd at 8. Only on Nick.
Although I do like having one block that happens every week, I think what's interesting about Nickelodeon is that every time they had premieres, they had to come up with a new gimmick, or at least a traditional gimmick. But contrary to what you might think, Shriek Week was not a block of television episodes that was set the same time every week. It also jumped around a lot. Even jumping between multiple brands, multiple branches of Nickelodeon. One of the days of the week of the Shriek Week was the Halloween Backyardigans episode on Nick Jr., and then another was Glenn Martin DDS and whatever reruns they were airing on Nick at Night. Your heavy hitters like SpongeBob and iCarly got proper nighttime spooky Halloween slot. While this double-length special Halloween episode of Back at the Barnyard aired on October 25th, 11 a.m. in the day, followed up by the premiere of the Mighty Bee Halloween episode. So things are looking up with its cousin show. I would transition into a Halloween costume for this section of the video, but 1, this already kind of tracks, and 2, just like my bovine brethren in the show, I already buy costumes and wear them way too often, even when it isn't socially acceptable. Back at the Booyard is the first Halloween episode and Halloween special of Back at the Barnyard. I'm losing my voice. Hence its double-length runtime. I guarantee I have never seen this special in my life, but I don't know if it's the limited CG art style or the paper cutout-esque opening, but it's really giving me Scary Godmother vibes. If you want to watch a Natter Chamber video focused on the first Scary Godmother movie, too bad. It's been destroyed, recovered, and then destroyed again, several times over. It cannot be recovered. This may come as a shock to you, but I don't think I've actually seen a full episode of The Simpsons the whole way through. But obviously I've seen how it's impacted animated shows the world over. That's why when they started telling scary stories in a circle, I immediately thought, oh, this is the framing device. They're gonna do an anthology. But that's not even true. What they end up doing is the exact same plot as the Witch episode that aired only 20 days ago in real time. So, like, almost exactly. One of the members of the Barnyard tells a scary story. Otis doesn't believe it at first. Man, this literally just happened. The legend is of one hockey mask Bob, a kid who is never the same after one Halloween. Man, forget what I said about Scary Godmother. This is Monster House, even down to the striped shirt. And now we're back to Scary Godmother 2. We are on a constant wave undulating between the 2 CG animated Halloween movies I've seen. Get Scared Shrekless in there. I don't know. Man, everything really does circle back to the Treehouse of Horror. Can we stop referencing other specials and focus on this one?
Hey, did I mention that the winner gets a lifetime supply of candy?
We're imagining it now.
Wow, what a vivid candy fantasy.
I know they can do better costume than these if they really want to maximize their candy intake. Like, I've seen them do it. Granted, this is very cute and charming.
What about Freddy and Pat?
Oh, we're not going. I convinced Freddy to wait with me in the vegetable patch for the coming of the great zucchini.
Oh, so why are you wearing dresses?
It's Friday night.
Now that's frightening.
That's a real hater. The sassy improv troupe does the classic trick of donning different costumes to trick the adults of the household to give them more candy. And it's all done in a montage. Listen, we've never seen this neighborhood before. We do not know them. But I feel I'm pretty seasoned in the minds of these human characters. I know that they can't see through the animal disguises. That has been very firmly established. But do they actually think these are children? Otis is a lumbering 8 feet. That is either an adult obsessed with free candy or a predator. And I don't know which one you should be more afraid of. Otis refers to himself as the modern day Christopher Columbus. Ah. A worse third option. Like, skipping ahead a little bit, there's a back and forth between Snotty and the party animals, and Otis pretends to be a dentist. It's a whole thing. I knew there was a reason I watched Little Shop every Halloween. They all end up in a cemetery, and Snotty Kid steals from the tree husk meant to sacrifice candy to Hockey Mask Bob to appease his restless soul. He believes his stealing of the Legends candy summons him. As a huge slasher-esque horrifying figure looks down on him, but it's revealed to be Otis. So they do understand how big this fucking guy is. Because Otis has experienced witch-based psychosis, he forgets that characters of the night actually exist. So he steals from the tree husk, summoning what they believe to be the real Hockey Mask Bob. You know, most of these Halloween characters only attack when provoked. It's often Otis's fault. It doesn't even affect him for a while. The Spectre targets Freddy and Peck in their traditional garb first. I like that because it's a CG animated show, it's way easier to reuse older models than it is to draw new individual characters, like that of a 2D animated cartoon. So we see a lot of reused costumes here for the eagle-eyed Barnyard fans who have watched the show the whole way through by this point. So, me. And only me, and I guess now you guys through me. Where's Poopy Pants? He should be here. Even the band from the movie is here, playing a spooky special song. Or a special spooky song. Man, I'm having a lot of fun, actually. Granted, I might just like Halloween specials. It's only April and I'm already in a mood.
Hey, Abby, hit the circuit breaker while you're down there, would ya? And can you bring me up a root beer? No, wait, I changed my mind. Can you bring me up an orange soda? Actually, you know what? Just bring everything up. We'll probably use it eventually. I said we'll probably use it eventually. Thank you.
The slasher villain then nabs Pig as well, leaving Otis, Pip, and Duke as the final remaining 3. Of course, the classic trio of friends. Otis now realizes the severity of the situation. Actually, hold on a second. We have to wait for Pip and Duke to be taken. Okay, now Otis realizes the severity of the situation. Or he would've, but in the end it's revealed to just be a prank pulled by everyone Otis knows and loves. You know, as much as he can know and love. Which is a really good twist, because in any other show this would seem obvious. Like, of course it has to be fake. But here, we've already seen the supernatural and strange over and over again. A murderous hockey mask-clad kid ghost doesn't seem that out of the ordinary. Maybe that is why they placed the witch episode so close to this one. As bait. So what was the lesson they wanted to teach Otis? That monsters are real? But this one isn't. And also, he fucking knows that. Why does it have to teach him a lesson? Why can't his friends just gaslight him for the love of the game? That's how you know you're good friends.
Hockey Mask Bob used dark sorcery to reanimate the bodies of my friends in a horrible fashion. 1 hour later, Hockey Mask Bob is pretending to be the announcer and making horrifying statements about the passage of time. 1 hour after that, so let me get this straight.
This is, and I don't say this often, nor do I want to talk about it outside of the context I have to, the exact same plot as the episode of Total Drama Island, Hook, Line, and Sinker. Pranked with a fake hockey mask killer, the main cast are slowly picked off. It's revealed to be a ruse before the real psycho with a mask shows up. This is how Jason is built in multiverses. I do my best to not allow my videos to become dated or just be dated when they come out, or if I do, let them be charming time capsules. But out of everything I've ever talked about on this show, references to the multiverses game might age the worst. In 2 years' time, nobody will even know what that is.
Say hi to our friends, Bob.
Hi, everybody.
You mean you are real?
I'm standing here, aren't I?
Now, you may think this bit is a reference to the Bobcat himself, thus the name Bob, but I choose to believe, since this Barnyard Halloween special already reminded me of every other CG animated special, that this is a very purposeful reference to its grandfather show, The Moxie Show. I really wanted to make a video called, like, the ultimate The Moxie Show retrospective, where I just talk about bullshit that's unrelated for an hour because most of the show is lost. But I think people would be upset about that. It would be funny.
Hey, what are you guys screaming about? Can I scream too?
That double-length episode of Back at the Barnyard aired on October 25th, 2009, as a part of the larger company holiday block of episodes to celebrate Halloween. It would be incredibly easy for them to then immediately transition into the next double-length holiday special, the Christmas special, that aired on December 5th, 2009. But that's not what happened, because for whatever reason, seemingly at random, 2 11-minute segments equaling one episode aired between them on November 14th, 2009. An interesting note, after Jimmy Neutron was canceled, Back at the Barnyard was Nickelodeon's main CG animated show that was not based on an already existing IP that they did not own. Jimmy was a hit, so they probably believed that doing it again, they would have another hit on their hands. Unaware of the reason Jimmy was a hit was because of the large theatrical release, and also its crossover with Fairly Odd Parents did a lot of favors. But when Back at the Barnyard failed to pull Jimmy Neutron numbers, maybe they should have put Timmy Turner in this one too. Nickelodeon tried again. At the time, it seemed like CG animation was the future of television. The week after Back at the Barnyard would air its Halloween special and then go on a temporary hibernation, a little show titled Fanboy and Chum Chum would premiere immediately after and hit the ground running. The first and second episodes would air November 6th, and then the third and fourth episodes would air November 7th, and then a week later, the fifth episode would air on November 14th, alongside the new episode of Back at the Barnyard, as a part of Nickelodeon Bigger, Badder Saturday. And I was doing research for this block, looking it up, because more often than not, Nickelodeon would market these blocks, these weeks, or these days of premieres, at least a week ahead of time during commercials, so the viewing audience would be aware of when new episodes would air. So they're really easy to find video footage of. But then I happened across this video, which is seemingly a rip of a promo for November 14th, 2009, until I saw Making Fiends, which can't be right. Not only was the show discontinued by this point, but it also doesn't appear on the schedule archive I was using. Until I found out that this video from 2022 with 3,000 views was an edit of this block from November 2009 to make it look retroactively like a new episode of Making Fiends aired alongside these other Nicktoons shows. I mean, I wish it did. I was about to say that, like, oh, I find this charming, I find it really interesting. And granted, I do find it interesting, but it's so strange to go back and upload a fake commercial. Because, like, oh, obviously only I am gonna find this. 3,000 other people watched it, but nobody said anything. Why did I stumble across this? I feel like it was destined to get to me somehow. And now you guys have all seen it. I don't know what that means for us, but I had to share it with somebody. Anyway, here are 2 Back at the Barnyard episodes designed specifically to kill me. Mr. Wiggleplex is the first of these episodes, all about Pig's imaginary friend. It's finally time. He's actually lost it.
Relax, Otis. It's normal for people to have imaginary friends.
It is? Sure. I used to have an imaginary rooster friend with a high, squeaky voice. Hey, guys. Ah, he's back!
Well, I guess it's okay, as long as he's not bothering anyone.
Oh, you guys talking about Pig? You realize no one can hear you.
Later, when choosing up sides for dodgeball, okay, I'll take Pip.
Otis makes it his daily objective to crush the dreams of his peer in Pig, all because his imaginary friend personally annoyed him and no one else. At least try to pretend to worry about his mental state. So much so that he drops an anvil on the chair Mr. Wiggleplex is sitting on. Oh, Mr. Wiggleplex is the name of the imaginary friend. And the name of the episode. It's allegedly a total accident, which is also what I would say if my lawyer advised me. I mean, there's a funeral and everything. Oh, you see, that's how you know he doesn't exist. Hedgehogs aren't real. Be honest, have you ever seen one? Like outside of a video game in real life. For the sake of your safety, I urge you not to look up images of hedgehogs. You will regret it.
3 days days from now, I'm sure he'll be back to his old piggy self. 3 days later... Wow, he is still going.
Otis attempts to expedite this mourning process by wearing the flesh of Pig's fallen brother like that of a foreign forest cryptid or a campfire tale. This is like the 5th time he's done the same Australian accent, by the way.
Oh, now it's too squeaky.
Better?
You're not a girl.
How about this one, see?
Oh.
113 voices later.
How about now? That's the one.
A friendship montage blossoms as Otis mocks the dead. But then it's revealed that not only is Mr. Wiggleplix not dead, but he's also, get this, a real guy. I like to think he's just been in the background of every episode, even the movie if it counts, biding his time for the right moment to reveal himself. The way the rules work, or as he explains it, is that only those who believe in him can see him. Also, a flower falls on him. Wait, if he could physically move around and mold things around his body, why did... They definitely did not bury his body, because they would have felt it. Nobody accidentally bumped into this guy in the years they've known each other. If that's the case, did this happen before? Was Pig born with the innate ability to see invisible magic cryptids? Does this not apply to the moose shark for the rest? They can see him. Probably not, considering Pig does not bring this guy out before today. And as we know, each episode likely takes place day by day. Why do I care about this? Like at all. Chain Gang is the sister episode with an even more hilarious name.
That's why we need infrastructure outlays to keep our fiscal house in order. Interesting. Bigfoot?
The improv troupe encounters a band of jewel thieves all wearing animal masks on the television. And I gotta say, looks hard. This rules. The party animals quest to make a citizen's arrest because they're pretending to be good all of a sudden. I'd argue they did all this just because they wanted to see an explosion on the news, but I digress. This sequence of events here really does play out exactly like Grand Theft Auto, down to parachuting into a ravine at the end, which of course leaves our animal farm taking the fall for the jewel thieves. That's what they get for trying to get involved in a story way cooler than them. Shut them all away, jail style.
I know! I need privacy when I make number 3. Number 3? What in the world is... I don't want to know.
You don't want to goon with the bros? Oh man, this is just like hit 2024 film Joker Fowl do. I hope they start singing.
But there's no smashing like a rock smashing when you're thrown into jail.
No fucking way. Absolutely insane to me that this show never bothered with a musical episode. They'd kill it. I know they would. Man, Mr. Meaty is on the ranking. Would it be controversial to say that that show has more creative merit than this one? The gang gets put in a box, Madagascar style, for singing, and only now do they want to leave. They just cannot stop reheating SpongeBob's nachos. Did I do it? Did I say it right? Can I be invited back in the gay club now? They escape relatively easily, considering that that was the setup of the entire episode. In a weird, ironic turn, the opposite of the boy band episode, now they can't ever be the animal versions of themselves again. Like, the cops will be looking for barn animals exclusively. Time to start a life as any of these copious amounts of characters they've created. I hope the next one's Australian. Or they have to be 2020 Amazon basic fake e-boy thirst trap maids forever. That somehow sounded more and less hateful than I wanted it to. They stumble across an old folks' home where it's revealed that the old women were actually the jewel thieves themselves, which means these animals are free to go. Does the cop just think, like, as far as he knows, these humans just wear costumes all the time for fun? Does he know they're animals? I don't know why I wrote it like it's some absurd thing. I forgot that furries existed. I also forgot I was wearing this. I haven't looked in the camera in a while. We've seen this tertiary cop character a lot in recent episodes, and nothing he's done has ever stood out to me beyond just being your generic incompetent police character.
Sorry, budget cuts, no case. Anyway, love you guys. Later.
But I do like that innocuous detail. It almost doesn't play as a joke, but it made me giggle and kick my feet and twirl my foreskin. Take us to the very next special. Which brings us to December 5th. 2009, which was an eventful day, but not really a holiday eventful day. Sure, it aired after new episodes of Penguins of Madagascar and Fanboy and Chum Chum, but those weren't holiday specials. And I guess airing with your contemporaries is better than nothing. The nothing we have grown accustomed to. But I bring it up as uneventful because that makes it all the stranger that a good portion of this day was archived. You guys may know by now that I pride myself on hunting down and archiving television rips from events I like to cover. And this broadcast day is almost entirely intact. But only a small session of scrolling will reveal why this day was archived from so many different people in so many different places. It wasn't because of a new Penguins or new Fanboy. No, because later this December day at 8 p.m., the iCarly episode I Quit iCarly would air. The exact same day as the Barnyard Christmas special. They never stood a chance. They murdered it. It's an Utterful Life begins with the Christmas classic, a distinguished man reading a story by the lit fire. You know, I've always seen this parodied before, like in several different Christmas specials, but this is one case where I actually don't know what it's referencing, what the source is. What about you? Do you know? Sound off in the comments. Don't forget to leave a like, hit the bell, and subscribe for more epic goodness. Bottom comment wins a PSP. It's been really tough to pay my rent recently. Months ago, it really did seem like the show was being thrown to the wayside, but now it feels like it's gotten a second wind. I mean, a second holiday special with a custom thematic intro? It helps that maybe I just haven't watched in a little while, or maybe it's the Christmas spirit coming inside me, but the show itself is starting to look a little better. Okay, yes, I meant what I said. The show does look better, but this special really struggles to feel like Christmas and not just an additional bit part in the greater BATB canon. I mean, they got lights and trees and carolers. Hey, look, it's the Super Pizza Brothers. Caroling doesn't necessarily mean they're still homeless. I like to be optimistic. It just feels like something, I don't know, is missing. Something falling from the sky or on the ground. Maybe a light of pure white. Possibly in ball or man form? Oh yeah, that's it. Where the fuck is all the snow? Like, it's in the opening, and then the entire 22-minute episode is green grass fields as far as the ice can see. I know that snow texturing is tough on the hardware, but you don't need to be frozen. Just, like, color the ground white. I have never animated in my life. The costumes are on point, though. The sassy improv troupe are all in a Christmas Carol-inspired garb. But this story does not follow that Christmas classic. I know Abby is new to, like, the Barnyard, but why is she acting like she's never seen Christmas before? Is she supposed to be 2? That would explain the mistletoe ship bait later. Pig is tossed by Snotty Kid, who is then tossed by Otis in a bout of Christmas vengeance.
Later that night, the animals had a Christmas party. Don't take my word for it. Look, with your eyes, now.
All the party animals, the denizens of the Barnyard, are enjoying their holiday tradition that they definitely always knew about.
How you feeling, Freddy?
Terrible. I'm so sick I can't even take back.
You're right, Freddy. Those tonsils are definitely swollen.
Get right in there.
What they do in their free time is none of our business. The party really kicks off when the real Santa arrived, which, man, we're really feeling the lack of snow. It looks so off. It's wrong. Otis knows Donner and Blitzen from high school, which is a good bit and a cute detail. Definitely not meant to be overanalyzed, but sorry. High school? Is that where the trio of kids graduates after learning about long division? I always assumed the rebellious Otis in the movie was supposed to be a teenager, or the cow equivalent. But now that we know that's not true, I choose to believe that Otis is like a 30-something burnout, which makes his dad's immense disappointment make more sense. That is, you know, if the movie is set in the same universe as the show, which I'm not convinced it is. Back to the episode, Otis serves Santa, who simultaneously looks like nothing I've ever seen, and every CG animated holiday special on Max. He serves him bad eggnog. I'm not gonna fall for it this time. I know what will happen. What are you talking about, man? I love drinking non-alcoholic eggnog. It's not something a real human with working taste buds would say. You are not real. You may be chomping at the bit waiting for what direction this episode may go. Is it going to be a Christmas Carol parody where Otis has to learn not to be selfish as he's visited by 3 ghosts played by his friends? Will it be a Wonderful Life story, which is hinted in the title, where Duke sees how unchanged the episode is without him in it? But we know better by now than to judge the episode by its title card. No, actually, this episode, which aired in 2009, is the classic Christmas story we all know and love. Otis has taken out Santa, and now he has to be Santa. That's right, no matter how many movies or shows or YouTube shorts we watch, we can never escape. Oh, it's just like that one episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Hello, I'm Pig with another Christmas time tip, brought to you by Huberman's Bakery. Huberman's, it's baked in your mouth.
At least put them on a white background or something. I know it's such an asinine thing to complain about, but it's legitimately taking me out. If you saw clips of this episode, would you even know it was Christmas? The bit actually does go on for quite a while. So much so that the jingle had to loop. I suppose it would mark a good middle point for this double-length episode, but we have a more traditional act break accentuated by the dapper lad the Animal Farm tried to kill earlier.
story.
Meanwhile, back at the story.
If the reindeer are intelligent and articulate, why can't they just deliver the presents? Like, if they can't power the sleigh anyway, why does Otis have to do it? How do they explain this to the rest of the reindeer? What is this, 100 questions? I actually don't hate this episode. I might just like it because of the Christmas iconography, but you know, I'm standing in a YouTube video. I just gotta think of stuff to say. I kind of hate the term video essays for me specifically because I feel like it only really applies to a handful of videos I've done. A video essay, by definition, is a thesis you go into the video to prove, to convince people the way you think. But this show, like the Clone Wars and even gimmick horror games, I have a rough idea of what I think, but then I open myself up to the potential of changing my mind as I engage with the product. And sometimes by the end of the video, I do. Not to self-editorialize, I mean, it's Christmas after all. But I wanted to talk about the show. Not because I have something to say, but because I hadn't rewatched it ever, and I wanted to share the experience with you. Also, I had to pay for it on Amazon Prime. And I don't think most of you are capable of that. Nor would you want to for a show you only vaguely remember. But I wouldn't call this a review either. What it is a waste of time. Anyway, time for the reason I'm here.
Can I be in charge of toy making? We'll wear elf costumes and fake pointy ears and sing a happy tune while we work.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that really necessary?
No. We're doing it!
It's time to make the presents and stand it down with a crew. We have to work together like a happy holiday crew.
I surely can't show this entire sequence, but this is a full musical number. This would have been the perfect opportunity to get another holiday musical episode in, but no! I think the implication is that was just a very elaborate cutaway gag, and didn't actually happen at all. They make a big deal about the sleigh, and how this is gonna be the party animal's biggest adventure yet. They need to hit every single house in the world. They start with the farmer. Feel like you didn't need the sleigh for this one. Like you could walk here. And have. And the last house they visit is Snotty Boy. Like, it's not his aunt's house. That would look familiar. So he's farther away, I get that. But he's not on the other side of the planet. Unless they went the full diameter around the Earth and then circled back here. We do see a compilation, not a montage, those are very different, of the rest of the tertiary characters getting their greatest heart's desire.
He gave Nora gym tickets, Hilly got a thumb puzzle, and others got woozits and warm tomity tuzzles. Oh, this story is delightful.
I've seen these guys live in like 3 different houses now. I was right. They're the opposite of homeless. They're swingers.
Now back to the show. Hey, that's my line. Do I go down to where you work and do whatever it is you do? Back to the show.
The climax is that Snotty Boy set up Christmas traps for Christmas Santa. And if I have to reference the Santa Claus show anymore, I'm going to rip my hair out. Like, Otis bluffs the kid, claiming that he had elf ninjas. That's close enough to the elf militia.
Hey, look, mistletoe. No. Beard kiss, get it off me.
I'm actually surprised this hasn't happened sooner in this show. Also, ew. With 15 seconds on the ticking clock and 4 minutes of the episode left, counting the end credits, whatever happens here is simply out of our hands. Sorry, kid. You're dealing with Santa now.
2 stupid Santas for the price of 1. You're both dead meat.
Oh, wow. That's a bold direction for the show to take. I suppose there's only so many episodes left. Well, Snotty Kid is dead, Otis is forgiven, and the holidays are saved. Merry Christmas, everyone! As previously stated in that episode, my theory has kind of been disproven, or at least shaken a little bit. I don't think Nickelodeon has fully given up on Back at the Barnyard. But moving into the year 2010, it seems as though the show has gotten its second wind. The entire show has taken place over the span of a year internally, so maybe it's January for them as well. I mean, if it takes place after Christmas, it would have to. When did Abby move in? That's because the next pair of episodes, Get Bessie and A Beautiful Freddy, aired Saturday, January 2nd, 2010, as a part of Nickelodeon's Happy New Premieres.
Happy New Premieres! It's a new year, and Nick's biggest stars are trying something new. In 10 brand new premieres. They've got new jobs.
We're gonna do this for the pooper. Boop, boop.
New pets. and new brains.
Huzzah! I'm smart again!
So don't miss brand new episodes of SpongeBob, Barnyard, Mighty Bee, Fanboy, and Penguins. Yeah. Happy new premieres, Saturday morning starting at 9:30 on Nick.
Back at the Barnyard is now consistently airing as a Saturday morning cartoon alongside the other Nicktoons of the time. Except for Fairly Odd Parents, but who's counting? All of these shows are airing new episodes all together in different weekly themed blocks, and all of it is thanks to Fanboy and Chum Chum. Like, hate all you want, I do too, but Back at the Barnyard owes a great deal of gratitude to that show. It's likely the only reason it still got the spotlight in January. Also, just a truly awful episode of SpongeBob alongside it. Get Bessie is a Bessie episode? Oh man, Bessie's in this? It seems the denizens of the Barnyard just got back from fighting the Mole Man underground. That's like way too many Fantastic Four references for one video. And Johnny Test. I forgot about Johnny Test. It's after getting back from a fantastic adventure that the party animals come to a realization. What does Bessie do? In a montage of her constantly insulting them and then walking off, not set to music, so I won't count it, even if I was counting. Again, this is a compilation, not a montage. One of which is the episode where she needs to go fly an aircraft to save some kids, but sure, that counts. Speaking of the pointless school system, in the show, of course, not in real life, Otis implies that Bessie can't be doing anything major because she's just a barn animal. You ran for mayor, and you just got back from a different video. So they do what anyone would do to fill 11 minutes. They spy on her, and they see Bessie getting all dressed up to go to an art gallery. I'm a little disappointed our animal spies don't throw something together, like a disguise. It'd be cute, but one goes on the board. Also, I'm sure no one's gonna notice the giant barn animals in a car with open windows.
I mean, it's not like we witnessed her lowering down priceless works of art. Wait for it.
And she's lowering them down.
Bessie begins scaling the building with... I don't need to say all this, do I? They just said that.
The next morning, mystery was crisp in the air as the animals awoke from their restless... Oh, great, now I'm doing it.
You know, I started the trend of showing every example of this gag because it's the one that had the most profound impact on me. But now I kind of regret it. Abby is betrayed because, as she claims, Bessie is supposed to be her best friend. I mean, she definitely is the only other girl cow. The only other female presenting cow.
Confront her with what we saw?
No way! Remember the last time we tried to confront her with something?
Alert the authorities?
Ha! You remember the last time we tried to alert the authorities?
Maybe we should forget the whole thing and go about our business.
You remember the last time we tried to forget the whole thing and go about our business?
My time would be more useful showing the gags that I actually like, because I did actually like this episode, as I do with most of Season 2 upon rewatch. That's why I feel kind of vindicated in showing all these clips, is because I got through Season 1 and I really had to... I struggled to pick which clips I actually thought were funny. But whoever compared the show to Family Guy back in the day definitely only saw this episode. Such a remember when. So they go digging through her stuff and find even more evidence of her being a famous burglar, which in the grand scheme of all the crimes you guys have committed, isn't that bad. Like, they aren't upset. They're more worried she's gonna get caught. Abby's talking about her best friend. Meanwhile, Otis is all over the praise for her this time around. I was about to say, if you asked Kid Ultra about this, he wouldn't remember it. But honestly, if you asked Kid Ultra about this show in 2010, they'd probably think it was already canceled. So the plan is to rob the final mansion before Bessie can get to it, to save her. But in doing so, they accidentally trigger the security system that may or may not be a souped up version of the Barn Buddy. That's a theory for another time. It's not going on the clipboard. Which alerts the theft, the larceny, the breaking and entering, the grand crime to the owner of the house.
What's going on here? Weird Al Yankovic. Yeah, I'm Weird Al Yankovic. What are you doing in my house?
That's this episode? I've seen this clip before, but like, it's in Get Bessie? Well, evidently, Bessie and Al are good friends, but I'll hold my tongue. Do you think this one also married Pinkie Pie? We get an additional pig segment of Hollywood Fact or Fiction. Man, I like this episode.
Otis! Bessie?
I think I really like this show. Or at least the latter half of it. There's a lot of differences you could spot between the tone of season 1 if you know what you're looking for. One of the details that goes unsung is that the last season, they made up their own version of Britney Spears for a parody, and now they're dropping names like Ryan Seacrest and also Weird Al is here. Or is he? As it's revealed that the reason he knows Bessie and doesn't concern the farm animals with hiding their identities is because he is a horse in a costume. I think maybe the same horse that dated Snotty Boy a while ago. Like, I don't want to profile, it might be a different horse.
Rehab was supposed to be a fresh start.
Weird Al dated a teenage boy. Is no one in Hollywood sacred?
I can't believe they made Weird Al Yankovic their supreme overlord.
I abused my power and learned nothing.
Cartoons in the 2010s and sort of the late 2000s get criticized a lot for the, quote, lol random factor, where all jokes are built on something random's happening. But on the other hand, absurdism dates back to before cartoons existed. Sit down. The fast-paced rhythm of the show has breathed new life into a dying concept, and man, I love this season of television. Beautiful Freddy is the sister episode, wherein the gang is watching a trivia show on the TV. Again, like I said, I told you that they would be back here. Everything in this world is hosted by Haley, which is fair. If I was in charge of any TV station, I would put this guy on all of the airwaves. Freddy, the titular character for this episode, both a friend of Weird Al, but a lover of trivia shows, and I'm sure he doesn't care for cooking shows after the incident. The rest of the gang is annoyed by this show of passion that isn't costume related, so they throw a boot at him, knocking out their TV signal. Does the farmer live in an 80s time hole? Bunny ear antenna and a cartridge joystick system? Not gonna lie, I also really want to live like that. I wasn't built to make YouTube videos about cartoons, alright? I was built to watch cartoons on a tube TV after getting home from a long shift in the mines. If I was born like a decade earlier. Some people wish they were born in the 80s or the 70s or, God forbid, the 50s. But I think if I was born like 5 years earlier, I would have dominated YouTube in 2008, 2010. Freddy climbs up to the antenna on the roof and gets struck by lightning. On a clean, sunny day. In January, perhaps? Is this all happening in real time?
Freddy, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Well, the distance from the roof equals the velocity of the rate of descent times pi, so yes, I'm in a lot of pain.
Forget a wrestling episode. I can make a whole ranking of episodes that would beat this entire video with this exact premise. Mostly on Nickelodeon, let's be real. If I had more time, I would make a Back of the Barnyard compass, and it would be Indiana Jones, iCarly, SpongeBob fetish? And Freddy uses his newfound intelligence to win a trivia game show. You could probably make more money doing anything else. You know what, never mind. Now the gang is on board. Now they get to wear costumes. This is what I'm paying to see. Yeah, new animal costumes, but reusing the Groucho Marx glasses we see in the football episode. If I make a Lego Star Wars reference, would it work on you guys? Have I fallen too far from grace? Oh, Bigfoot's here. My ass really thought this entire episode, like the rest of it, would just be this one trivia challenge. It's only halfway, and now they're back at the You're not gonna get me to say that ever again. But they do head back to trivia when Freddy defaults back to dumb, at least from the animal's perspective. You ever think about that? Maybe he is the only one who truly has his mind's eye open. Going back to the show, like we said, they hook Freddy up to a car battery so he could win the big prize on a trivial trivia show. They had me for a second there.
Don't worry, Otis. I'll win that million, or my name in anagram form isn't Jeff, your friend. The next day...
It's just like... He became intelligent after he decided to go back to trivia. I get that. And they hide wires under his top hat to electrocute him whenever he slips. Surely the smart version of him knows this is a bad idea. We know by now to take these titles literally, and we know this can't be a parody of A Beautiful Mind or something like Flowers for Algernon. But I feel like every other example of this premise features a scene where the genius doesn't want to go back to being stupid, or rather they do want to go back because they can't connect with people anymore. But I don't know if Freddy's even smart. Like, he might just be good at trivia.
You fucked this all up. You're an awful person.
I included that clip in this video before I knew season 2 was airing. I love television. They shock Freddy so hard that he goes to heaven, or a heaven that includes animals, only animals, and Albert Einstein, unless he's also a horse, the same horse.
That's wrong, you lose. Kurt, you Alan Einstein, you know nothing of popular culture.
This is a lot of pop culture references. What is this? A BH Ultra video? No, you guys should know by now that I only reference creepy niche internet videos from the 2000s. Speaking of, actually not related at all, after that episode 2 weeks passed and now we're at Saturday, January 16th. Sort of. The next 4 episodes are Robopeck paired with Puppy Love and Arcade of Doom paired with Otis. The only issue is the 2 episodes that actually aired together as a part of another nameless bomb. Like there's a new Penguins, a new Fanboy, a new Mighty Bee. Anyway, Robopeck is actually paired with Arcade of Doom, even though those episodes weren't developed together, nor are they paired together in the episode listing. Which feels like a mistake because the episodes are paired together on the Wikipedia page of episodes and the Amazon listing. But, and I haven't pinpointed anyone on the writers team yet other than the creator of the show because I don't really like to, especially when I'm not too kind to a show. The 2 episodes that aired on January 16th were written by the same guy, and both the sister episodes of those shows that aired together on February 6th, that's a big gap, were also written by a different person from those 2 episodes, but the same person as each other. Is that making any sense? All that to say, we're gonna jump around a little bit. Not making that mistake twice. Robopeck is wait! I like the title card a lot. They always knock it out of the park with these title card themes. I feel like I hardly ever talk about that. No doubt due to the help of Guy Moon. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are competing in a science fair. That's a lot of My Little Pony references in quick succession. Which ultimately results in Peck getting injured. Wait a minute. I've seen this before. Yeah, Peck gets hurt, so Otis has to sub in as the teacher. Classic Barnyard. But this is season 2. So this plotline goes in an entirely opposite direction.
Too bad we can't rebuild them like they did on that Bionic Janitor show. Bionic Janitor, Bionic Janitor, Bionic Janitor.
I'm getting really liberal with these clip selections. That was just an entire cutaway. Is this video even gonna stay up? If it doesn't, you guys should check out the uncensored version of the video on Patreon. I say this a lot, and then I get comments like, I didn't even know you had one. It's in the... Do you guys not read the description of YouTube videos? No. Instead, they attach bionic enhancements to Peck, and maybe in doing so, even remove some parts. Removing the parts that made him human. Well, chicken, anyway. He's more machine than chicken now. He's losing his humanity. Chicken-anity. The chicken can't even feel the touch of his husband again. You've butchered him! This crop of episodes is full of plot lines that should be complex and emotional, but instead this episode is just a vehicle for cool robots. And running gags.
He's headed toward town.
Bionic Rooster, Bionic Rooster, Bionic Rooster, Bionic Rooster, Bionic Rooster.
I'll be damned if a funny moment shared around from the show isn't in this YouTube video as well. So Robopeck, from the title, play that Guy Moon track, has short-circuited in a pizza-related incident and is now attacking the city. The email here says pizza-related robot. What does pizza-related mean? This is the second time we've seen the city, whereas the first time was the last episode revolving around these Barnyard kids. I won't lie to you. I forgot they were even here. I feel like this episode exists just because they had leftover Jimmy Neutron script lying around somewhere. That show is lousy with evil pizzas. I'm reading this here. What's a pizza-related sleepover? In the climax, Otis gives up his last attachment to the humanity he's grown to love as he improves himself with robotics to take down the bionic rooster. And now, he can never go back.
You're okay.
Bionic robot, Bionic robot, Bionic robot.
Just to get it stuck in your head. The climax is built around a robot fight, which sounds fun on paper for sure, and the combat has definitely gotten better, but not by much. They appeal to Peck's humanity by showing a Back at the Barnyard funny moments compilation from this built-in projector. What is this? A BH Ultra video? Everything I have to say about this episode was shown in the clips. I won't lie to you though. because I often do. I really thought they'd do the Bionic song joke again, like one more time to end the episode. I know follow rule of threes, but it would make more sense to end the episode on that. Evidently not. Arcade of Doom is a story set at, get this, an arcade. I hope nothing bad happens. Sort of. It's more of a direct parody to a children's pizza arcade. I'm reading this email here. What's a pizza-related arcade? Donkey Cheese.
Donkey Cheese.
We've been seeing a lot of the city as of late, but remember, these episodes were not paired together. I put them here. This writer must really hate the concept of the Barnyard. Arcade, pizza, laser tag. Is it possible to be nostalgic for an episode I've never seen?
V-Box 360! V-Box 360! Scream! Say goodbye to your brain!
I can't tell if that's supposed to be gameplay footage or it's just a live action sequence that looks like that. The Sassy Improv Troupe needs 10,000 tickets to win the grand prize of the Z-Box, because apparently it's sold out everywhere else. Man, you gotta test that before you take it home. It's gonna be made out of plastic and have 100 games built in that are all titled Mario 17. They spread out to procure the most amount of tickets. I wonder what games they'll play. Did you guys know that there's a Family Guy bowling game at most arcades nowadays, and between each round it shows a Family Guy funny moment that's very clearly screen recorded off of YouTube and cropped poorly? Because I just found that out, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I gotta go to more arcades. This is how some of you be acting about that wolf from Security Breach. Just then, Snotty Boy and his horde of nameless goons roll up to the Donkey Cheese and catch wind of the animal's plan. I really thought the plot of this episode would be the kids stealing their tickets, just like they did on Halloween, and then like the animal farm chased them into the laser tag arena. Granted, they do steal, but it comes down to laser tag because they need to get more tickets. Do laser tag places give out tickets for winning? I've only ever been like thrice in my life, and it's all been for the love of the game and combat. This isn't classic internet reviewer going, this isn't accurate to real life, because it's so mundane that like, fuck it, it might be true, somewhere. This is the only time I've liked how a background looked in the show, and it's because it looks like a nebulous channel bumper. Like I'm waiting for SpongeBob to roll up and hang out. Now that would save the show. Forget Timmy Turner. He's got a gun! How did you do that? That's not possible in real life. This episode is going in the garbage pile. Hey guys, I think the little man said he wanted to give Donkey a kiss. Yeah, sure, whatever. The gang wins a Z-Box and then give it to some poor orphans. I mean, I think food would be better, but... Call me heartless, call me greedy. But if the kids are literally homeless, where are they gonna play the console? Fuck them kids.
Will you marry me? No! Get that light out of her eyes! It makes him go berserk!
I can't even make the joke anymore. The show just already did it. Well, the walls of this video are beginning to crumble around me as I realize there isn't a whole lot I can add to discussion of an episodic animated comedy cartoon. That is, aside from schedules and air dates, now that I can handle. The next two episodes we're about to cover both aired on February 6th, 2010, after being scrambled by the distributor. Oh, that's actually all I had to say about that. I should start letting you guys pick the shows I talk about this much. Puppy Love. No fucking way. I didn't think it was possible. I didn't actually think they were going to do it. I didn't know the show had this much follow through. Okay, so Duke's sister is stopping by today with her new fiance. I wonder who it could be. Do you think they cast the voice of Chum Chum as his sister so they could reap some of the rewards off of Fanboy? I mean, it's a famous voice, and the show is slowly replacing it, even as they air back to back. They plan on getting married in Vegas as soon as possible, but instead, Abby says they should do it at the Barnyard, which Duke's sister agrees to despite having no one to officiate it, and also, why would you rather be here than Vegas? I'd rather be anywhere than Vegas. I wonder who the Casanova she got hitched to is.
I like you too.
Eek! It's Waffle! From that one episode where I said he'd never come back. And then that other episode where I said he'd never come back again. I have to stop making such definitive statements like, this character will never come back. This video will definitely release in March. Scratch that. This video will definitely release in April. Oops! This episode is chock full of fan favorite BATV characters. Like, is that frickin' Poopy Pants? I get paid to do this, like say these words into a microphone, but not for this video. Duke's sister is aware of Waffle's past transgressions, but still stays with him because she's young and thus believes she can fix him. Like a lot of you out there. Yeah, I can see you through there, girl. Get up. Duke's sister calls him Dookie affectionately. He doesn't seem nearly as peeved by this as he should be. Also, whip crack. Man, they're going all out at the Barnyard. Marble and everything. They don't have this in Vegas. They have nothing in Vegas. But when the party animals learn about Duke's family fortune, owned of course by the Duke family, they realize Waffle's grand plan.
She hasn't been in love since her old boyfriend, Michael Davidson. Does Pig look anything like this Michael Davidson? Not really. How about now? Still no. Perfect!
Somehow, I knew it was gonna come down to this. Somehow. Also, Pig didn't put a stop to anything. Hey, let's blackmail him with incriminating pictures at the bachelor party. Before they can spring the trap, that is not a reference to donkey cheese, which doesn't work, by the way. Duke just overdoses on couch cushions. He angrily snarls at Waffles, watching him enjoy himself as he calls him a, quote, little rat. Dude, Pip is right there. Do you think he finds that term offensive? Why does Otis have to do something? He's tried everything. He's tried two things, but I was about to make an observation about how it seems like Waffle wants to marry Duke more than his sister. Like he's using his sister to get to him, and that's why he tried to steal his life in the past episode. But then the episode just does that. Their grand plan to take Waffle down is to have him marry Duke instead. But like, if the officiator is official, then this marriage is official. He still like has access to their family's wealth. Also, what was the next part of his plan anyway? How do you get the wealth for yourself? I'd be less concerned he's trying to marry my sister and more concerned he's clearly trying to murder my sister. If you think about it, this is basically what happens in Succession.
Wait, Derek! You can't do this! I'm your husband! I love you!
This show's got enough doomed yowie. In the end, Duke's sister ends up with Pig in the dog costume. What the hell? There's only about 10 or so pairs of episodes left. Why not finally give Pig his happy ending? Third time's the charm ain't bad. Roadie Otis. Oh, that's what it means. I've been staring at this episode title on my schedule for days now, trying to guess what it was about. It's a pun on rodeo and Otis. Now I get it. And this episode is, well, if you thought the last episode had queer subtext, then the animals want the farmer to get with this curvaceous cowgirl for some reason. Maybe they pity the guy, who's to say? And they go about this by having Otis pretend to be a bull that the farmer can ride to impress her, and they are immediately slotted into the main attraction. Here's the thing. There's an antagonist bull who is jealous of the spotlight Otis and the farmer get and tries to kill the farmer about it. Although animals of the same species have differentiating factors and characteristics, they're 3D models. Their silhouettes look more or less the same. Like, for example, the female and male roosters we saw in this show. And this bull character doesn't look anything like any of the cows we've seen so far. We've only seen female cows and Otis. Now, as you may know, there is no such thing as a female bull. Female bulls are called cows, just like there are no male cows. They are bulls. I am not the first person to make this observation, nor is this the first time this has come up in this universe, whether it be the show or the movie. However, genetically, why am I transvestigating back at the barnyard?
Do I look like a fearsome bull?
Can you tuck in the udders?
I am.
Aw, he never learned how to tuck. Let it hang, sister. So Otis is AFAB, hence the udders, and makes no leaps to look more like a bull, so it's more of a form of androgyny, however is now boy moding for the rodeo. The villain of this episode is a dumbass alpha who's constantly getting in Otis's head and bugging him for not being a real bull, who, by the way, is doing like a Triumph the Insult Dog impression, and then they shoot him.
So if I can just adjust his shooting angle 103 degrees, he should hit Psycho dead on. Oh, come on! That also works.
I'm gonna pretend like that's the entire reason I decided to talk about this show. Yeah, Back at the Barnyard was based the whole time. Sorry it took this long into this video to get to the thesis, but trans rights are human rights, what can I say? What a happy ending for the farmer as well. He also gets to ride off into the sunset with his new love. What a pair of episodes. Wait a minute. What happened to Pig's wife? I'm starting to think this show might not have any continuity at all. Who would have thunk it? Also ironic that I say it has no continuity, talking about the episode where a reoccurring villain came back for the 3rd time. Okay, so now we've returned to our regularly scheduled programming. And by returned, I mean the show came back with 2 new episodes on June 19th, 2010. The pair of episodes we just watched were from January and February. I'm starting to think they only bring this show back with new airings when they need to beef up their library. Because these 2 new segments, equaling 1 new episode, aired alongside episodes of Fanboy and Chum Chum, Penguins of Madagascar, and SpongeBob SquarePants. It's the double-length special with the "Welcome to Squidward's Tiki Land." I promise I'm normally better at that. I'm really losing my voice here. All of these premieres brought together by the Nickelodeon Addicting Games Showdown. Okay. Now this I do remember. Does this video already seem incredibly unfocused? Well, it's time for another footnote, another side quest, another BH Ultra tangent. So in the 2010s, Flash games were all over the place. If you were one of 2 kids, one that didn't have a video game console or wasn't allowed to play it, or was a kid that was stuck at school or aftercare programs for long periods of time like I was, or if you were born before the year 2010. If you're looking for a way to figure out what generation someone is from, don't worry about music or TV shows or video games or their favorite social media. No, make up a fake crime that sounds really funny, and then ask the person if it would be funnier if the man was from Florida or Ohio. If they say Florida man, they're a millennial. If they say Ohio, they're Gen Z. So I wish I could stand here and tell you there was a mere handful of predominant and popular Flash game hosting websites. And there were a handful of popular ones, but the fact of the matter is you probably played one that nobody has ever heard of. They were everywhere. The one that was popular at your local school is potentially a brand name that nobody else from any other school, even one in the same district, has never heard of. Did you guys play on Not Doppler? Just me? But that's because our schools blocked a ton of them. The only games we were allowed to play were on Cool Math Games, which wasn't blocked because you could technically argue that math games are educational. Sort of. You may hear this story about me being a kid and have to stay after school all the time for detention and have this vision in your head that I was some kind of badass or cool kid. I assure you I was not. I loved playing puzzle games made up of math and numbers. I was a lame kid. I am a lame adult. Look at what I'm wearing. And most of these websites weren't necessarily malicious, but they didn't care about the well-being of children. They just wanted to get all of their eyes on the banner ads of Homer Simpson sexing his wife. So major brands popular with children like Cartoon Network, Capri Sun, or Sega had custom-made Flash games to host on their website and didn't just let anyone post them, because they got pretty severe. But it wasn't the same. It didn't have the same creative spirit, and there was always a marketing twinge to it. Kids didn't want to play an officially licensed Mario Party Flash game. They wanted to play Super Mario 63. Oh, what? Just me? While Newgrounds was particularly popular amongst 90s kids, it wasn't, how you would say, geared towards children, even though the other Flash game hosting websites weren't for kids either, but Newgrounds is pretty severe. One of the major Flash game hosting websites was Addicting Games. AddictingGames.com was founded by parent company Atom Entertainment in 2002. And you maybe have heard of it, maybe. Maybe not. Can I ask you something? If you remember playing games on Addicting Games, I need you to use all of your brain power to remember this. I know it was a while ago. I know we are all very old. But I want you to remember, had you heard about Addicting Games prior to the year 2009? Because I didn't. I only heard about it for the first time in the constant ads that aired on Nickelodeon, which I also thought was strange, because even as a kid, I knew commercials needed to pay the channels they aired on. That's why there are no real commercials on the Disney Channel other than brands owned by Disney or specific sponsors of individual episodes. I remember seeing a trailer for Iron Man 3 on the Disney Channel one time, and I was shocked as a kid because I was unaware that they owned it and what was going on. This is all because, whether you knew about it or not, Nickelodeon purchased Atom Entertainment in 2009. And this is why, potentially, I know it is, the first time you heard about AddictingGames.com was because of the Nickelodeon Addicting Games Showdown, an event hosted by Nickelodeon to 1, drive children to that website, and 2, reward kids who were already using it. The Addicting Games Showdown was an award show built for the gamers, voted on by you and the Electoral College, but they don't really say that part. Playing in the games didn't do anything. They don't show your high scores on air during commercials like they did on Adult Swim. Put a pin in that, by the way. We're gonna circle back. It was just an award show hosted by Jerry Trainer. It was only hosted twice, presumably both by Jerry. And I say presumably because we've been talking about the 2009 presentation as of yet, because the 2010 presentation, the one we're actually supposed to be talking about, is lost. Fully.
Nickelodeon's Addicting Games Showdown. Coming to you from Addicting Games headquarters, where the hottest games on the web come to life. Now, here's host Jerry Trainer.
Our first award tonight is for Best Performance by a Monkey.
They should have given the same monkey award for last year's slate of games. This recording likely only exists not because of the Addicting Games Showdown bumpers themselves, but likely because of the new iCarly episode and the better Nick sitcom, True Jackson VP. That's true. I mean it. You know it is. Go fuck yourself. Also, Wishology Part 1 happens in the middle of this rip. Nobody gives a shit about this industry plant-ass website. Maybe that's why no footage exists of it. There's also a completely blacked out commercial for a premiere of Zeke and Luther happening the same week. What an eventful year for children ages 6 to 12. Speaking of which, the Nickelodeon Addicting Games Showdown actually received a lot of pushback at the time. Criticisms for funneling children into a website with very little moderation and very provocative and dangerous games. I saw Addicting Games for the first time on TV that night, and then I went to school the next day to load it up and it was already blocked. Maybe that's why they only held 2 of these events, and why it aired earlier in the day, and why Nickelodeon sold it in 2015. That segment had nothing to do with Back at the Barnyard, but I figured we could all use a break. That's what, the 4th or 5th tangent in this video? A catfish called Eddie is strange and short. Like, the concept is that the episode begins the way it ends. This is the end of the story. The Animal Farm trick a fish guy into driving a corn car until he gets picked up by the crows, and also Pig's face is backwards. It's also the only normal length episode, to my knowledge, that had a cold open before the title card. Also, not to rain on their parade, but the concept is fine. Okay, we'll figure out why the adventure turned out like this throughout the episode by watching it. But the answer to the question, why is Pig's face drawn on the back of his head, is that he wanted to do that. He thought it would be funny. It got a laugh one time, and then he held onto the bit for dear life and drove it into the ground. That I can respect. That's commendable. That's what this video is. Remember when Pig exploded? The previous little buddy who used to sit on Otis's shoulder like he's the protagonist of a toy-based anime. What did I just say? Eddie the walking catfish.
Hey, it's a fish. A walking catfish, to be precise. Their expanded lung capacity allows them to, you don't care.
He believes he stole his business idea for a new gum that kills you, and ran. But Eddie claims he did this so Otis wouldn't catch heat for their crime against nature. These are really unimportant questions, but how long ago do you two hang out? It had to have been before Pip stuck around, because the crux of this episode is Pip being the only one who sees through this delusion. And if that is the case, where the fuck was Otis's dad? Like, I know they don't mention him once in the show, but you'd think he'd have some sort of words for this. I feel like you already get the gist of what this episode is meant to be, but there's a proper montage of shenanigans the improv troupe going with Eddie. I miss these.
Oh, could you? That's not nice. Eddie, what the cut?
I like that. I like that line a lot. I'm stealing it. Eddie manipulated both Pip and Otis with the cartoon classic misunderstanding where all of the conflict could be resolved if they just talked once. And I normally be upset about this. It sounds like I am. But Otis doesn't even realize there's a problem due to sheer stupidity, which I think is the only scenario where this plotline works. I'm trying to barrel through this episode and make my point, but maybe it's just Amazon. But it's only an issue I've noticed with this batch of episodes. The audio has been really off at times.
That sounds fun, Eddie. What's the game?
It's called Marketing Brainstorm. You guys shout out what you'd like to see in a new plush toy, and I write the ideas down.
Can you speak up? Did it air like this? It's legitimately the only episode in both seasons that has this problem. Did they just give up by this point? 2010? So the crows try to appeal to Pip's revenge, but the second he feels a little bit guilty, he immediately outs the plan and throws the crows under the bus. But again, we know how this episode ends.
Get lost, crows! Go get out of here!
This guy's better than me!
You
need to leave.
You need to leave!
Can we wrap this up, please? The reason this episode feels so short, and also probably why they resolved Pip's conflict so abruptly, is because there's technically less content in this episode compared to others. The ending plays out in full with no cuts, even though they already showed this at the beginning of the episode, which makes this episode like a good 2 minutes shorter than it should be, which doesn't sound like a lot, but these normal episodes are 11 minutes a pop, so that's 18% just lost. I like this idea on paper, but the answer to every question made by the opening is they wanted to do that. The corn car has no greater meaning. We see it for the first time in this scene, and we think there might be an explanation, but this is also the first time Eddie sees it. I know I'm pushing my luck here, but there's like 7 more airings of this show. I could probably safely say that this guy is not fucking coming back. I can't get in any more funny debt. What was the point of any of this? I feel like they wrote the secret ending first and then had to find a way to get there. Beady and the Beast. Well, that bit's dead in the water. I know we had a lot of running gags in this video. I stretched it out for as long as I possibly could. But yes, the crazed lady that lives next to the barnyard, there's another running gag, is named Mrs. Beady, as the silhouette and the title card look strikingly like Miss Fowl from Jimmy Neutron. So they imply in this episode that the party animals have been fighting back and forth with Mrs. Beady for ages, and then a week of adventures passes right before our eyes. On one hand, this show moves on like a day-to-day basis. It's still only been a little over a year for Abby, and we just lost a ton of days. On the other hand, 7 more airings of this show. I may have jumped the gun. Now that I'm getting a good look at this old lady's face, she actually looks more like Hugh Neutron than any other Jimmy Neutron character. This is Mrs. Beady's husband's mom. If only there was an easier way to say that. And she's here because she's worried about her son's well-being. Considering we haven't seen this guy in any meaningful way since season 1, I think she has the right to be concerned.
I know, she's doing our job for us. We didn't even need exploding begonias.
Ooh, then we can keep them.
Later that day.
This is almost exactly like the episode where Snotty Boy gets replaced with his cousin, who is even worse than him. So the animals have to put their differences aside to stop this. Except the major difference is Grandmama means them no harm at all. She's like way better for them in the long run. This causes the couple to split up, leaving Mrs. Beady nowhere to go.
Well, I have plenty of other friends.
6 hours of calling later.
Fine! I don't want to live with you either, Mrs. Rhoda L. the Zizerwit. Oh, whatever.
I think you guys could probably see where this is going. Now she's going to go live in the barnyard. What a kooky concept for an episode. What if somebody the animals didn't like moved into the barnyard? Again, they have no reason to work with her. There is no greater threat, but she does forfeit their age-old war, and they just take pity on her and let her inside the place she tried to end you all in. These animals are just filled with pity. Man, she tried to kill you guys one time. You just showed her chasing you with heavy machinery. Surely she wasn't doing that to snap a picture. Is she just allowed to squat here? Otis doesn't own this place. Does the farmer know? She should just marry him, to be honest. Unless there is some continuity all of a sudden from his cowgirl from before. And it's not like she's being cruel or anything. She's just gross and annoying. They've been mad at Pig for less. How come the barn is only full when they throw a party? Where do the other animals go? Do they not live here?
I'm not good at giving bad news. You've been fired from your job, so you can't pay the bills. And by the way, your wife is leaving too.
Oh, all right, I'll just do it.
I'm glad there's a subtle story unfolding in the background that Poopy Pants is always cursed to be in these pig costumed cutaways. He's like his friend almost. Mrs. Beady is so grateful and getting along so well that now they're on a first name basis. Nora. Her name is Nora. Man, we just stopped calling her teenage euthanasia. Who's we? And their big plan at the end of the episode to scare the mother-in-law off is to, get this, have Otis dress up like a different old lady. It's going on the counter. Is this why Nora is the only human who seems to be able to look past the costumes and see the animals behind them? What are the greater lore implications of this? Nathan, that's the name of her husband, by the way. This is way too many names. I gotta start forgetting some others to make room. What was the pig's name again? Nathan finally stands up for himself because he loves his wife, apparently. Ugh, what a rube. And then in the end, all of her development is undone as Nora gets struck by lightning, and it doesn't even make her smart or good at trivia. Just gives her 11-minute selective amnesia. I do prefer this to her just going back to normal and trying to expose them. With only so many episodes left, maybe the animals go a little easy on her, because they know that deep down, she is just lonely. but I doubt it. I meant what I said. There are only 7 episodes of Back at the Barnyard left, 2 of which are double-length specials and 5 of which are your traditional A and B stories. So technically 12 distinct adventures, but not really. Not the way they're airing, at least. The 2 episodes we just watched aired June 19th, 2010, and then after a multiple month hiatus, the show would return with new episodes on September 11th, 2010. Did this have any... I'm trying really hard not to use the word bomb. At 11 a.m., these 2 new episodes of Back at the Barnyard would air after new episodes of SpongeBob, Penguins, and Fanboy, and before a new episode of Fairly OddParents. This is, maybe aside from the Mighty Bee, their entire animated lineup. One of the big 5 or 4, I guess. As mid as some of those shows may sound, or at least those eras of those shows, I want you, with your 2025 brain, to think back. Think about the concept of waking up to 5 different cartoons, each with new episodes. Why did we ever lose this? I know that there are different groups that watch me. I know that there's the 10,000 dedicated people that watch me talk about anything, even if they don't care about it. And then there's the rest of them that pick and choose. And that's totally fine. You know, you are spending your time on me. I appreciate it. But in real life, there are also 2 distinct types of cartoon enjoyers that I separate into... I don't want to gatekeep, but, you know, real cartoon enjoyers and just nostalgia heads. Like, if you talk to your coworker that's your age, they'll be like, oh yeah, dude, Adventure Time, Gumball, regular show Avatar, SpongeBob, those are peak. But as soon as you start talking about Stugo or Primos, they're gonna look at you like you're a weirdo. And it bears repeating, for these 5 new episodes, there's no special branding here. It's all under the umbrella of new, but there are existing rips and recordings online that I could find, because later that night would air a new episode of True Jackson VP. Shout out. Also the episode of iCarly where the character played by Jeanette McCurdy has a very abusive mom. So, Mission Save Bigfoot is this a different TV? In a breaking news segment by you-know-who, it's revealed that Bigfoot was crushed in an avalanche. Allegedly.
Thought to say he was there on location for his new music video. Love to love your lovely.
Is this still alleged? Because we just saw it. But it's when they hold a sad funeral that Otis hears the call from the avalanche mountain that has presumably been right next to the barnyard this entire time. I know that, like, everyone loves Bigfoot. He's the most beloved celebrity. But did Otis know him personally? They don't really hang out. Sure, their paths have crossed once or twice, but it's not like he's ever around anymore. Even the montage that Otis uses to convince the others to go on a mountain trek with him. By the way, one of these memories is Bigfoot rescuing Otis from a giant clam, noticing things. What I'm saying is all these memories are fake. None of them happened. He made them up. Then the episode takes a detour where they follow this goat character, and I have to say, I was a little caught off guard. All the way up until this point, we've been enchanted with very clear bootleg parody versions of popular theme songs. It was a delicacy. We all knew what they were doing, but here they just play, "You're the best," Karate Kid style. Why do they give up so close to the finish line? I've never seen a show resort to licensed music as a second option. This is like the exact opposite of what normally happens. What happened to the show I loved, man? Also, they play it for like 5 seconds. Anyway, it was all a trick. The goat was a trickster, stole their food and left them to die. Who would have thunk it? Completing my point, Otis again makes up a false memory of Bigfoot rescuing Otis from space. And now I get it. He dreams of Bigfoot every night, his nightmares of the several hells he's been put through. None of them happened. None of them stuck. All because of his hero, Bigfoot. Bigfoot was there. Of course he dreamed of Bigfoot rescuing him from space. His so-called friends left him up there for a long time. You probably thought I forgot about that, huh? About the space chimp?
No, I mean I'm an actual chicken. Chickens can't fly.
Oh, can't they?
No.
We believe you can soar.
Yeah, well, singing won't help.
Everybody, just believe that your wings explore.
It does not work out. But this adds an extra wrinkle to this episode. All throughout, we've seen multiple examples of Otis imagining Bigfoot saving him when he needs him most. Why would the team behind the show need us to see that? They need us to see that because the resolution to this episode is Bigfoot saving the entire cast from plummeting to their deaths at the last minute. Are the writers trying to tell us, with 6 episodes left in the season, left in the franchise, that the party animals actually succumbed to the icy winters up above? There was no Bigfoot there to save them. Was Bigfoot ever real? Did this episode even happen? Did any of this show happen? Or was it all a twisted look inside Angelica's head or something? Speaking of messing with a mentally unstable individual, Mrs. Beady takes a holiday. Boy, am I glad I revealed her name before this. It would have been impossible to hide it now. Nora is back to her old tricks, and the animals are back to traumatizing her. Hooray! It is mighty interesting that when it comes to the aforementioned animals, they each have, at the very least, a dozen individual costumes, whereas Nora has 2 models. Apron and singlet. So they break her brain for the last time, and now she needs to be carted away. And the farmer is away on another crazy excursion. You know what that means? A montage of the same 6 animals party. Another week passes? We are rapidly approaching the end, and now we're throwing timeline to the wind. Or, you know, they actually did die on that mountain. So the gimmick here is that Otis misses Nora, and the week of non-stop adventuring has grown repetitive, as if the weeks of torturing her would not. If you need to ruin someone's life, go after the Snotty kid. He's like immune to trauma, especially now that their neighbor is from a made-up foreign land of indeterminate location on a map. I know this shit is ending, but we are barreling through a ton of Otis costumes at lightning speed. This might be the record for most Otis per episode.
I can't stand to see you like this. So I'm gonna look over here.
What are we gonna do, Otis?
We're gonna go up to that lake and bring back Beady.
Let's go. Get her.
So what happened? I was looking over here.
The next day at the pretty lake.
Otis might be in love with this bitch. I mean, this show is ending. Why not try every combination, you know? Does he miss the her that was kind, or does he just want to ruin a life again for his own selfish reasons? He did the same shit to Pig many times over. Even more Otis disguises. They need to unheal her so they can go back to living every day in fear, I guess.
We don't like you. You're bad.
Kids, do not use your freakish mind powers to make this lady explode.
Okay, we'll explode Dad instead.
No, kids, please. It's good that you want to explode me, real good. But look at it from my point of view.
Remember when Pig exploded? I still have yet to come across the clip that is popping in my brain right now, and there's only so much time in this show left. That means Pig inflated like 4 times in this show. My point being, this is a very sad expedition and nothing important, but hey, like a lot of new Otis costumes. Why didn't they make a dress-up game for the Nick website? It would have sold like, what's something that's free that a lot of people buy? Fortnite? Some losers pay for Twitter. The next 2 episodes aired in another unnamed new block of early morning television, alongside a new SpongeBob, Fanboy, and Penguins, as well as the Fairly Odd Parents that was switched around that now that new episode airs before Back at the Barnyard. It's either a sign of confidence in the show, or the death spot. But we know that's not true, as Nickelodeon specifically has a very famous and well-known death spot. While this night, September 18th, 2010, didn't end with a new episode of iCarly or True Jackson VP, it did mark the Nickelodeon premiere, and thus the world premiere, of hit indie Sundance film Fred the movie. Meaning that this is actually one of the few nights of Nickelodeon premieres that I vividly remember. I remember because my sisters and I were staying with my dad that night. It was a dad night. And they all really wanted to go to the State Fair. You know, State Fair, Ferris wheel, cotton candy, meth clown. You guys didn't have a meth clown? This was a location that we could realistically only visit once a year, when the weather was nice. Post-divorce, ideally it'd be a really nice bonding experience for the whole family. But I desperately wanted to watch Fred the movie. I wanted to stay home to catch that movie. You can do your online tests or go to a proper doctor and turn up your nose and tell me whether or not I could talk about neurodivergent condition or that this is stolen valor that I don't have a proper diagnosis. But let me tell you, all right, I screamed to the point of crying because I didn't want to go to the State Fair with my family and have a nice time, because I would rather stay home and watch the premiere of the Fred movie, which was going to rerun the night after anyway. I needed to be there live to see it for some reason. But we did end up going to that fair. Although all I remember is that I wanted everyone to feel bad about making me go to the fair instead of staying home and watching the Fred movie, so I sulked the entire time and tried to be very, like, choreographed with it. I think it's because at the time when I was very young, I had a deep crush on Lucas Cruikshank, the man behind the Fred. After seeing him for the first time on that episode of iCarly, I thought he was cute, but I was really frustrated and confused by these feelings, so I never brought it up and tried to push it down, and also had a weird obsessive relationship with the Fred show. Oh, that's sad. Clone-demonium. Oh my God. Why must I constantly make definitive statements about the tertiary cast of the show that I believe to be one-offs? And I'm still doing it. Okay, but who would have thought that a couple steps from the finish line, they pull up the homunculi? The Littles are back. Is this presence going to make Otis reconcile with his feelings for Abby? The reason they exist in the first place? The runtime tells me no. Thank God, we are so back. Getting a stock music library montage of small shenanigans, including more Nora trauma. I hate to be one of those cartoon guys on the internet that lists off character torture. I'm bringing it up for fun. It doesn't make the show any better or worse. But like, we know she has a capacity for good now.
10 hours of japes and shenanigans later. So tired.
I can't remember, as it was days ago in real time, but didn't this exact same issue arise in the last clone episode? Otis wanted them out because they were annoying. The only difference now is that they're bugging everyone, which only now makes it a selfless act. The Littles loved their time. Considering they spend most of their lives on the outskirts, excommunicated, living in the woods, they vowed to return every weekend. Which is only fair considering these guys are biologically their parents. This is deadbeat status. But again, they aren't kids. Even though, again, it doesn't say anywhere that the clones are kids. Just that they have the DNA of the person who was cloned. But do they have the same memories as their prime versions? I think they deserve to stick around. Otis's late father promised the barnyard to him. It's not as funny when you could see me doing it. Little Otis, with the same memories in his head, is promised the same thing. The barnyard is his birthright, and yet it is taken away from him because he is small. I think the same thing happens in the Venture Bros and Adventure Time. The solution to this problem is, of course, to make more clones, since that was the solution the last time. Do you think there's a chance this was one last Hail Mary for a backdoor pilot? Like, sure, Back at the Barnyard's been canceled, but Barnyard Babies debuts next summer.
Now they can all go back into the woods and have fun together. 2 days later.
I don't fully comprehend the plan here, or understand what is meant to accomplish, but it's probably fair to chalk it up to a loss. Not to step in, but you know, if they simply asked the clones to leave, they would have conceded, instead of giving life to 4 more tiny creatures which presumably all share their memories, that didn't ask to exist. Why would they? To go live in the woods forever? And now these animal clones are being mass-produced, again, all with the memories of their priors.
Stop, fiend! Hi, I'm Pig with today's viewer mail. Here's a letter from Violet, age 5. Dear Pig, are you sure there's time in the show to do this? Good question, Violet. The answer is no. Bye-bye.
Hello? Fiend?
I don't necessarily think the mailroom segment is super funny, but the way Otis softly says, "Stop, fiends?" is funny. I think it makes it worth it. The mad scientist farmer, hell-bent on mass-producing these animals to sell them, who is an actual character now that the main troupe is meeting him. Himself, he is unfazed by these walking, talking animals. He's made creatures like this before. Maybe he even created these ones. Why is it that he only needs a little DNA? And seems to only ever produce walking, talking barn animals, using his Dr. Octopus arms to trap the sassy improv troupe, and then uses their DNA to mass-produce small barn animals for the purpose of domestication. Wouldn't have been my first option. I'm just saying, I know that the animals have feelings and can walk and talk with human intelligence, but if I found a way to mass-produce animals with just a little bit of hair that are already on an assembly line, you could fix world hunger. I'm just saying I would pivot my business model a little bit. Aw, I like that they changed the transition to the smaller animals and a giant Pip. It's like little versions of them. It's cute. Anyway.
Bagel delivery. What? I didn't order any.
That's the context? I've seen this clip so many times with the Kiss cartoon logo in the top left. I never even noticed that Pip was big and Otis was little. I just assumed the show always looked wonky. A quirk of the engine. Well, that's enough clips for one day. Their way of stopping the evil scientist and making sure his evil plans never come to fruition is to mass produce a bunch of hard to catch, tough to spot versions of him and free them into the wild. Who cares? This show is almost over. And now I can say for certain that those little scientists will never come back in a future episode. I hope.
Cloning Farmer Clem gave us an awesome idea.
Oh, there you are. Don't think I don't know what's going on.
This raises so many more questions, and yet combines all of my previous questions. This only accentuates how horrifying this all is. This isn't a kid version of Nora, it is just a tiny version. The box lied. The scientists lied. But these little animals can live amongst the beast in the forest. Little Nora is a human woman with a family, a husband, a nephew she cares for that she will never see again. Because how could she? If she ever enters human society again, she will surely be experimented on. She has no family, only these little animals. Or maybe the little scientists. I truly thought we had seen the last of that army of little scientists, but they are the only ones that truly understand what Nora is going through. The only other tiny individual with Nora, and now with an army of other littles by their side at their steed, they will be unstoppable in the finale. Is it too late to submit my fan script for the finale? Hickory Dickory Donkey isn't about any of what I just said. Fuck! It's about Pip going on a date with his donkey chick and how Bessie reacts to that. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I thought she left the show to go live with Weird Al forever. Is it too late to get a writing job on this show? At some point, Nickelodeon is gonna run out of shows to dig up out of their comfy graves to revive for like a movie or a reunion. They're gonna get to Back at the Barnyard at some point, and I will be there. The dude tried to coach Pip on his upcoming date, and then wait, there's Bessie right there! I see her! She's in the background! Oh, now she's in the foreground. Pip prepares for the date by driving away in his little car, hoping not to get little JFK.
She has all the qualities I like in a woman. She's pretty, 20 times my size, and she asked me out.
That's true. That's like 100%. Everything you said was true.
Pip is living out my wildest fantasy, and Bessie is going undercover to ruin it for some reason. Hey, you guys are talking very loud. Like in the middle of an active movie. The whole thing is very suspicious. Like if Bessie is friends with the horse that pretends to be a celebrity, can we even trust anything she says? Or if she even is a cow? The rest of the party animals suspect Bessie might have feelings for Pip, but in actuality, she overheard the donkey girl's evil plan. I have to mention this at some point, because I always do, but the voice of the donkey is Great Lila Griffin. I bring it up every time. I hate to put myself in a box, but I clocked her instantly, and I have a scent for these things. If I didn't say it, someone else would have for me. So the donkey's evil plan was to make her current boyfriend, another donkey, jealous with an image of Pip kissing her. I don't know why this guy would want to continue being in a relationship, or why this would make him want her more, or why he decided to target Pip as if he's the one at fault here, when Pip didn't cheat on anyone. I feel like I'm not talking about the show anymore, am I?
Hey, buddy, violence is never the answer, as this bar graph clearly indicates. If we follow the pattern, we see that...
She fucking killed him. Well, you know where this is going. The next episode of Back at the Barnyard would be another double-length special titled Treasure Hunt. The last couple of double-length specials lined up with very special holidays, Halloween and Christmas, coinciding with the channel, the iconography, the branding, the weather. This special aired September 12th. But wait a minute, Andrew. You just said that the last pair of episodes aired on September 18th. Did we mix up the schedule again? Actually, no, because the previous pair of episodes aired September 2010, and this double-length special, the next Back at the Barnyard special to air, aired September 2011. Meaning with 5 episodes left in the show, it went on hiatus for 1 week short of a calendar year. And you want to hear the worst part? The final 5 episodes, 2 of which are double-length special episodes, aired exclusively on the Nicktoons network. You knew this was coming. I foreshadowed this very subtly earlier, but this is a fate of many a show. If you're familiar with Nickelodeon, or at the very least my videos on Nickelodeon, that you know that one of their sub-channels, the Nicktoons Network, is where they start premiering new episodes of the cartoons they want to die. or the ones they assume are already going to die. It happened to Making Fiends, it happened to Harvey Beaks. Hell, it even happened to Fairly Odd Parents at the end. I always assumed this was going to happen to this show, as it did with a lot of Nickelodeon cartoons at the time. But as we got closer and closer to the end, I kept deluding myself and thinking, well, surely it's safe now. We've made it this far into season 2. Maybe this is one of the few Nickelodeon shows that managed to avoid the graveyard of Nicktoons Network. But no, they very much did get sent to the graveyard of Nicktoons Network. It just happened with 5 episodes left in the show. You couldn't let them air 5 more episodes before, like, it was already canceled. You didn't even need to make a block about it or a bomb. Just air them all back to back. Let them die with some dignity. If the show ending or getting canceled is it dying, then it being sent to Nicktoons Network is like when you send your old relatives to a retirement home. And doesn't that make you excited to watch this next episode? The first episode of Back at the Barnyard to air on the Nicktoons Network first. The double-length special episode, Treasure Hunt. I know that outfit. Wait a minute. I know that font. They're back to being at war with the cows, even after giving up an entire fish guy as tribute. They set these guys up as a major recurring enemy, up there with Snotty and Nora. And I was about to go on about how we don't see the crows nearly as much, and how they're only really appeared again as of late. But this opening is, dare I say, exciting? Like immediately throwing us in the rapport and dynamic between all of these animals, the way Otis throws himself into the line of fire. Is it cringe to say I'm excited for this special? Do you think it's just because I saw the Indiana Jones font? This episode aired in the fall of 2011. Nobody gave a shit about Indiana Jones at that time. The franchise had gone back to its temple to hide its face for 2 more decades. They just did this for the love of the game. Them and American Dad, of course. What an exciting start to this special. But something tells me these crows will have nothing to do with the rest of the episode. Something tells me. Actually, I was wrong. The crows return and trick Otis into eating their poop. Can we start the treasure hunt, please? Otis and Pip fall into a hole that looks to be about 7 feet deep, but I guess it really depends on how tall Otis is supposed to be. Is there any way to figure out how tall a cow would be if it stood on its hind legs? Because that thing doesn't exist. And find a pirate map to buried pirate treasure. Pirate! That's how I should have watched the show. Otis decides to head out in costume with the 2 best suited for this pirate adventure. Pig and Pip. But before, in a scene that actually feels cinematic, but that might be the special episode jitters in me talking, the crow tricks the girls into believing that Otis and gang plan on hoarding all the treasure, implying that they may have created the treasure map to begin with, to leave no one to guard the corn. I guess the crows are going to be more important to this special than I thought. It's only fair that these C-tier antagonists get specials if Snotty and sort of Nora got ones. And 2, did the crows kill this guy? Where do they get a skeleton? Which splits the denizens of the barnyard in 4 distinct teams.
Let's get the treasure. Why, so you can steal it? Fat chance. Anyway, I have the only map. Milk me. Oh, look, a jolly leprechaun!
What are you looking at? Hey, he's not jolly at all.
The Jolly Pirate Trio for one. Otis even has his own Satipo, the Girl Cows, and Freddy and Peck, all with 4 new costumes, while Duke stays back to guard the corn. But I have more to say about Team 3. As you guys have noticed as you've been watching this mental breakdown in real time, I have struggled to find a purpose in this video. Like, not only a purpose of it existing, but the purpose of why I made it this far. Is it to mourn the show? Is it to review the show? Is it to editorialize or understand? I thought I found a thesis in the fact that the show is sort of boring and forgettable in season 1, and then really ups the ante and becomes way more enjoyable, at least to me, in season 2, as it leans more and more into absurdism and cares less. Once they learned that the show was canceled, they really went all out and hit their stride. So then my point would have been that the show became batshit crazy and all the better for it right before their untimely demise. But then, a little ways into season 2, I could feel myself getting less and less excited. But I didn't know why, and I couldn't pinpoint exactly what made the show get worse, or maybe I just fell out of love with it. And I racked my brain to figure out why, but I think I pinpointed the exact point where I sort of stopped caring. Where have Freddy and Peck been? Why have they been relegated to Duke status? These are my favorite little guys, and they have a combined handful of lines over the last few episodes. While we're talking about shafted characters, it's strange that the episode takes time for Everett to do some bits. Like, he has a consistent running gag all throughout this special, and yet he doesn't even acknowledge the treasure hunt reminiscent of his old owner. Also, that Otis is totally swiping his fit.
Previously, on Back at the Barnyard.
Otis, Pip, Pig.
Otis, Pip, and Pig.
Abby, Pip, Otis, Freddy, Peck, Pig, Abby, Frenchie. Otis, look, a jelly leprechaun.
And now, part 2 of Treasure Hunt.
It's half done, and the girl cows exchange back and forth attacks with the pirate pals, and then... Whoa! You can see Mount Avalanche in the background. The show has more continuity than I thought. I never noticed that. And back at the barnyard, wait a minute. The crows are driving the fucking device that killed Squidward. I'm starting to believe that this episode may initially have been the finale to the series, even though technically it's its Nicktoons premiere. An amalgamation of everywhere we've been. The most memorable moments. The party pals steal some bikes from Snotty and the gang, who are attacking the termites. The very same from the creepy dummy episode that may or may not have given me nightmares. And the cowgirls steal a trolley from... No fucking way. Do they do this every day? Or have all the adventures since, like, the first episode where they went bankrupt not even happened? Surely the dummy episode happened. And the Everett episode.
Those girls talked to us, and I totally got their number. It's 4.
This only further proves my theory that they all perished on that mountain, which is why we see it so clearly in the background, and why they're able to survive what should be deadly explosions, and why Otis's final memory of the Super Pizza Bros was on that trolley. And after a tender moment between Otis and Abby, where they decide to make up, the teams are still split, as the boys escape in a hot air balloon. Oh, just like the TV movie! It's all coming back to me now. I didn't see any other way this could end. The special, not the show.
3 hours later.
The treasure was the friendship all along, and by that I mean there was no treasure and the crows made it up, so they definitely killed that pirate guy. Or killed him and then dressed his corpse up like a pirate, which is arguably worse. Wait a minute. This wasn't an Indiana Jones parody at all!
Next week, on Back at the Barnyard.
What's gonna happen?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, let's watch that. Clownin' Out would air September 19th, 2011, a week after the double-length special on the Nicktoons network. It's still so surreal to me that this, and even Penguins of Madagascar, aired into 2011, because in my brain I still categorize them as existing in 2008, and existing nowhere else outside that year. I don't know why I closed my eyes for that. Sorry, I'm actually cheating. I have all my lines written on my eyelids. Oh, like Indiana Jones! Since this is the 4th to last episode, almost over the finish line, now is a good time to start answering series-wide questions. Like, for example, the return of Snotty Boy's dad from the very first episode. He is a professional clown. He drives a professional clown car. This not only embarrasses Snotty, but also tells us a lot about his character. Is he constantly acting out, trying to be the dominant one in every situation because he fears no one respects his family? Or is he constantly doing pranks to, in his own rebellious way, reach out to his clown father? Well, none of that matters because the animals injure him severely.
Tractor driving's all about instinct. You just have to... What was that? Just a clown. Keep driving.
In desperate times like this, fuck. I didn't want to have to do this. I promised myself I would never use again, but what other choice do we have? Otis dons the emergency clown disguise. Meaning Otis has now pretended to be the Snotty Boy's first love, close nanny, and now his dad. Everyone who gets close to him in his life is cows. The same cow. It seems like the fake apple doesn't fall far from the fake tree, as Otis's new kid also runs over civilians. Like father, like son. The voice he does to pretend to be his father is so funny, man. It's so mundane and reserved and pathetic. As it turns out, today is actually Snotty Boy's birthday, meaning Otis probably gave him the best birthday of his life just by truly listening to what he wanted to do.
Later that day at the birthday party,
You new friend, enjoy some delicious birthday lemonade.
Thanks. That's really nice of you.
All it took was one good day to turn this clown into an upstanding young lad. This is like the opposite of the Joker. This is the good ending. Or it would have been if this other dad didn't return as soon as he could, which may make you think he's actually a really good dad. To prove who's the real snotty dad, they'll have to face off in a clown-off. I didn't want to do this. I promised myself I would never use again, but fuck. What other choice do we have?
Nothing, but it'll buy us time while you pick the lock on the front door. I'm on it. Seconds later, at the clown-off.
Yeah, man, I'm clowning off right now. In the end, after the clown-off, the kid chooses Otis. Maybe not because he's a better clown, but because he's a better dad. We're trained to root for the real clown dad, as Otis does not want to be Snotty's permanent guardian. And the episode shows us that he's trying his best, but he isn't relating to his son. He's a good clown dad on paper, remembering his birthday, keeping calm, keeping the peace, but he shows no interest in his hobbies or passions. All he wants is for his son to follow in his giant footsteps. But is that what the kid wants? Really? My Little Pony sound effect. That's 3. In the end, it's cartoon violence that allows real clown dad to win back the respect of his son. We'll never see that guy again. That is a lock. I can promise that for sure. Clan of the Cave Cow is haunting. Otis returns, as far as we know, to the Avalanche Mountain to conquer his fear, unaware that he is trapped in a purgatory of his own creation, constantly cursed to relive the same day he perished in the mountains, over and over again. And even in the deep recesses of his mind, when he is back at home with his friends, the terrifying mountain still looms in the background as a grim reminder, watching over her.
And it's so cold, Peck made me swallow him to keep him warm. I never asked you to do that.
Oh, I'm sure. Wait, sorry, what was this episode about?
Yeah, look at the size of that head bump.
Poor Otis. Help me get him back to the barnyard.
Hey, that's the name of the show.
This really is the 4th to last episode. Okay, so what actually happened was there were 2 researchers on the same mountain, one played by Great Lila Griffin. Again, I have a scent for it. And they happened across, I guess, a prehistoric cow that they plan on thawing and researching. And in the kerfuffle of the mountain, Otis and this Neanderthal get switched. So there are 2 cows that look alike and one is prehistoric, but also walks upright and can sort of talk. Is this evolutionary? Somehow, somewhere, the horde of tiny scientists are behind this. Some way. Abby shows Neanderthal cow what love truly is in a classic montage set to bootleg song parodies. Now this is the barnyard I love. Back at the laboratory. Back to the lab again. Oh no. The research team wants what they believe to be prehistoric cows to talk. So they do know that some barn animals can talk. Did they all used to? Is that why it's prehistoric? Did humans and barn animals used to live in harmony? Or did humans evolve from barn animals? Or is that not a fossil at all? And just a corrupted clone from that one mad scientist who he just set loose in the mountains? Or theory number 3, the Otis that went after Bigfoot did actually freeze to death in the mountains, but he also hit his head, which made him seem more primitive, and an Otis clone then took his place. And you could say, but Andrew, all the animal gang died in that mountain, to which I respond, and they all had clones as well. Maybe the little clones were to throw off the scent. Maybe all of these animals do belong to the scientist, who has an adult clone of himself on standby for catastrophes such as the one that befell him. Maybe I'm just trying to feel something about back at the barnyard again. Speaking of, the farmer returns to the show after leaving like 20 segments ago, 10 episodes. I'm glad he could return in time for the finale. It wouldn't be the same without him. In the end, Otis escapes the lab as the cave cow begins attacking the farmer. Oh no, who is the real Otis? I guess we'll have to hold another clown off to see which one stays. Otis evidently is the better clown. He's famously good at dressing up, and the Neanderthal goes back to a prison of his own creation. This is the plot of Mickey 17. Watch it on streaming now. Already?
He's a survivor, Abigail. He'll find a way to carve out a life for himself. 5 years later...
And if elected to the Senate, I promise sweeping tax cuts, healthcare reform, and a total ban on fire!
So as much as I would like to regale you about the timeline of events on the Nicktoons network in September 2011, it's Nicktoons. Who cares? 7 days later, September 26, 2011, they have no blocks of television, 3 episodes left. 4-Leaf Otis follows the tradition of season 2, having multiple holiday episodes, now covering the most important one. Green Day. I don't want to pull back the curtain too far. I don't want anyone to know how I make these videos because then they would be actually very concerned for me. But although this video was planned for March and then pushed to April and planned for April and then pushed to May, maybe, that's why the May is there. I did actually end up watching this episode accidentally on St. Patrick's Day. It doesn't add anything to my discourse. I thought it was a weird coincidence and I had to tell someone, but I couldn't let people know that I was watching the show yet because I like these videos to be surprises for some reason. The show is never something I would accuse of being beautiful, but I do think this establishing shot of dawn is aesthetically pleasing at the very least. I'm describing this as robotically as possible. I want this as a wallpaper, not on my computer. Like actual wallpaper. I want my walls lined with this image, stretched out and pixelated. The farmer's out of town. Again, because it's Patty's Day, he's preparing to sell his batch of potatoes.
Otis, don't tell us you sprayed the potatoes with artificial odor enhancers.
Good idea. I won't tell you that. Wait for it. I sprayed the potatoes with artificial odor enhancers.
I'll admit that the cutaway to non sequiturs has lost its luster in later episodes, but I do really like the fragrance commercial parody. Oh no! Our potatoes! They're gone! So the sassy improv troupe fear that if the farmer can't sell his famous potatoes, that they will go bankrupt and they'll have to go to some extra animal outlet. Which we see, by the way. Meaning that for some reason, the town of Odaville is overrun with barnyard animals, or just animals in general, that don't belong to anyone and have nowhere to go. This has to be tied to that tiny scientist, no? This clip also confirms what I refused to believe before. Previously, we saw that the Super Pizza Brothers fall on hard times, but by the way Poopy Pants is dressed, dropping the distinguished suit and trading in for tattered overalls, we have to assume the worst for him as well. Man, they're right to worry about the farmer constantly. This town will chew you up and spit you right out. Anyway, Pig suspects a leprechaun is responsible, and while at first no one believes him, the security footage reveals it to be true. We can finally check off another theory on our clipboard. Okay, so hold on. Who had access to these security cameras? Does the farmer? Because you guys are walking and talking all around the potatoes. Unless the barn animals set it up. Either way, I think the video cameras are a bad thing for you guys to be caught on. You know, historically speaking for this show. Enough nitpicking. They find the leprechaun almost immediately. I guess he isn't that secretive after all. And then the party animals try and get the potatoes back, but end up incurring his whimsical, magical wrath. Like, they trick him with a shillelagh salesman outfit, and he appears almost immediately. Is he supposed to be a secret? Or is this like a Bigfoot situation, where everyone is aware of him, but just don't acknowledge that he has powers? Didn't even try and hide. In response to this, he turns Freddy and Peck's heads into shamrocks. Then they try to trick the leprechaun with a pig woman disguise, and he also ends up horribly disfigured. You guys need to stop dealing with the dark arts.
My fault our friends have been turned into horrible Irish-themed monstrosities.
Oh yeah, Freddy. Let me have it.
Oh wow. You know it's coming down to the wire because the old Death Trap biplane makes an appearance as well. For a very short one-off joke. Again, I think that's the advantage of working in a 3D animated show. Instead of drawing another plane, they probably just had this model in storage. It could very well have not even been a purposeful reference. Just the plane model they had. Because it did fall apart in the first episode it was in. Anyway, the denizens of the barnyard make their way to the end of the rainbow, which is where the leprechaun approaches.
Leprechaun, 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 yeah!
We're getting closer and closer to pig inflation. I really hope you haven't been watching this in shifts. The gang got to his pot of gold first, and rules is rules, they're allowed to make a request. And obviously the request they make is to return his small friends to normal and return the farmer's crop of potatoes so he doesn't go broke. That's two things. But if the general outcome either way is trying to get the farmer money, I mean, how much does gold go for? Like, I know your friends would have to be a sandwich and shamrocks forever, but you're gonna tell me that now you care about their well-being? We see Poopy Pants in a dire position outside of the cutaway, confirming that yes, he has in fact fallen off. Like me! Am I gonna start having to dress like that? In the end, Abby calls the leprechaun a homunculi, and they tease the Easter Bunny. Now, I know I say this a lot, and I'm often wrong, but I can assure you that character is never coming back. I'm like 30% sure. Cop Cow, not to be confused with Top Cow, reveals these animals to be cop killers, accidentally or otherwise. Oh no, Otis has injured an important part of the local community, and now must get in costume and take over that job for a day. What a wacky and unexpected turn of events. I hope nothing goes wrong. He didn't even need to pass a test to get the badge. Just like real cops. And now he's deputizing all his friends. Now, you see, this is how it starts. Okay, so apparently this town has no crime, like at all. The one criminal they've ever had got taken away in the TV movie. Everyone else, like Nora, gets sent to the same mental hospital, like it's fucking Gotham City. And don't bring up those gem thieving old ladies. They were never convicted. It doesn't count. Just a general rule of thumb, kids at home. Wait, kids don't fuck with me. I'm too old. General rule of thumb, young people at home. If someone starts listing off crime statistics to you, they're listing off convictions, not crimes. Also, if someone you know is listing off crime statistics, you should probably stop knowing them. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe they think there's no crime because the entirety of the police force is so incompetent.
You should be on that show. Real stories of the stupidest cops in the world. Real stories of the stupidest cops in the world.
You're going away for a long time, buddy. Huh? Woohoo! Oh, no.
This is the third non sequitur of this episode, by the way. Whatever, who cares? In the end, it's revealed that it was actually Pig robbing the donut shop. I don't think I actually mentioned that plot. But because he has friends in the police industrial complex, he walks away scot-free. Also, he's a pig. Womp womp. Back at the Barnyard in 2011 has 2 more air dates. One of which is a double-length finale special, which they were given, albeit on the Nicktoons network, meaning that the next pair of episodes is the final pair of episodes, as the finale is the double-length special. Does it matter when it aired on Nicktoons? There were no ads for it. We're still in 2011, but now it's October. And I'll be damned if this show extends into 2012. Plucky and Me begins with the denizens of the Barnyard digging in a ditch. Not to spoil you, but the sister episode of this one is about the mole people from the throwaway joke, and I actually thought I watched the wrong one at first. No, they're actually just making a speed bump.
Yes, the fossil dig went splendidly. I found a Triceratops femur, a bronto skull, and some sort of giant egg. Hold on, speed bump.
Which now makes the egg the animal's property. I guess they're going to bring it, quote, back to the barnyard to hatch it. That's what Otis says. Like verbatim. I could just prove it to you, but I fear that these later episodes are just becoming clip compilations as I begin to care less and less.
Later that day, Otis hatched the plan. Get it? It's an egg episode, and I said hatch. I'm lonely.
That plan didn't even work. Otis immediately develops maternal instincts for this egg. He's got too much of his mom in him. Not like we'll ever see her, but...
The next day, things really got cracking. Get it? Otis is sitting on an egg, and I said cracking. Oh, forget it.
Stop, please. I don't know. It seems pretty late to be introducing a new character to the main cast. But hey, it worked out for the Fairly Odd Parents. Did it work for the Fairly Odd Parents? I think the main reason this show is remembered fondly today, aside from it just constantly going viral and in and out of context clips on Twitter every month, is that it's sort of the love child of Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents. I almost said Timmy Turner. No, they didn't. I said that as a joke, like, men getting pregnant, am I right? I forgot that happens in the show. Back at the Barnyard is the result of the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. Always use protection, which is maybe why Nickelodeon put a lot of stake into the show before almost immediately ruining its time slot. But also, there hasn't been a show that's debuted on Nickelodeon that they didn't care about to begin with, right? Like, there's a lot of shows that with record time, Nickelodeon abandons them. But as they're premiering, they care. But if they're not an instant hit, they immediately flush it. I had this video idea for maybe next year's Nickelodeon slot, if we even keep up the Nickelodeon slot for spring, of talking about modern Nick cartoons, because I feel like I've covered all the ones from my childhood, and I don't want to be known as just a nostalgia guy, because there are a lot of modern cartoons I like. And then I looked at what are the modern Nickelodeon cartoons, and it's Dora, SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents. And I think that's a common problem with the later Nicktoons. Aside from the graveyard that is the Nicktoons network, they never had a proper schedule. Like, for a while, it seemed consistent as they would air every Saturday morning, but I think Nickelodeon, compared to the other networks for kids, what they lacked was a proper block of television. Like, if you were a fan of Legend of Korra at the time, you wouldn't even know when new episodes were airing. You would find out from, like, Twitter. Like, I was super obsessed with schedules as a kid, and I still am. It's the reason I managed to pump these out every month or so. I know I've been kind of lacking in the last 6 months, but we are so back now. Unless nothing releases in May. Unless this releases in May. I shouldn't use the term pump while wearing this outfit. Did you know it had a tail? It's not really... I mean, there's no opportunity for you to see it. If I turned around, your eyes would bulge to the screen. No free content. That being said, even for their bigger shows, because of their lack of consistency, Nickelodeon would constantly have to market new episodes of their top shows as event television. And that works for shows like SpongeBob and iCarly, but the others sort of fall through the cracks. Like True Jackson VP, which is better than all of them. Anyway, what's going on in this episode? Otis is raising a dinosaur from a 3DS game. The newest member of the animal farm.
The next morning, the animals all went over to my house for French toast. Wait, hold on. That was just in my mind. Lonely people have vivid fantasy lives.
Why did I do this? Plucky, that's the name of the T-Rex, and the episode has grown immensely in a very short amount of time. I know we're not meant to question these things, but this is the second prehistoric being to visit the barnyard in like a 3-week period. How long ago was prehistory really? And while Plucky seems dangerous, Otis trained him like Chris Pratt's character in those Jurassic World movies that no one can remember the name of. It's Owen, I think. Okay, so Plucky escaped and falls in love with Nora because he thinks she's a tiny dinosaur, and they keep calling him Godzilla when clearly they're going for more of a King Kong homage here. Like climbing up the building with a broad in hand, being taken down by a biplane, 'twas beauty that killed the beast. I think what may have happened here was that this was going to be a King Kong parody, but then it shocked the writer's room and realized, well, if he's a monkey, wouldn't he just be able to talk? Like, the prehistoric cow from presumably the same time could at least grunt in words that sounded like English. I know I compared this show to its contemporary Fanboy and Chum Chum and its cousin show, The Mighty Bee, but we said earlier that Jimmy Neutron got a lot of its hype because it crossed over with the Fairly Odd Parents, and I know they're from different studios, but I am shocked and appalled that Back at the Barnyard never collabed with Penguins of Madagascar to any meaningful degree. Like, not only do they follow the same rules of pretending to be mindless animals when there's humans around, but also they have very comparable art styles. Do you think they really wanted to make this dinosaur episode happen and they only now finalized the script? Or do you think this is the last segment before the big finale, so they just grabbed one from the junk drawer? It's like, fuck it, let's do the King Kong dinosaur one. Not to say that there isn't finale rivaling lore, as they send Plucky into the petting zoo. Is this where all the excess animals go? What about the shelter mentioned previously? Will we ever get to the bottom of this animal overcrowding clone technology? Pig of the Mole people. So, no. This is either an insane deep cut to the Fantastic Four, or, like, Johnny Test. Stop bringing up Fantastic Four, Andrew. No one knows what you're talking about. Okay, so now I know these are leftover episodes. The Mole People was a throwaway joke from like the Weird Al episode. And now we're circling back. If I had to create a sequel to the episode where Weird Al's character showed up, the moles would not be the thing I focused on. But what I've noticed is this show does so many cutaways and fake flashbacks now. Like, there are at least 2 episodes I can name off the top of my head that they do the joke of Otis listing off fake memories that we see in flashbacks. We talked about Bigfoot earlier. So if you're a regular viewer of the show and you didn't happen to watch the Weird Al episode, you wouldn't even think you missed anything. You'd likely assume that this flashback was made for this episode as a joke to establish the Mole People. Little do you know, this is like the one time they're actually telling the truth. Man, I love this show. Do I think it's the best or even consistently funny? Do I think it's bold to stop caring and just let go of your inhibitions in its second and better half? Telling people about my better half, but I'm actually just talking about a season of television. Circling back to the King Kong concept I brought up, they keep calling the underground, quote, mole people, when they're clearly just walking, talking moles. And yeah, if a human saw them, they called them mole people. But then what are these talking barn animals? Are they cow people? Is that where the DNA splicing came from? Do they all have a little bit of DNA from the scientist? Their real father? Maybe that's why they don't mention Ben at all in this. And what does this mean for Bigfoot? Isn't there like an episode happening? Pig is still crowned the emperor of the mole people, and at first it seems like a desperate decision, until Pig continually makes the lives of the mole people more fruitful, which results in him being worshipped as a king. This angers the leader of the Barnyard, Otis, who, if you remember, tried to get Pig into a royal family before, even at his own displeasure, and now Pig is raised through the political ranks he was always destined to, and potentially believing that he has claim to the throne of the Barnyard. Sure, Otis's dad gave his son the keys to the Barnyard, but is he really the best cow suited to watch over the Barnyard? What if the one true leader of the Barnyard is Pig? He can lead the mole people and the Barnyard. Please, God, let this video end. And this would all be a Game of Thrones level political drama, but this is the one time the farmer isn't away on some side jaunt, and it nearly gets him killed. I guess they needed him for this episode. He is knocked out by the mole people and kidnapped by the mole people. But forget all about that, because now a bloodworm is here. I don't know if I missed something, or if the recording did, but I did really feel like this farmer thing was gonna be a major conflict. One thing about this show, it always keeps me on my toes. The bloodworm specializes in verbal abuse, and no bully on the Barnyard grounds can match his wit. But maybe they don't need to. King Pig levels with him, reaches the bloodworm on an emotional level that even Otis could not, ended a generational conflict between two warring nations, and then leaves on another journey to go aid the nation of the Hawks. Maybe, just maybe, saving a hawk or two. Was it all worth it for the joke? So here we are. November 12th, 2011 on the Nicktoons network. Mere weeks away from the clock striking 2012. A new era, if you will. Since Back at the Barnyard's television debut in September 2007, it has seen its contemporaries and cousin and sister shows rise from the ranks and fall to the ashes. So many other shows came up around the same time, but by this point, the Mighty Bee had ended. Penguins and Fanboy each only had 2 years left in them. SpongeBob and Odd Parents were never gonna go anywhere, but it's true that times were a-changin', and more of the effort and marketing and scheduling was focused on the live-action sitcoms that would air in the nighttime blocks of these channels. And in the years after Back at the Barnyard ended, we would see shows like Planet Sheen, Tough Puppy, Robot and Monster, Sanjay and Craig, Tom and Craig. And regardless of how you feel about these cartoons, they are still new projects being created for the greater good of the channel. But even those shows, like most on this pipeline, along with the ones that came before it, like Making Fiends and Harvey Beaks, will find their same graveyard on the Nicktoons network. But here's the thing. Most of these teams would get the hint once they saw their show on the secondary, or I guess third-dairy Nick channel. I always forget about Teen Nick, and it caused a lot of problems last time. It made me severely wrong about H2O airing certain episodes in the West. My bad. But most shows were just not renewed, or were told they were going to get another season before ending the previous. But what's interesting about Back at the Barnyard is that, in a way, they were given a luxury that not many shows on the network are given. They knew at the top of the season that it would be their last.
My favorite story from Barnyard was after we had been canceled.
Oh.
They canceled us, we were recording a song for the Christmas episode.
Yeah.
And so we all, and Barnyard we thought was doing pretty well.
Well, and they had just come and told us, literally about a month before, they said.
So, we just want to let you know, we're not moving forward with Barnyard. And so then he left, and then we had to go into the booth and be like, it's a very Barnyard Christmas. Like, it was such a weird juxtaposition. And so a week later, we were recording, and it had just gone off the rails.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I imagine it was my fault, we were all singing a chorus of the following song. Dick tits, da-na-na-da-na-na-da, dick tits, da-na-na-da-na-na-da, D-I-C-K-T-I-T-S, dick tits, da. So we were singing this in a round.
I'm so sorry, Mom.
And so...
so sorry.
And so we're singing this, the same head, one of the heads of the network pokes his head in. We're singing, the entire cast is singing Dick Tits, and Jed Spingarn, one of the producers, goes, "Oh, hey, Roland, what are you going to do? Cancel us some more?" And he slowly just closed the door and backed out.
So while going back to the show, I did not rediscover a love for its flavor or its style or the individual episodes. I do not love the show. I love what the show represents. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but it's interesting to see a show that was made in the first season out of love devolve and change, or rather evolve and change and morph into a show made out of spite in the second season. I think it's bold, and it uses the off-the-wall zaniness to make it even that much more entertaining. I am a petty bitch. And now they have 22 minutes to tie up 2 seasons of this show, and years since the movie, on a nice little bow. Nickelodeon wanted this show fucking dead, and yet it still was treated better than Angry Beavers. How will they resolve all the plot lines in the finale? Does Bessie still work for Weird Al? Will Snotty Boy ever find love he so desperately requires? Will Abby confess her feelings for Otis? Will Otis act on them? Will Pig return on Hawk back to take his rightful place as leader? What about Waffles? Is he coming back? What's the deal with all those little clone scientists? Did he create the dinosaur DNA? Did he create Bigfoot? Did he create our main cast and all the other animals present in Odaville? Is Poopy Pants okay? The 52nd episode of Back at the Barnyard is the double-length finale special, Aliens! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Opens with a custom title sequence set to the main theme, but with a special logo, cute planetary credits, and iconic characters like Bigfoot, and that one space chimp from that one episode of the series, and also hit film and also video game Space Chimps. Otis interrupts all the denizens of the Barnyard's relaxing day with a satellite that he definitely stole.
I thought it was one of the nuclear reactors. Actually, Abby, it's pronounced nuclear.
Nuclear.
No, nuclear.
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 2 hours later.
Even the runner has a custom font for this episode. How special. I don't know why I got my hopes up about the farmer being included in this finale, but he is still MIA. I also don't know why the farmer existing is my high hopes. I actually don't even like the episodes focused on him. I just want my family back together, man. Nora Beady believes that her talking barnyard animal neighbors are using the satellite to reach the aliens from the title, and also subtly foreshadowed all throughout the series. I tried to point out all the clues I could find, but surely there's more. Comment down below if you found more clues. We even get a final episode cameo from Fucker Carlson. In any other episode, this would be Hilly. These monkeys look so fucking weird. Like, I know they know how to model primates. We saw 2 in the opening. Before you comment your college essay, you think I don't know that monkeys and chimps are different? You've been watching me for hours. You didn't know that? You don't know me at all. Who do you think you're watching? Time for very elaborate revenge.
She'll run screaming and stay away for at least that long. And here's how we do it. Whisper, 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 whisper.
Right?
After more whispering, this happens.
You never really know what you have until it's gone. I'm gonna miss this chapter of my life. Admittedly, I've been working on this video longer than I should have. The sassy improv troupe get in costume and beam 5G waves directly into Nora's brain to give her impure thoughts of vaccines and fluoride. But in doing so, they accidentally broadcast their offensive alien caricature to real live space aliens. Do you think the aliens find this offensive?
I'm bored. Hey, what if Freddy took his eyesight?
I hate to keep pointing out voice actors that worked on previous things, but this is like the 3rd green alien I've heard this dude voice. The final Dr. Pig segment, in theory, of course, is interrupted by what he says is an alien bursting through his chest, but wait a minute. That's the bloodworm from the underground. I think Pig may be up to something. Actually, Pig and Dr. Pig are entirely different characters, and thus they will each get their own character slot in the next Smash Bros. Fear-mongering is a powerful tool. The aliens abduct an attacking and aggressive Nora Beady before making first contact, touching down inside the barnyard.
No, definitely not. I am just a typical male Earth cow. He has testicles on his stomach!
Damn, clocked. After revealing they've placed their old pal Nora's head inside a flying jar, potentially a marked improvement, the main characters learn about the Armada making its way to Earth on a mission to take it over, away from the humans. or human animals. The episode up until this point, Bessie has been looking for a man to match her sass and power and prowess. Pip, her longtime stalker, is too subservient, and I assume they couldn't get Weird Al a second time. Which gives Otis a plan on how to save the planet that he lives on.
We can't let them summon that armada. Come on, I have a plan. 3 Flectons later.
And silly old me, I thought the plan was gonna involve Bessie somehow, after luring the spacemen into the barnyard and feeding them cake.
Don't eat
But evidently not. Bessie is upset by her new boo exploding, but then they come back after reforming. He licks her shit up and down and then proposes on the spot. Love can make a man do strange things. And almost dying.
He doesn't love you. I do. And I'll prove it. The Earth cow is mine. Take particle beam. Pip, look out.
I'll admit, the punishment is a little severe. But we can't have little harassers just running around the barnyard! No way is the emotional core of the finale of Back at the Barnyard built around Pip and Bessie. That's like 3rd or even 4th on the list of most important couples on the show. Bring back the farmer's cowgirl. Wait. Didn't Nora have a husband? Does he have any strong feelings towards her being bodiless? Bessie gives up her final opportunity at happiness just because that one rat that's been harassing her since she moved here got frozen in a little bit of concrete. This happens in New York every day. And it's here in her protest that the party animals learn the alien's true weakness. Milk. I know where this is going, and I don't like it.
So, did I miss anything?
I think Bessie just showed us how to beat those alien creeps.
Oh. Needs more syrup.
Yes! That's the fucking clip! This is the episode! I was waiting for 2 seasons to come across the viral clip I saw one time with Pyrocynical edited over it. And it's in the finale of this show. And thus concludes the purpose of this video. Yeah, forget all the other potential theses I brought up previously. This is the reason I started watching the show. I wanted to find this clip. I guess we might as well finish the episode since we made it this far. So, Otis, Abby, and Bessie all hook specialized guns up to their udders so they can projectile shoot milk at the aliens to melt them. Actually, can we skip this part? And it's strange because the hand-to-hand combat genuinely looks good, or at least as good as this show has ever looked. There's a simultaneous weight and stretch to it. Anyway.
Reattach my blaster and maybe I can get her.
I got a better idea.
No, that's embarrassing.
Well, what a way to go out on top. Okay, I jest. In the end, the actual resolution is the animal farm, the party animals, the sassy improv troupe. You know, the barnyard! Use their penchant for costumes and voices, accentuated by Otis triumphantly belting out, "To the costume bin!" I can't do the voice. Above all else, above the throwaway jokes, the absurdism, the inflation, the montages, the freaky human characters, the potential story between Otis and Abby, or Freddy and Peck, or Pip and Bessie, or Duke and Waffle, the one thing that truly brings this family of ill-natured delinquents together and saves the day, in the end, is wearing elaborate costumes and doing silly voices, ending our counter at whatever number is listed on your screen right now. And isn't that, in a way, a metaphor for life? And that was, after several hours of repeating myself, Nickelodeon's Back at the Barnyard. But the question still stands. Why did I do this? Why did I watch all of this show? Why did I write about every episode? Why did I set up my living camera and talk to it for hours on end? What is the purpose of this costume? What makes this a video essay? And why are you watching it still? Realistically, I made this adventure experiment into a video so I could excuse using all of my work time into watching a very long show that I remember from my childhood and see a lot of viral clips of every now and then to see if it holds up. And you're watching this, realistically, because you're driving, or you're working a long shift at work, or you needed to watch something while you eat, or you're drawing something. Was I close? I bet I was close. My final analysis is that the show got way funnier when they stopped caring, but also more formulaic when they stopped caring. If you want to recommend what show I should talk about for way too long next, write a 300-word essay in the comments. And whichever one is the best, whichever show seems the most compelling of an argument, I will watch that one. I'll do this, but for that show. And no AI. I'll know if you're using AI. And also, if you're using AI, fuck you, get out of here. Well, normally for essays like this, which I don't even think this is, you have to find an ending point. A thesis, more often than not, for the end of the video to really drive that point home. I need to say something. I need to bring it to the end. However, with Back at the Barnyard, I actually do know how I can end this. Shout out Bink Video. It's been a while. Oh? This isn't a movie, though. It's going great. Who is this? The Barnyard! Do I play as my own cow? Why am I seeing a gameplay? I can't skip this? La 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 lasagna. This is the first segment I'm filming way after the opening, which I have been working on this video for a while. Or rather, the opening, I mean just all of the footage you've been seeing. As you could tell by the change of facial hair. This is the first bit of this video filmed after they announced that the newest Mario Kart character was in fact a cow. April really is the month of the cow. That is if this comes out in April. FX all the way up, I think. Antics. This is the antics? Gender conformity? Chapter 1. Welcome to the Barnyard. Do you really get your own?
I remember the day the newcomer arrived in the barnyard. That mad cow Otis was up on the roof with his friends.
Oh boy, show me the iconic.
Will, Peck? I mean, did you ever think of donating your body to, science?
Just be gentle with me, Otis. It's my first time.
Yeah, I was gonna. What the fuck? I was gonna say, like, it would probably get easy, aside from the aforementioned Otis, of course, to, like, get the entire cast.
Dude, you're a cow, I'm a mouse. Do the math.
Yeah, I think they got everyone except for... It'd be crazy if they got Kevin James for the games. I didn't get to... Oh. Can I try and romance Otis if I become girl cow?
Good-looking sort of cow.
What? Choose your skin? Beware the barnyard, for you must face off against the beef master.
Smart, too.
I think
now,
my name...
What are we gonna call you?
Bloatus. But this is set after the movie, but before the show. So presumably this could be Bessie's backstory.
Father to son.
Oh, never mind. His dad's not dead.
Can you keep it quiet back there?
That chicken's fucking massive. Luckily, I have a lot of time for the game to load. Do we have a double jump? Who is this? Chat with Miles? Wait, but I got a message.
Hello there, newcomer. My name is Miles.
This game has voice acting and Pokemon doesn't. How do I check my messages? Smashing crates and barrels is a great way to make a few extra gopher bucks. This is one of 64. Oh, Duke the dog from Barnyard! He looks scary from far away. He looks scary up close, too, but...
Hello, stranger. I'm Duke.
No, you are not. I'm gonna chat with the pig.
I'm Pig. Just Pig. That's me.
Yup, this is my life. I'm the pig. What kind of problem? A raccoon problem. Those free bandits have torn up my cookbook and hidden all the... Okay. You must collect my pages. Mission accepted. Kill the raccoon. Okay, the interact button is to break. Oh, I see buried treasure. And then A to pick up rock. Apple plus flour. What more could you need? That sounds like apple pie to me. I'm gonna eat all the apple pie so you can't have any! Is this a collectathon? This video might just be this for hours now. Oh my god. All have such like buggy eyes in this game. Press A to get egg. I don't know why I'm doing this. How many eggs can I get? Okay, 1 egg. Okay, get some apples. I'm getting ingredients. Still have yet to talk to Ben. Wait, break, crate. I guess we'll have to go back to the barnyard. Wait, hold on. Sorry, slow down. Something about this game is making me hungry. don't think that woke anyone. The loud ka-ching might. 1 chocolate. You can't eat this. You'll die. Actually, cows have 18 stomachs, so they can eat 1/18 of chocolate. This is Wild Mike? I don't have a key. This also opens with a key. Ben holds all the keys. Consider this for a second. Imagine if instead... What is going on with the camera? If instead of using Disney characters, Kingdom Hearts was the same, like all the same anime characters as Street Fighter characters, but they were all Nickelodeon properties. To fill milk can? Oh. Ew. Alright. Churn into cream? Oh, fuck. You've got cream. You've got butter. How much of the game is making this apple pie? I just assumed it would be like, you know, a licensed tie-in game where instead of being its own adventure, it would like tell the story of the movie. But I was wrong. I'm accidentally created Bessie's backstory. Although Ben is still alive. We gotta change that. Oh, that's the plot of the game. We have to correct the timeline by... Sorry. You've got milk. Sorry, is this a real-time strategy game like Pikmin? Because then I have to sleep at the end of the day. I've only got so much time left in the day. Flour can be found in grain sacks. To stomp on grain sacks, stand next to it and press A. You can find money and other things in crates and barrels too. Well, I'm way off kilter now. Grain sacks? Chocolate, egg, cream. I know where to get cream. I know where to get egg as well. I think I do have egg, and I have chocolate. Wait, those are the grain sacks. Okay. Press A on the barn's back door to enter the kitchen. I feel like this is a euphemism for something. Why would I play Animal Crossing when I can... Wait a minute, kitchen time. Kitchen jockey. Whoa, it's Chef Pig.
Are you hungry?
Flour.
I'm bacon.
Oh, I get it. Bacon. Because he's a pig. I got paid for it. I could either leave or... Okay, let's make more shit. Chocolate mousse, chocolate egg, cream. I don't have the cream. I can go get cream. Leave the kitchen, yes. I know where to get cream. Day missions must be completed before nightfall. Night missions must be completed. When nightfall comes, that's when all the enemies start attacking, all the evil mobs. You gotta be careful where you put your bed, because then you may not be able to rest if there's monsters nearby. I gotta get cream. I appreciate that the camera goes behind. It's so loud. I think every game should have the ability to get cream. Hold on. Cell phone. I want to see you. I'm in the barnyard. I think I'm about to be Otis's new mom. Oh, so is he standing on something? Or does he have really long legs we don't know about?
Come and get it.
I will take it. Are you sure? It's the first game I've played on the show in a while that I'm like, whoa, hold on, I forgot video. Dude, if licensed games back then were like this, what are we doing nowadays? I don't know how to do Pig's voice. The Odyssey.
Welcome to the barnyard. The name's Ben.
He's at the thing! Hi, Ben. I'm Bloatus. Nice farm you got here. Press Z and look on your map.
Go ahead and have fun.
Thanks. See, the other parts, that was the game breaking through, but these are words of Ben, by Ben, to live by. I will have fun, Ben. I think nightfall is about to happen. Oh, I got a message. Meet me in the barnyard. Starting to believe that every message I get in this game is going to be some variation of, or just the exact text of, meet me in the barnyard. Hey, things up a little. Take this pair of sunglasses. Otis will tell you what to do with them. I'm about to accidentally, like, fucking traffic narcotics, I think. Yeah, just take this, just carry this box across the street. Don't look at... That freaks me out. That guy's hard as hell. Dude! Please take me to Dankweed Pond! I thought that said South Park. Now, sleep time. Ben, watch out! Time to break shit. Nobody will even know. This barnyard, I always thought I would take a bite out of crime, but now it seems it took a bite out of me. Alright, try not to make any loud noises. Surely this will wake no one. My commentary is just gonna be what and why and how. Listen, I remember it so you don't have to. I'm gonna figure out this game. I have sunglasses now. And now I'm cool. Is that all it does? Oh, can I only shoot milk when I have the... Out of milk. Okay. Antics. Wait, what's bonus? Animations. That's just egg squirting? What is wrong with this game? That's the only one? Trailers. This is a good question.
This game has not yet been rated.
Oh, fuck.
Water.
Water. Milk. Grass. If it was on GameCube, Game Boy Advance, and DS, that means they made 3 versions of that game that aren't similar at all. Alright, what SpongeBob game could it be? If it's Atlantis SquarePants, then that's the one I played on DS as a kid.
This game has not yet been rated. Plankton's rampage seems completely unstoppable. Our only hope is a flying sponge.
Call in the army. What did he call him? Art gallery. What do I got so far? Whenever I talk negatively about cartoons and you guys get mad at me, just know that this is who you're arguing with. Yeah, I'm reviewing cartoons with my arms crossed, and also I have cool hair and a smirk. What about credits?
What do you say we party?
Why is it like Voodoo Vince music?
What do you say we party? 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 What do you say we party?
Chicken jockey. I'm the American boy. Take me to you. I'm gonna be so for real. I only remember the Fortnite lyrics. I love that song, like, genuinely. And I was about to sing it out loud, and then I realized I only know the Fortnite. Oh, okay. Tap A to launch pack. Oh, keep tapping A. Hold it here. Am I control? Oh, fuck! Why does this game run way better now? Oh. Da 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 da. Oh, open world. They had to render this entire thing. I mean, they probably unloaded a lot of it. If Kirby Air Ride can get a sequel, why can't this? This is just as formative, just as ambitious. 40. Please get this off my screen. Oh, they have names? Eddie, Ig, and Archie? Actually, real quick, I feel like I don't know enough about Ig. Can I find some information on Ig? Yeah, what about Ig squirting? Okay, now I feel like I get the game a little bit better. Whack and aim. Is that Freddy? Try not to hit Freddy. Alright, I'm getting mixed signals here. His pupils! Oh, he got him back. They were hidden inside the machine. Sorry, no commentary this time. I'm locked into this. I'm great at these. As long as I don't hit Freddy. There's only so much time on the clock. Dude, I'm nailing this. Oh, I'm good, I'm good. Fuck, I'm fine. I'm actually, like, I've never cared about winning anything more. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, I'm gonna embarrass myself in front of the whole internet. Hurry up. 1 coin. Perfect. Oh shit, it gets harder. Ready, set, you got cream. If you fail the game, it should say you got creamed. Oh, I'm panicking. I'm throwing. Oh. Wait. Avoid hitting Freddy or the toy chickens. I was not aware of any toy chickens to begin with. This game cheats. Aim for the orange sections, avoid the blue. That's the simplest way I've heard darts described. Everyone I ask how darts work, they can never give me a straight answer. It's like some kind of secret club I'm not supposed to know. What they don't want you to know is that darts doesn't actually have any rules. Everyone's been making up the whole time. Sorry. Did they say hit orange and not blue? Hit the orange, got it. Fuck! Wait. Don't let me fuck. You guys should not let me do that. You give a man a little bit of leeway. Then they think they're hot shit. Oh, everyone talks to my character like I'm their mistress. I must see you again. Unless he misses. Okay. He has to hit one of mine. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna do better this time. Wait. Ah! I mean, I could do that. I could just let it ride indefinitely. Why is this AI perfect? Mess up once, I beg you. Oh, I fucked it. Wait. On the way back. I could still win this. Angie could still win. And here's how. And here's Cow. What is wrong with me? What the cud? I can't possibly. Even if I get perfect, he's gonna get perfect every time. Hold on. Let me lock in for this. I want to see if I play a perfect game, if it's doable. We all have exactly it. Oh, I fucked it. Start over. I was gonna try and do all the antics, but not anymore. I'm only doing this one now. I'm gonna nail this. I have stuff to do later today. I'm sure there's some kid that grew up playing this. Because like I had, like I said, the Cars game for the Xbox and the Ratatouille game for the DS. And also Wall-E for the 360. I genuinely, that has a multiplayer mode. And there was a period of time where I would go over to my friends. This is after we had already started playing like GTA and Minecraft. And we would play and Skate 3. We would play the Wall-E game and it started out as like, oh, we're doing this ironically. But then we just genuinely loved playing that game. I'm never going to make a video on Wall-E because that's legitimately one of my favorite movies. And I struggle to like talk about stuff I like. Oh, and it's my turn. I also apparently struggle to talk about stuff I am indifferent to, like that of the Barnyard. I didn't really have any strong opinions either way. Because this is the end of the video, right? Time for my thesis, which I've been struggling to find the entire time, which is, none of this matters. I wanted to watch Barnyard, and I took you guys along the ride because I'm selfish and horrified of being alone. Next question. Hold it. Ah! I'm not doing this anymore. Oh, Tase the Mailman, Joyride. Joyride! So are these just side modes that are in the options to begin with, or do you play games like this throughout the game? At what point do I get my driver's license? They just created an entire racing game in this game. I'm gonna ride him off the road. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, get him. This licensed THQ game from 2006 is blowing my mind. I'm getting weird deja vu right now. Is my power about to go out? They should add Destructible Houses ad as if they're like slowly updating this game over time. We're good. No, not for me. I think it's the right one. Oh, god damn it. Wait a minute. So are these like... Are these cows not sentient or are they asleep? Alright, we're gonna play this like the real Cars game. I'm going Mater style. Are you allowed to kill the police officers in this game? I couldn't play GTA. You have to kill a cop in the first... Wait a minute. Been spotted. How so? In what way? Let's drive to the moon. In a head-on collision, and I almost made it too. I can still make it. You got cream. This is a disgusting image. This is a truly horrid thing you're showing me right now. Well, I guess the moral of the story is... I was talking, but... The moral of the story is, hey, if I don't have enough money to buy Mario Kart Worlds, I can always race as a cow in Barnyard for the GameCube. And ultimately, that's why I did it. There's actually one last thing I haven't looked at yet that I would like to see real quick. Oh, so that's Ig.